Welcome to Books, where we bring back the old literature, the old history, and the theological classics that the world has quietly stopped reading. This is a quick introduction. If you would rather go straight to the book, the chapter links are in the description below, and the reading begins as soon as this ends. But stay with us a few minutes if you can, because this is the last volume, and there is a story about what happened after it that you ought to hear. This is the History of Rome, Volume 5, by Theodor Mommsen. Its subject is the establishment of the military monarchy, which is a careful, scholarly way of saying that this is where the republic finally dies, and Julius Caesar is standing over it. First, the story about the author, and it is the most famous thing about this entire work. Mommsen never wrote the volume on the empire. He took the history as far as the fall of the republic, and then he stopped. Readers waited. Colleagues asked, some of them for decades. He lived another 40-odd years, wrote 1,500 other things, ran his enormous inscription project, sat in Parliament, won the Nobel Prize, and never produced the great narrative that would have carried Rome forward through the emperors. He did eventually publish a study of the Roman provinces under the empire, and it is excellent. But the story of the Caesars was never written. Nobody is entirely sure why. Some have said he could not bear to write the long extinction of liberty. Some say the sheer weight of the imperial sources defeated even him. There is also a genuine tragedy in the background. In 1880, a fire broke out at night in his house and library, and irreplaceable manuscripts, some of them borrowed and unique, went up with it. Mommsen ran back into the burning building to save what he could and was badly burned doing it. So this volume is where the great history ends, and that gives it a particular weight. Everything he wanted to say about Rome, he had to say by the end of it. Now the content, and I should warn you about Mommsen's Caesar in advance. He worships him. There is no other honest word for it. Mommsen regarded Julius Caesar as very nearly the most complete human being who ever lived, and says so in language that startles anyone expecting scholarly reserve. He calls him the entire and perfect man. He argues that Caesar's monarchy was not the murder of the Republic, but its only possible rescue, because the Republic had already destroyed itself and somebody had to build a thing that worked. You do not have to agree, and many historians since have thought Mommsen let his admiration run away with him. There is a fair case that he was looking for a strong, unifying leader in Roman costume because he badly wanted one for Germany. Read it as a magnificent argument by a man who is not remotely neutral, and it becomes far more interesting than a balanced account would ever be. The volume gives you the whole cast at full size. Pompey, called the Great before he had really earned it, who cleared the Mediterranean of pirates in a single astonishing campaign of a few months after they had grown bold enough to raid the coast of Italy itself, who reorganized the entire East on his own authority, and who then spent the rest of his life being quietly outmaneuvered by a better politician. Crassus, the richest man in Rome, who made a fortune buying the confiscated property of Sulla's victims, who ran a private fire brigade that would arrive at a burning house and negotiate the purchase price before putting the fire out, and who died chasing military glory in the eastern deserts at Carrhae, because glory was the one thing his money could not buy. Cicero, the finest orator Rome produced, a new man from a small town who climbed to the consulship on sheer ability, crushed the conspiracy of Catiline, and whose letters survive in such quantity that we know his vanity, his indecision, and his terror better than we know almost any other person from the ancient world. Mommsen is famously, savagely rude about him, and it is one of the great, unfair judgments in historical writing. Cato, rigid and incorruptible and completely inflexible, defending to the death a constitution that had already stopped working. And Caesar, the debts so enormous that his creditors tried to stop him leaving for his province. The charm, the sudden emergence in middle age as one of the finest commanders in history. The conquest of Gaul and Vercingetorix and the siege of Alesia, where Caesar built 2 rings of fortification, one facing in and one facing out, and one against a relieving army many times his size. Then the crossing of the Rubicon with a single legion, the Civil War, Pharsalus, Egypt, and Cleopatra, and a dictatorship that lasted only months before the knives came out on the Ides of March. Mommsen also gives you the long, slow strangling of the Republic in constitutional terms, because he never loses interest in machinery. Emergency powers extended and extended again. military commands granted for far longer than the law ever intended, elections bought so openly that the going rate for a vote was common knowledge, violence in the streets between organized gangs until the Senate had to ask one man to restore order. He wants you to see that the forms of the Republic were still standing at the end, perfectly intact, with nothing alive inside them. Several moments in this volume are worth waiting for. There is Catiline, a ruined aristocrat who gathered the indebted and the desperate into a conspiracy to seize the city, and Cicero, consul that year, who exposed it in speeches so famous that Latin students have been translating them ever since. The conspirators were executed without trial on the authority of the Senate, and the question of whether that had been lawful haunted Roman politics, and Cicero personally, for the rest of his life. There is the arrangement between Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, which had no constitutional existence whatever. It was a private understanding between three men to control the state between them, and it worked precisely because it was private. Mommsen is scathing about a republic in which three individuals could divide the world at a meeting and nobody was able to stop them. There is Gaul. Caesar spent the better part of a decade there, and the campaigns made him. At Alesia, he besieged Vercingetorix, and then, learning that a relieving army was on its way, built a second ring of fortifications facing outwards and held both lines at once against enormous odds. Vercingetorix rode out and surrendered, and was kept alive for 6 years so that he could be paraded through Rome and then killed. There is Carrhae, where Crassus led an army into the eastern deserts against the Parthians, was destroyed by horse archers he had no answer to, and lost the legionary standards, a humiliation Rome spent a generation trying to undo. And there is the crossing of the Rubicon, a small stream marking the edge of his province, which Caesar could not lawfully cross at the head of an army. He crossed it with a single legion, and the man who might have stopped him abandoned the city instead. Mommsen also gives due weight to what Caesar actually did with power, which is often forgotten in the drama of his death. The settlement of debt, colonies founded for the landless, citizenship extended beyond Italy, and the reform of the calendar, which had fallen into such disorder that the seasons had drifted out of their months. The calendar he introduced is, with one small correction made centuries later, the one on your wall, and then the Ides of March, and Mommsen stops. What followed, he never wrote. A word on reading. This is the culmination of the whole work, and it is worth taking slowly. If you have come with us through all 5 volumes, notice how the argument closes. The organizing genius that built Rome in Volume 1 is the same instrument that, at this scale, could no longer be governed by the constitution of a city-state. Listen for 2 things. Listen to how the prose changes when Caesar enters, because Mommsen simply cannot help himself. And listen for what he does not say, which is anything at all about what came after, because he never wrote it. The same honest note as before. Mommsen is a man of the 1850s, and his judgments about conquered peoples sometimes land badly today. Take him as a brilliant witness, not a final judge. Chapter links are in the description if you want to move about, and you can pause and come back whenever you like. If you have come with us through all 5 volumes, thank you, genuinely. Subscribing helps us rescue the next forgotten book, and everything we make also lives at alalu.com. So here is the end of the Roman Republic, told by a man who had watched a republic fail in his own lifetime and never quite got over it. This is The History of Rome, Volume 5, by Theodor Mommsen. Enjoy. The History of Rome, Volume 5 by Theodor Mommsen, first published in 1862. Please enjoy. The establishment of the military monarchy, wie sich sieht, so und kehrt es ihm fast den Kopf herum, wie wollt Worte zu allem finden, wie mocht so viel Schwall verbinden, wie mocht immer mutig bleiben, so fort und weiter, fortzuschreiben, Goethe, Marcus Lepidus and Quintus Sertorius, the opposition jurists, aristocrats, friendly to reform democrats,
When Sulla died in the year 676, the oligarchy which he had restored ruled with absolute sway over the Roman state. But as it had been established by force, it still needed force to maintain its ground against its numerous secret and open foes. It was opposed not by any single party with objects clearly expressed and under leaders distinctly acknowledged, but by a mass of multifarious elements, ranging themselves doubtless under the general name of the popular party, but in reality opposing the Sullan organization of the Commonwealth on very various grounds and with very different designs. There were the men of positive law who neither mingled in nor understood politics, but who detested the arbitrary procedure of Sulla in dealing with the lives and property of the burgesses. Even during Sulla's lifetime, when all other opposition was silent, the strict jurists resisted the regent. The Cornelian laws, for example, which deprived various Italian communities of the Roman franchise, were treated in judicial decisions as null and void. And in like manner the courts held that where a burgess had been made a prisoner of war and sold into slavery during the Revolution, his franchise was not forfeited. There was further the remnant of the old liberal minority in the Senate, which in former times had laboured to effect a compromise with the Reform Party and the Italians, and was now in a similar spirit inclined to modify the rigidly oligarchic constitution of Sulla by concessions to the populares. There were, moreover, the populares strictly so-called, the honestly credulous, narrow-minded radicals, who staked property and life for the current watchwords of the party programme, only to discover with painful surprise after the victory that they had been fighting not for a reality, but for a phrase. Their special aim was to re-establish the tribunician power, which Sulla had not abolished, but had divested of its most essential prerogatives, and which exercised over the multitude a charm all the more mysterious, because the institution had no obvious practical use and was in fact an empty phantom, the mere name of tribune of the people, more than 1,000 years later, revolutionized Rome. Transpadanes, freedmen, capitalists, proletarians of the capital, the dispossessed, the proscribed, and their adherents. There were, above all, the numerous and important classes whom the Sullan restoration had left unsatisfied, or whose political or private interests it had directly injured. Among those who for such reasons belonged to the opposition ranked the dense and prosperous population of the region between the Po and the Alps, which naturally regarded the bestowal of Latin rights in 665 as merely an installment of the full Roman franchise, and so afforded a ready soil for agitation. To this category belonged also the freedmen, influential in numbers and wealth, and specially dangerous through their aggregation in the capital, who could not brook their having been reduced by the Restoration to their earlier, practically useless suffrage. In the same position stood, moreover, the great capitalists, who maintained a cautious silence, but still as before preserved their tenacity of resentment and their equal tenacity of power. The populace of the capital, which recognized true freedom in free bread corn, was likewise discontented. Still deeper exasperation prevailed among the burgess bodies affected by the Sullan confiscations, whether they, like those of Pompey, lived on their property curtailed by the Sullan colonists within the same ring wall with the latter and at perpetual variance with them, or, like the Aretines and Volaterans, retained actual possession of their territory but had the Damocles' sword of confiscation suspended over them by the Roman people, or, as was the case in Etruria especially, were reduced to be beggars in their former abodes, or robbers in the woods. Finally, the agitation extended to the whole family connections and freedmen of those democratic chiefs who had lost their lives in consequence of the Restoration, or who were wandering along the Mauritanian coasts, or sojourning at the court and in the army of Mithradates in all the misery of emigrant exile. For according to the strict family associations that governed the political feeling of this age, it was accounted a point of honour that those who were left behind should endeavour to procure for exiled relatives the privilege of returning to their native land, and, in the case of the dead, at least a removal of the stigma attaching to their memory and to their children, and a restitution to the latter of their paternal estate. More especially, the immediate children of the proscribed, whom the regent had reduced in point of law to political pariahs, had thereby virtually received from the law itself a summons to rise in rebellion against the existing order of things. Men of ruined fortunes. Men of ambition. To all these sections of the opposition there was added the whole body of men of ruined fortunes. All the rabble high and low, whose means and substance had been spent in refined or in vulgar debauchery. The aristocratic lords, who had no farther mark of quality than their debts, the sullen troopers whom the regent's fiat could transform into landholders but not into husbandmen, and who, after squandering the first inheritance of the prescribed, were longing to succeed to a second. All these waited only the unfolding of the banner which invited them to fight against the existing order of things, whatever else might be inscribed on it. From a like necessity, all the aspiring men of talent, in search of popularity, attached themselves to the opposition. Not only those to whom the strictly closed circle of the optimates denied admission, or at least opportunities for rapid promotion, and who therefore attempted to force their way into the phalanx, and to break through the laws of oligarchic exclusiveness and seniority by means of popular favour, but also the more dangerous men, whose ambition aimed at something higher than helping to determine the destinies of the world within the sphere of collegiate intrigues.
On the advocates' platform in particular, the only field of legal opposition left open by Sulla, even in the regent's lifetime, such aspirants waged lively war against the Restoration with the weapons of formal jurisprudence and combative oratory. For instance, the adroit speaker Marcus Tullius Cicero, born 3rd January 648, son of a landholder of Arpinum, speedily made himself a name by the mingled caution and boldness of his opposition to the dictator. Such efforts were not of much importance if the opponent desired nothing farther than by their means to procure for himself a curule chair and then to sit in it in contentment for the rest of his life.
No doubt if this chair should not satisfy a popular man and Gaius Gracchus should find a successor, a struggle for life or death was inevitable. But for the present at least no name could be mentioned, the bearer of which had proposed to himself any such lofty aim. Power of the opposition. Such was the sort of opposition with which the oligarchic government instituted by Sulla had to contend, when it had, earlier than Sulla himself probably expected, been thrown by his death on its own resources. The task was in itself far from easy, and it was rendered more difficult by the other social and political evils of this age, especially by the extraordinary double difficulty of keeping the military chiefs in the provinces in subjection to the supreme civil magistracy, and of dealing with the masses of the Italian and extra-Italian populace accumulating in the capital, and of the slaves living there to a great extent in de facto freedom without having troops at disposal. The Senate was placed, as it were, in a fortress exposed and threatened on all sides, and serious conflicts could not fail to ensue. But the means of resistance organized by Sulla were considerable and lasting, and although the majority of the nation was manifestly disinclined to the government which Sulla had installed, and even animated by hostile feelings towards it, that government might very well maintain itself for a long time in its stronghold against the distracted and confused mass of an opposition, which was not agreed either as to end or means, and having no head, was broken up into 100 fragments. Only it was necessary that it should be determined to maintain its position, and should bring at least a spark of that energy which had built the fortress to its defence. For in the case of a garrison which will not defend itself, the greatest master of fortification constructs his walls and moats in vain. Want of leaders, coterie systems. The more everything ultimately depended on the personality of the leading men on both sides, it was the more unfortunate that both, strictly speaking, lacked leaders. The politics of this period were thoroughly under the sway of the coterie system in its worst form. This, indeed, was nothing new. Close unions of families and clubs were inseparable from an aristocratic organization of the state, and had for centuries prevailed in Rome. But it was not till this epoch that they became all-powerful, for it was only now, first in 690, that their influence was attested rather than checked by legal measures of repression. All persons of quality, those of popular leanings no less than the oligarchy proper, met in hetaeriae,
The mass of the burgesses likewise, so far as they took any regular part in political events at all, formed according to their voting districts close unions with an almost military organization, which found their natural captains and agents in the presidents of the districts, tribe distributors, divisores tribium. With these political clubs everything was bought and sold, the vote of the elector especially, but also the votes of the senator and the judge, the fists too which produced the street riot, and the ringleaders who directed it. The associations of the upper and of the lower ranks were distinguished merely in the matter of tariff. The hetaria decided the elections, the hetaria decreed the impeachments, the hetaria conducted the defense. It secured the distinguished advocate, and in case of need it contracted for an acquittal with one of the speculators who pursued on a great scale lucrative dealings in judges' votes. The hetaria commanded by its compact bands the streets of the capital, and with the capital but too often the state. All these things were done in accordance with a certain rule, and, so to speak, publicly. The system of hetairai was better organized and managed than any branch of state administration, although there was, as is usual among civilized swindlers, a tacit understanding that there should be no direct mention of the nefarious proceedings. Nobody made a secret of them, and advocates of repute were not ashamed to give open and intelligible hints of their relation to the hetairai of their clients. If an individual was to be found here or there who kept aloof from such doings and yet did not forego public life, he was assuredly, like Marcus Cato, a political Don Quixote. Parties and party strife were superseded by the clubs and their rivalry. Government was superseded by intrigue. A more than equivocal character, Publius Cethegus, formerly one of the most zealous Marians, afterwards as a deserter received into favour by Sulla, acted a most influential part in the political doings of this period, unrivalled as a cunning talebearer and mediator between the sections of the Senate, and as having a statesman's acquaintance with the secrets of all cabals. At times, the appointment to the most important posts of command was decided by a word from his mistress Praecia. Such a plight was only possible when none of the men taking part in politics rose above mediocrity. Any man of more than ordinary talent would have swept away this system of factions like cobwebs, but there was in reality the saddest lack of men of political or military capacity. Philippus Metellus, Catulus, the Luculli, of the older generation, the civil wars had left not a single man of repute, except the old, shrewd and eloquent Lucius Philippus, consul in 663, who, formerly of popular leanings, thereafter leader of the capitalist party against the Senate, and closely associated with the Marians, and lastly passing over to the victorious Oligarchy in sufficient time to earn thanks and commendation, had managed to escape between the parties. Among the men of the following generation, the most notable chiefs of the pure aristocracy were Quintus Metellus Pius, consul in 674, Sulla's comrade in dangers and victories, Quintus Lutatius Catulus, consul in the year of Sulla's death, 676, the son of the victor of Vercelli, and two younger officers, the brothers Lucius and Marcus Lucullus, of whom the former had fought with distinction under Sulla in Asia, the latter in Italy, not to mention optimates like Quintus Hortensius, who had importance only as a pleader, or men like Decimus Junius Brutus, consul in 677, Mamercus Aemilius Lepidus Livianus, consul in 677, and other such nullities, whose best quality was a euphonious aristocratic name. But even those four men rose little above the average calibre of the optimates of this age. Catulus was like his father a man of refined culture and an honest aristocrat, but of moderate talents and, in particular, no soldier. Metellus was not merely estimable in his personal character, but an able and experienced officer. And it was not so much on account of his close relations as a kinsman and colleague with the regent, as because of his recognized ability that he was sent in 675 after resigning the consulship to Spain, where the Lusitanians and the Roman emigrants under Quintus Sertorius were bestirring themselves afresh. The two Luculli were also capable officers, particularly the elder, who combined very respectable military talents with thorough literary culture and leanings to authorship, and appeared honourable also as a man. But, as statesmen, even these better aristocrats were not much less remiss and short-sighted than the average senators of the time. In presence of an outward foe, the more eminent among them doubtless proved themselves useful and brave. But no one of them evinced the desire or the skill to solve the problems of politics proper, and to guide the vessel of the state through the stormy sea of intrigues and factions as a true pilot. Their political wisdom was limited to a sincere belief in the oligarchy as the sole means of salvation, and to a cordial hatred and courageous execration of demagogism, as well as of every individual authority which sought to emancipate itself. Their petty ambition was contented with little. The stories told of Metellus in Spain, that he not only allowed himself to be delighted with the far from harmonious lyre of the Spanish occasional poets, but even wherever he went had himself received like a god with libations of wine and odours of incense, and at table had his head crowned by descending victories amidst theatrical thunder with the golden laurel of the conqueror, are no better attested than most historical anecdotes. But even such gossip reflects the degenerate ambition of the generations of Epigoni. Even the better men were content when they had gained not power and influence, but the consulship and a triumph and a place of honour in the Senate, and at the very time when with right ambition they would have just begun to be truly useful to their country and their party, they retired from the political stage to be lost in princely luxury. Men like Metellus and Lucius Lucullus were, even as generals, not more attentive to the enlargement of the Roman dominion by fresh conquests of kings and peoples than to the enlargement of the endless game, poultry and dessert lists of Roman gastronomy by new delicacies from Africa and Asia Minor, and they wasted the best part of their lives in more or less ingenious idleness. The traditional aptitude and the individual self-denial on which all oligarchic government is based were lost in the decayed and artificially restored Roman aristocracy of this age. In its judgment universally, the spirit of clique was accounted as patriotism, vanity as ambition, and narrow-mindedness as consistency. Had the Sullan constitution passed into the guardianship of men such as have sat in the Roman College of Cardinals or the Venetian Council of Ten, we cannot tell whether the opposition would have been able to shake it so soon. With such defenders, every attack involved, at all events, a serious peril. Pompeius. Of the men who were neither unconditional adherents nor open opponents of the Sullan constitution, no one attracted more the eyes of the multitude than the young Gaius Pompeius, who was at the time of Sulla's death 28 years of age, born 29 September 648. The fact was a misfortune for the admired as well as for the admirers, but it was natural. Sound in body and mind, a capable athlete who, even when a superior officer, vied with his soldiers in leaping, running and lifting, a vigorous and skilled rider and fencer, a bold leader of volunteer bands, the youth had become imperator and triumphator at an age which excluded him from every magistracy and from the Senate, and had acquired the first place next to Sulla in public opinion. Nay, had obtained from the indulgent regent himself, half in recognition, half in irony, the surname of the Great. Unhappily, his mental endowments by no means corresponded with these unprecedented successes. He was neither a bad nor an incapable man, but a man thoroughly ordinary, created by nature to be a good sergeant, called by circumstances to be a general and a statesman. An intelligent, brave and experienced, thoroughly excellent soldier, he was still, even in his military capacity, without trace of any higher gifts. It was characteristic of him as a general, as well as in other respects, to set to work with a caution bordering on timidity, and, if possible, to give the decisive blow only when he had established an immense superiority over his opponent.
His culture was the average culture of the time. Although entirely a soldier, he did not neglect, when he went to Rhodes, dutifully to admire and to make presents to the rhetoricians there. His integrity was that of a rich man who manages with discretion his considerable property inherited and acquired. He did not disdain to make money in the usual senatorial way, but he was too cold and too rich to incur special risks or draw down on himself conspicuous disgrace on that account. The vice so much in vogue among his contemporaries, rather than any virtue of his own, procured for him the reputation, comparatively, no doubt, well warranted, of integrity and disinterestedness. His honest countenance became almost proverbial, and even after his death he was esteemed as a worthy and moral man.
He was in fact a good neighbour, who did not join in the revolting schemes by which the grandees of that age extended the bounds of their domains through forced sales or measures still worse at the expense of their humbler neighbours, and in domestic life he displayed attachment to his wife and children. It redounds moreover to his credit that he was the first to depart from the barbarous custom of putting to death the captive kings and generals of the enemy after they had been exhibited in triumph. But this did not prevent him from separating from his beloved wife at the command of his lord and master Sulla, because she belonged to an outlawed family, nor from ordering with great composure that men who had stood by him and helped him in times of difficulty should be executed before his eyes at the nod of the same master. He was not cruel, though he was reproached with being so. But what perhaps was worse, he was cold, and in good as in evil, unimpassioned. In the tumult of battle he faced the enemy fearlessly. In civil life he was a shy man, whose cheek flushed on the slightest occasion. He spoke in public not without embarrassment, and generally was angular, stiff, and awkward in intercourse. With all his haughty obstinacy he was, as indeed persons ordinarily are, who make a display of their independence, a pliant tool in the hands of men who knew how to manage him, especially of his freedmen and clients, by whom he had no fear of being controlled. For nothing was he less qualified than for a statesman. Uncertain as to his aims, unskilful in the choice of his means, alike in little and great matters short-sighted and helpless, he was wont to conceal his irresolution and indecision under a solemn silence, and, when he thought to play a subtle game, simply to deceive himself with the belief that he was deceiving others. By his military position and his territorial connections, he acquired almost without any action of his own a considerable party personally devoted to him, with which the greatest things might have been accomplished. But Pompeius was in every respect incapable of leading and keeping together a party, and, if it still kept together, it did so in like manner without his action through the sheer force of circumstances. In this, as in other things, he reminds us of Marius. But Marius, with his nature of boorish roughness and sensuous passion, was still less intolerable than this most tiresome and most starched of all artificial great men. His political position was utterly perverse. He was a sullen officer and under obligation to stand up for the restored constitution, and yet again in opposition to Sulla personally as well as to the whole senatorial government. The gens of the Pompeii, which had only been named for some 60 years in the consular lists, had by no means acquired full standing in the eyes of the aristocracy. Even the father of this Pompeius had occupied a very invidious, equivocal position towards the Senate, and he himself had once been in the ranks of the Synons, recollections which were suppressed perhaps, but not forgotten. The prominent position which Pompeius acquired for himself under Sulla set him at inward variance with the aristocracy, quite as much as it brought him into outward connection with it. Weak-headed as he was, Pompeius was seized with giddiness on the height of glory which he had climbed with such dangerous rapidity and ease. Just as if he would himself ridicule his dry, prosaic nature by the parallel with the most poetical of all heroic figures, he began to compare himself with Alexander the Great, and to account himself a man of unique standing, whom it did not beseem to be merely one of the 500 senators of Rome. In reality, no one was more fitted to take his place as a member of an aristocratic government than Pompeius. His dignified outward appearance, his solemn formality, his personal bravery, his decorous private life, his want of all initiative might have gained for him, had he been born 200 years earlier, an honourable place by the side of Quintus Maximus and Publius Decius. This mediocrity, so characteristic of the genuine optimate and the genuine Roman, contributed not a little to the elective affinity which subsisted at all times between Pompeius and the mass of the burgesses and the Senate. Even in his own age he would have had a clearly defined and respectable position had he contented himself with being the general of the Senate, for which he was from the outset destined. With this he was not content, and so he fell into the fatal plight of wishing to be something else than he could be. He was constantly aspiring to a special position in the state, and, when it offered itself, he could not make up his mind to occupy it.
He was deeply indignant when persons and laws did not bend unconditionally before him, and yet he everywhere bore himself with no mere affection of modesty as one of many peers, and trembled at the mere thought of undertaking anything unconstitutional. Thus, constantly at fundamental variance with, and yet at the same time the obedient servant of, the oligarchy, constantly tormented by an ambition which was frightened at its own aims, his much agitated life passed joylessly away in a perpetual inward contradiction. Marcus Crassus cannot, any more than Pompeius, be reckoned among the unconditional adherents of the oligarchy. He is a personage highly characteristic of this epoch. Like Pompeius, whose senior he was by a few years, he belonged to the circle of the high Roman aristocracy, had obtained the usual education befitting his rank, and had, like Pompeius, fought with distinction under Sulla in the Italian War. Far inferior to many of his peers in mental gifts, literary culture, and military talent, he outstripped them by his boundless activity, and by the perseverance with which he strove to possess everything and to become all-important. Above all, he threw himself into speculation. Purchases of estates during the Revolution formed the foundation of his wealth, but he disdained no branch of gain. He carried on the business of building in the capital on a great scale and with prudence. He entered into partnership with his freedmen in the most varied undertakings. He acted as banker both in and out of Rome, in person or by his agents. He advanced money to his colleagues in the Senate, and undertook, as it might happen, to execute works or to bribe the tribunals on their account. He was far from nice in the matter of making profit. On occasion of the Sullan proscriptions, a forgery in the lists had been proved against him, for which reason Sulla made no more use of him thenceforward in the affairs of state. He did not refuse to accept an inheritance, because the testamentary document which contained his name was notoriously forged. He made no objection when his bailiffs by force or by fraud dislodged the petty holders from lands which adjoined his own. He avoided open collisions, however, with criminal justice, and lived himself like a genuine moneyed man in homely and simple style. In this way, Crassus rose in the course of a few years from a man of ordinary senatorial fortune to be the master of wealth which, not long before his death, after defraying enormous extraordinary expenses, still amounted to 170 million sesterces, £1,700,000. He had become the richest of Romans, and thereby, at the same time, a great political power. If, according to his expression, no one might call himself rich who could not maintain an army from his revenues, one who could do this was hardly any longer a mere citizen. In reality, the views of Crassus aimed at a higher object than the possession of the best-filled money chest in Rome. He grudged no pains to extend his connections. He knew how to salute by name every burgess of the capital. He refused to no suppliant his assistance in court. Nature, indeed, had not done much for him as an orator. His speaking was dry, his delivery monotonous, he had difficulty of hearing, but his tenacity of purpose, which no wearisomeness deterred and no enjoyment distracted, overcame such obstacles. He never appeared unprepared, he never extemporized, and so he became a pleader at all times in request, and at all times ready, to whom it was no derogation that a cause was rarely too bad for him, and that he knew how to influence the judges not merely by his oratory but also by his connections and, on occasion, by his gold. Half the Senate was in debt to him. His habit of advancing to friends money without interest revocable at pleasure rendered a number of influential men dependent on him, and the more so that, like a genuine man of business, he made no distinction among the parties, maintained connections on all hands, and readily lent to everyone who was able to pay or otherwise useful. The most daring party leaders, who made their attacks recklessly in all directions, were careful not to quarrel with Crassus. He was compared to the bull of the herd, whom it was advisable for none to provoke. That such a man, so disposed and so situated, could not strive after humble aims is clear. And in a very different way from Pompeius, Crassus knew exactly like a banker the objects and the means of political speculation. From the origin of Rome, capital was a political power there.
The age was of such a sort that everything seemed accessible to gold as to iron. If in the time of revolution a capitalist aristocracy might have thought of overthrowing the oligarchy of the gentes, a man like Crassus might raise his eyes higher than to the fasces and embroidered mantle of the triumphators. For the moment he was a Sullan and adherent of the Senate, but he was too much of a financier to devote himself to a definite political party or to pursue aught else than his personal advantage.
Why should Crassus, the wealthiest and most intriguing man in Rome, and no penurious miser but a speculator on the greatest scale, not speculate also on the crown? Alone, perhaps, he could not attain this object, but he had already carried out various great transactions in partnership. It was not impossible that for this also a suitable partner might present himself. It is a trait characteristic of the time that a mediocre orator and officer, a politician who took his activity for energy and his covetousness for ambition, one who at bottom had nothing but a colossal fortune and the mercantile talent of forming connections, that such a man, relying on the omnipotence of coteries and intrigues, could deem himself on a level with the first generals and statesmen of his day, and could contend with them for the highest prize which allures political ambition. Leaders of the Democrats. In the opposition proper, both among the liberal conservatives and among the populares, the storms of revolution had made fearful havoc. Among the former, the only surviving man of note was Gaius Caesar, 630 to circa 681, the friend and ally of Drusus, and as such banished in 663, and then by Sulla's victory brought back to his native land. He was a shrewd man and a capable advocate, but not called, either by the weight of his party or by that of his personal standing, to act more than a respectable secondary part. In the Democratic Party, among the rising youth, Gaius Julius Caesar, who was 24 years of age, born July 12, 652, drew towards him the eyes of friend and foe. His relationship with Marius and Cinna, his father's sister, had been the wife of Marius. He himself had married Cinna's daughter. The courageous refusal of the youth who had scarce outgrown the age of boyhood to send a divorce to his young wife Cornelia at the bidding of the dictator, as Pompeius had in the like case done. His bold persistence in the priesthood conferred upon him by Marius, but revoked by Sulla. His wanderings during the proscription with which he was threatened, and which was with difficulty averted by the intercession of his relatives. His bravery in the conflicts before Mytilene and in Cilicia, a bravery which no one had expected from the tenderly reared and almost effeminately foppish boy. Even the warnings of Sulla regarding the boy in the petticoat in whom more than a Marius lay concealed, all these were precisely so many recommendations in the eyes of the Democratic Party. But Caesar could only be the object of hopes for the future, and the men who from their age and their public position would have been called now to seize the reins of the party and the state were all dead or in exile. Lepidus. Thus the leadership of the democracy, in the absence of a man with a true vocation for it, was to be had by anyone who might please to give himself forth as the champion of oppressed popular freedom. And in this way it came to Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, a Sullan, who from motives more than ambiguous deserted to the camp of the democracy. Once a zealous optimate and a large purchaser at the auctions of the proscribed estates, he had, as governor of Sicily, so scandalously plundered the province that he was threatened with impeachment, and, to evade it, threw himself into opposition. It was a gain of doubtful value. No doubt the opposition thus acquired a well-known name, a man of quality, a vehement orator in the forum, but Lepidus was an insignificant and indiscreet personage who did not deserve to stand at the head either in council or in the field. Nevertheless, the opposition welcomed him, and the new leader of the Democrats succeeded not only in deterring his accusers from prosecuting the attack on him which they had begun, but also in carrying his election to the consulship for 676, in which, we may add, he was helped not only by the treasures exacted in Sicily, but also by the foolish endeavour of Pompeius to show Sulla and the pure Sullans on this occasion what he could do, now that the opposition had, on the death of Sulla, found a head once more in Lepidus. And now that this, their leader, had become the supreme magistrate of the state, the speedy outbreak of a new revolution in the capital might with certainty be foreseen. The emigrants in Spain, Sertorius. But even before the Democrats moved in the capital, the democratic emigrants had again bestirred themselves in Spain. The soul of this movement was Quintus Sertorius. This excellent man, a native of Nursia in the Sabine land, was from the first of a tender and even soft organization, as his almost enthusiastic love for his mother, Rhea, shows. And at the same time of the most chivalrous bravery, as was proved by the honorable scars which he brought home from the Cimbrian, Spanish, and Italian wars. Although wholly untrained as an orator, he excited the admiration of learned advocates by the natural flow and the striking self-possession of his address. His remarkable military and statesmanly talent had found opportunity of shining by contrast, more particularly in the Revolutionary War which the Democrats so wretchedly and stupidly mismanaged. He was confessedly the only Democratic officer who knew how to prepare and to conduct war, and the only Democratic statesman who opposed the insensate and furious doings of his party with statesmanlike energy. His Spanish soldiers called him the new Hannibal, and not merely because he had, like that hero, lost an eye in war. He in reality reminds us of the great Phoenician by his equally cunning and courageous strategy, by his rare talent of organizing war by means of war, by his adroitness in attracting foreign nations to his interest and making them serviceable to his ends, by his prudence in success and misfortune, by the quickness of his ingenuity in turning to good account his victories and averting the consequences of his defeats.
It may be doubted whether any Roman statesman of the earlier period or of the present can be compared in point of versatile talent to Sertorius. After Sulla's generals had compelled him to quit Spain, he had led a restless life of adventure along the Spanish and African coasts, sometimes in league, sometimes at war, with the Cilician pirates who haunted these seas and with the chieftains of the roving tribes of Libya. The victorious Roman restoration had pursued him even thither. When he was besieging Tingis, Tangiers, a corps under Paciacus from Roman Africa had come to the help of the prince of the town, but Paciacus was totally defeated, and Tingis was taken by Sertorius. On the report of such achievements by the Roman refugees spreading abroad, the Lusitanians, who, notwithstanding their pretended submission to the Roman supremacy, practically maintained their independence and annually fought with the governors of further Spain, sent envoys to Sertorius in Africa to invite him to join them and to commit to him the command of their militia.
Renewed outbreak of the Spanish insurrection. Metellus sent to Spain. Sertorius, who 20 years before had served under Titus Didius in Spain and knew the resources of the land, resolved to comply with the invitation, and, leaving behind a small detachment on the Mauritanian coast, embarked for Spain about 674. The straits separating Spain and Africa were occupied by a Roman squadron commanded by Cotta. To steal through it was impossible, so Sertorius fought his way through and succeeded in reaching the Lusitanians. There were not more than 20 Lusitanian communities that placed themselves under his orders, and even of Romans he mustered only 2,600 men, a considerable part of whom were deserters from the army of Paciacus, or Africans armed after the Roman style. Sertorius saw that everything depended on his associating with the loose guerrilla bands a strong nucleus of troops possessing Roman organization and discipline. For this end, he reinforced the band which he had brought with him by levying 4,000 infantry and 700 cavalry, and with this 1 legion and the swarms of Spanish volunteers advanced against the Romans. The command in further Spain was held by Lucius Fufidius, who through his absolute devotion to Sulla, well tried amidst the proscriptions, had risen from a subaltern to be propraetor. He was totally defeated on the Baetis. 2,000 Romans covered the field of battle. Messengers in all haste summoned the governor of the adjoining province of the Ebro, Marcus Domitius Calvinus, to check the farther advance of the Sertorians, and there soon appeared also the experienced general Quintus Metellus, sent by Sulla to relieve the incapable Fufidius in southern Spain. But they did not succeed in mastering the revolt. In the Ebro province, not only was the army of Calvinus destroyed and he himself slain by the lieutenant of Sertorius, the quaestor Lucius Hetulius, but Lucius Manlius, the governor of Transalpine Gaul, who had crossed the Pyrenees with 3 legions to the help of his colleague, was totally defeated by the same brave leader. With difficulty Manlius escaped with a few men to Ilerda, Lerida, and thence to his province, losing on the march his whole baggage through a sudden attack of the Aquitanian tribes. In further Spain, Metellus penetrated into the Lusitanian territory, but Sertorius succeeded during the siege of Longobriga, not far from the mouth of the Tagus, in alluring a division under Aquinas into an ambush, and thereby compelling Metellus himself to raise the siege and to evacuate the Lusitanian territory. Sertorius followed him, defeated on the Anas, Guadiana, the corps of Thorius, and inflicted vast damage by guerrilla warfare on the army of the commander-in-chief himself. Metellus, a methodical and somewhat clumsy tactician, was in despair as to this opponent, who obstinately declined a decisive battle, but cut off his supplies and communications and constantly hovered round him on all sides. Organizations of Sertorius. These extraordinary successes obtained by Sertorius in the 2 Spanish provinces were the more significant that they were not achieved merely by arms and were not of a mere military nature. The emigrants as such were not formidable, nor were isolated successes of the Lusitanians under this or that foreign leader of much moment. But with the most decided political and patriotic tact Sertorius acted whenever he could do so, not as condottiere of the Lusitanians in revolt against Rome, but as Roman general and governor of Spain, in which capacity he had in fact been sent thither by the former rulers. He began to form the heads of the emigration into a senate, which was to increase to 300 members, and to conduct affairs, and to nominate magistrates in Roman form. He regarded his army as a Roman one, and filled the officers' posts, without exception, with Romans. When facing the Spaniards, he was the governor, who by virtue of his office levied troops and other support from them. But he was a governor who, instead of exercising the usual despotic sway, endeavored to attach the provincials to Rome and to himself personally. His chivalrous character rendered it easy for him to enter into Spanish habits, and excited in the Spanish nobility the most ardent enthusiasm for the wonderful foreigner who had a spirit so kindred with their own. According to the warlike custom of personal following which subsisted in Spain as among the Celts and the Germans, thousands of the noblest Spaniards swore to stand faithfully by their Roman general unto death. And in them Sertorius found more trustworthy comrades than in his countrymen and party associates. He did not disdain to turn to account the superstition of the ruder Spanish tribes, and to have his plans of war brought to him as commands of Diana by the white fawn of the goddess. Throughout, he exercised a just and gentle rule. His troops, at least so far as his eye and his arm reached, had to maintain the strictest discipline. Gentle as he generally was in punishing, he showed himself inexorable when any outrage was perpetrated by his soldiers on friendly soil. Nor was he inattentive to the permanent alleviation of the condition of the provincials. He reduced the tribute, and directed the soldiers to construct winter barracks for themselves, so that the oppressive burden of quartering the troops was done away, and thus a source of unspeakable mischief and annoyance was stopped. For the children of Spaniards of quality, an academy was erected at Osca, Huesca, in which they received the higher instruction usual in Rome, learning to speak Latin and Greek, and to wear the toga, a remarkable measure, which was by no means designed merely to take from the allies in as gentle a form as possible the hostages that in Spain were inevitable, but was above all an emanation from and an advance on the great project of Gaius Gracchus and the Democratic Party for gradually Romanizing the provinces. It was the first attempt to accomplish their Romanization not by extirpating the old inhabitants and filling their places with Italian emigrants, but by Romanizing the provincials themselves. The optimates in Rome sneered at the wretched emigrant, the runaway from the Italian army, the last of the robber band of Carbo. The sorry taunt recoiled upon its authors. The masses that had been brought into the field against Sertorius were reckoned, including the Spanish general levy, at 120,000 infantry, 2,000 archers and slingers, and 6,000 cavalry. Against this enormous superiority of force, Sertorius had not only held his ground in a series of successful conflicts and victories, but had also reduced the greater part of Spain under his power. In the further province, Metellus found himself confined to the districts immediately occupied by his troops. Here all the tribes, who could, had taken the side of Sertorius. In the hither province, after the victories of Hetulius, there no longer existed a Roman army. Emissaries of Sertorius roamed through the whole territory of Gaul. There too the tribes began to stir, and bands gathering together began to make the Alpine passes insecure. Lastly, the sea too belonged quite as much to the insurgents as to the legitimate government, since the allies of the former, the pirates, were almost as powerful in the Spanish waters as the Roman ships of war. At the promontory of Diana, now Denia between Valencia and Alicante, Sertorius established for the corsairs a fixed station where they partly lay in wait for such Roman ships as were conveying supplies to the Roman maritime towns and the army, partly carried away or delivered goods for the insurgents, and partly formed their medium of intercourse with Italy and Asia Minor. The constant readiness of these men moving to and from to carry everywhere sparks from the scene of conflagration tended in a high degree to excite apprehension, especially at a time when so much combustible matter was everywhere accumulated in the Roman Empire. Death of Sulla and its consequences. Amidst this state of matters, the sudden death of Sulla took place. So long as the man lived, at whose voice a trained and trustworthy army of veterans was ready any moment to rise, the oligarchy might tolerate the almost, as it seemed, definite abandonment of the Spanish provinces to the emigrants, and the election of the leader of the opposition at home to be supreme magistrate, at all events as transient misfortunes, and in their short-sighted way, yet not wholly without reason, might cherish confidence either that the opposition would not venture to proceed to open conflict, or that, if it did venture, he who had twice saved the oligarchy would set it up a third time. Now the state of things was changed. The democratic hotspurs in the capital, long impatient of the endless delay and inflamed by the brilliant news from Spain, urged that a blow should be struck, and Lepidus, with whom the decision for the moment lay, entered into the proposal with all the zeal of a renegade and with his own characteristic frivolity. For a moment it seemed as if the torch which kindled the funeral pile of the regent would also kindle civil war, but the influence of Pompeius and the temper of the Sullan veterans induced the opposition to let the obsequies of the regent pass over in peace. Insurrection of Lepidus. Yet all the more openly were arrangements thenceforth made to introduce a fresh revolution. Daily the forum resounded with accusations against the mock Romulus and his executioners. Even before the great potentate had closed his eyes, the overthrow of the Sullan constitution, the re-establishment of the distributions of grain, the reinstating of the tribunes of the people in their former position, the recall of those who were banished contrary to law, the restoration of the confiscated lands, were openly indicated by Lepidus and his adherents as the objects at which they aimed. Now communications were entered into with the proscribed. Marcus Perpenna, governor of Sicily in the days of Cinna, arrived in the capital. The sons of those whom Sulla had declared guilty of treason, on whom the laws of the Restoration bore with intolerable severity, and generally the more noted men of Marian views, were invited to give their accession. Not a few, such as the young Lucius Cinna, joined the movement. Others, however, followed the example of Gaius Caesar, who had returned home from Asia on receiving the accounts of the death of Sulla and of the plans of Lepidus, but after becoming more accurately acquainted with the character of the leader and of the movement prudently withdrew. Carousing and recruiting went on in behalf of Lepidus in the taverns and brothels of the capital. At length, a conspiracy against the new order of things was concocted among the Etruscan malcontents. All this took place under the eyes of the government. The consul Catullus, as well as the more judicious optimates, urged an immediate decisive interference and suppression of the revolt in the bud. The indolent majority, however, could not make up their minds to begin the struggle, but tried to deceive themselves as long as possible by a system of compromises and concessions. Lepidus also, on his part, at first entered into it. The suggestion, which proposed a restoration of the prerogatives taken away from the tribunes of the people, he, as well as his colleague Catullus, repelled. On the other hand, the Gracchan distribution of grain was to a limited extent re-established. According to it, not all, as according to the Sempronian law, but only a definite number, presumably 40,000, of the poorer burgesses appear to have received the earlier largesses, as Gracchus had fixed them, of 5 modi monthly at the price of 6 1/3 asses, 3 pence, a regulation which occasioned to the treasury an annual net loss of at least £40,000. The opposition, naturally as little satisfied as it was decidedly emboldened by this partial concession, displayed all the more rudeness and violence in the capital. And in Etruria, the true centre of all insurrections of the Italian proletariat, civil war already broke out. The dispossessed Faesulans resumed possession of their lost estates by force of arms, and several of the veterans settled there by Sulla perished in the tumult. The Senate, on learning what had occurred, resolved to send the 2 consuls thither in order to raise troops and suppress the insurrection. It was impossible to adopt a more irrational course. The Senate, in presence of the insurrection, evinced its pusillanimity and its fears by the re-establishment of the Corn Law. In order to be relieved from a street riot, it furnished the notorious head of the insurrection with an army, and, when the 2 consuls were bound by the most solemn oath which could be contrived not to turn the arms entrusted to them against each other, it must have required the superhuman obduracy of oligarchic consciences to think of erecting such a bulwark against the impending insurrection. Of course, Lepidus armed in Etruria not for the Senate, but for the insurrection, sarcastically declaring that the oath which he had taken bound him only for the current year. The Senate put the oracular machinery in motion to induce him to return, and committed to him the conduct of the impending consular elections. But Lepidus evaded compliance, and, while messengers passed to and fro and the official year drew to an end amidst proposals of accommodation, his force swelled to an army. When at length, in the beginning of the following year, the definite order of the Senate was issued to Lepidus to return without delay, the proconsul haughtily refused obedience and demanded in his turn the renewal of the former tribunician power, the reinstatement of those who had been forcibly ejected from their civic rights and their property, and besides this, his own re-election as consul for the current year, or in other words, the tyrannus in legal form. Outbreak of the war, Lepidus defeated, death of Lepidus. Thus war was declared. The senatorial party could reckon, in addition to the sullen veterans whose civil existence was threatened by Lepidus, upon the army assembled by the proconsul Catullus. And so, in compliance with the urgent warnings of the more sagacious, particularly of Philippus, Catullus was entrusted by the Senate with the defence of the capital and the repelling of the main force of the democratic party stationed in Etruria. At the same time, Gaius Pompeius was dispatched with another corps to wrest from his former protégé the valley of the Po, which was held by Lepidus's lieutenant Marcus Brutus. While Pompeius speedily accomplished his commission and shut up the enemy's general closely in Mutina, Lepidus appeared before the capital in order to conquer it for the revolution, as Marius had formerly done by storm. The right bank of the Tiber fell wholly into his power, and he was able even to cross the river. The decisive battle was fought on the Campus Martius, close under the walls of the city. But Catullus conquered, and Lepidus was compelled to retreat to Etruria, while another division, under his son Scipio, threw itself into the fortress of Alba. Thereupon the rising was substantially at an end. Mutina surrendered to Pompeius, and Brutus was, notwithstanding the safe conduct promised to him, subsequently put to death by order of that general. Alba, too, was, after a long siege, reduced by famine, and the leader there was likewise executed. Lepidus, pressed on 2 sides by Catullus and Pompeius, fought another engagement on the coast of Etruria in order merely to procure the means of retreat, and then embarked at the port of Cosa for Sardinia, from which point he hoped to cut off the supplies of the capital and to obtain communication with the Spanish insurgents. But the governor of the island opposed to him a vigorous resistance, and he himself died not long after his landing of consumption, whereupon the war in Sardinia came to an end. A part of his soldiers dispersed, with the flower of the insurrectionary army, and with a well-filled chest the late praetor Marcus Perpenna proceeded to Liguria, and thence to Spain to join the Sertorians. Pompeius extorts the command in Spain. The oligarchy was thus victorious over Lepidus, but it found itself compelled by the dangerous turn of the Sertorian war to concessions, which violated the letter as well as the spirit of the Sullan constitution. It was absolutely necessary to send a strong army and an able general to Spain, and Pompeius indicated very plainly that he desired, or rather demanded, this commission. The pretension was bold. It was already bad enough that they had allowed this secret opponent again to attain an extraordinary command in the pressure of the Lepidian revolution. But it was far more hazardous, in disregard of all the rules instituted by Sulla for the magisterial hierarchy, to invest a man who had hitherto filled no civil office with one of the most important ordinary provincial governorships under circumstances in which the observance of the legal term of a year was not to be thought of. The oligarchy had thus, even apart from the respect due to their general Metellus, good reason to oppose with all earnestness this new attempt of the ambitious youth to perpetuate his exceptional position. But this was not easy. In the first place, they had not a single man fitted for the difficult post of general in Spain. Neither of the consuls of the year showed any desire to measure himself against Sertorius, and what Lucius Philippus said in a full meeting of the Senate had to be admitted as too true, that, among all the senators of note, not one was able and willing to command in a serious war. Yet they might perhaps have got over this, and after the manner of oligarchs, when they had no capable candidate, have filled the place with some sort of makeshift, if Pompeius had merely desired the command and had not demanded it at the head of an army. He had already lent a deaf ear to the injunctions of Catullus that he should dismiss the army. It was at least doubtful whether those of the Senate would find a better reception, and the consequences of a breach no one could calculate. The scale of aristocracy might very easily mount up, if the sword of a well-known general were thrown into the opposite scale. So the majority resolved on concession. Not from the people, which constitutionally ought to have been consulted in a case where a private man was to be invested with the supreme magisterial power, but from the Senate. Pompeius received proconsular authority and the chief command in hither Spain, and 40 days after he had received it, crossed the Alps in the summer of 677. Pompeius in Gaul. First of all, the new general found employment in Gaul, where no formal insurrection had broken out, but serious disturbances of the peace had occurred at several places, in consequence of which Pompeius deprived the cantons of the Volcae Aricomici and the Helvii of their independence, and placed them under Massilia. He also laid out a new road over the Cottian Alps, Mont Genèvre, and so established a shorter communication between the valley of the Po and Gaul. Amidst this work, the best season of the year passed away. It was not till late in autumn that Pompeius crossed the Pyrenees. Appearance of Pompeius in Spain. Sertorius had meanwhile not been idle. He had dispatched Tertullius into the further province to keep Metellus in check, and had himself endeavoured to follow up his complete victory in the hither province, and to prepare for the reception of Pompeius. The isolated Celtiberian towns there, which still adhered to Rome, were attacked and reduced one after another. At last, in the very middle of winter, the strong Contribia, southeast of Saragossa, had fallen. In vain the hard-pressed towns had sent message after message to Pompeius. He would not be induced by any entreaties to depart from his wonted rut of slowly advancing. With the exception of the maritime towns, which were defended by the Roman fleet, and the districts of the Indigites and Lalatani in the northeast corner of Spain, where Pompeius established himself after he had at length crossed the Pyrenees, and made his raw troops bivouac throughout the winter to inure them to hardships, the whole of hither Spain had at the end of 677 become by treaty or force dependent on Sertorius, and the district on the upper and middle Ebro thenceforth continued the mainstay of his power. Even the apprehension which the fresh Roman force and the celebrated name of the general excited in the army of the insurgents had a salutary effect on it. Marcus Perpenna, who hitherto, as the equal of Sertorius in rank, had claimed an independent command over the force which he had brought with him from Liguria, was, on the news of the arrival of Pompeius in Spain, compelled by his soldiers to place himself under the orders of his abler colleague. For the campaign of 678 Sertorius again employed the corps of Hetulius against Metellus, while Perpenna with a strong army took up his position along the lower course of the Ebro to prevent Pompeius from crossing the river, if he should march, as was to be expected, in a southerly direction with the view of effecting a junction with Metellus and along the coast for the sake of procuring supplies for his troops.
The corps of Gaius Herennius was destined to the immediate support of Perpenna. Farther inland on the upper Ebro, Sertorius in person prosecuted meanwhile the subjugation of several districts friendly to Rome, and held himself at the same time ready to hasten according to circumstances to the aid of Perpenna or Hetulius. It was still his intention to avoid any pitched battle, and to annoy the enemy by petty conflicts and cutting off supplies. Pompeius defeated. Pompeius, however, forced the passage of the Ebro against Perpenna, and took up a position on the river Pallantius, near Saguntum, whence, as we have already said, the Sertorians maintained their communications with Italy and the East. It was time that Sertorius should appear in person, and throw the superiority of his numbers and of his genius into the scale against the greater excellence of the soldiers of his opponent.
For a considerable time, the struggle was concentrated around the town of Lauro, on the Zucca, south of Valencia, which had declared for Pompeius and was on that account besieged by Sertorius. Pompeius exerted himself to the utmost to relieve it, but, after several of his divisions had already been assailed separately and cut to pieces, the great warrior found himself, just when he thought that he had surrounded the Sertorians, and when he had already invited the besieged to be spectators of the capture of the besieging army, all of a sudden completely outmaneuvered, and in order that he might not be himself surrounded, he had to look on from his camp at the capture and reduction to ashes of the allied town and at the carrying off of its inhabitants to Lusitania, an event which induced a number of towns that had been wavering in middle and eastern Spain to adhere anew to Sertorius. Victories of Metellus. Meanwhile, Metellus fought with better fortune, in a sharp engagement at Italica, not far from Seville, which Hetulius had imprudently risked, and in which both generals fought hand to hand, and Hetulius was wounded. Metellus defeated him and compelled him to evacuate the Roman territory proper and to throw himself into Lusitania. This victory permitted Metellus to unite with Pompeius. The two generals took up their winter quarters in 678 to 79 at the Pyrenees, and in the next campaign in 679 they resolved to make a joint attack on the enemy in his position near Valentia. But while Metellus was advancing, Pompeius offered battle beforehand to the main army of the enemy, with a view to wipe out the stain of Lauro, and to gain the expected laurels, if possible, alone. With joy, Sertorius embraced the opportunity of fighting with Pompeius before Metellus arrived. Battle on the Sucro, the armies met on the river Succa. After a sharp conflict, Pompeius was beaten on the right wing, and was himself carried from the field severely wounded. Afranius no doubt conquered with the left and took the camp of the Sertorians, but during its pillage he was suddenly assailed by Sertorius, and compelled also to give way. Had Sertorius been able to renew the battle on the following day, the army of Pompeius would perhaps have been annihilated. But meanwhile Metellus had come up, had overthrown the corps of Perpenna ranged against him, and taken his camp. It was not possible to resume the battle against the two armies united. The successes of Metellus, the junction of the hostile forces, the sudden stagnation after the victory, diffused terror among the Sertorians, and, as not unfrequently happened with Spanish armies, in consequence of this turn of things the greater portion of the Sertorian soldiers dispersed. But the despondency passed away as quickly as it had come. The white fawn, which represented in the eyes of the multitude the military plans of the general, was soon more popular than ever. In a short time, Sertorius appeared with a new army confronting the Romans in the level country to the south of Saguntum, Murviedro, which firmly adhered to Rome, while the Sertorian privateers impeded the Roman supplies by sea, and scarcity was already making itself felt in the Roman camp. Another battle took place in the plains of the river Turia, Guadalavia, and the struggle was long undecided. Pompeius with the cavalry was defeated by Sertorius, and his brother-in-law and quaestor, the brave Lucius Memmius, was slain. On the other hand, Metellus vanquished Perpenna and victoriously repelled the attack of the enemy's main army directed against him, receiving himself a wound in the conflict. Once more the Sertorian army dispersed. Valentia, which Gaius Herennius held for Sertorius, was taken and razed to the ground. The Romans, probably for a moment, cherished a hope that they were done with their tough antagonist. The Sertorian army had disappeared. The Roman troops, penetrating far into the interior, besieged the general himself in the fortress Clunia on the upper Douro. But while they vainly invested this rocky stronghold, the contingents of the insurgent communities assembled elsewhere. Sertorius stole out of the fortress, and even before the expiry of the year stood once more as general at the head of an army. Again, the Roman generals had to take up their winter quarters with the cheerless prospect of an inevitable renewal of their Sisyphean war toils. It was not even possible to choose quarters in the region of Valentia, so important on account of the communication with Italy and the East, but fearfully devastated by friend and foe. Pompeius led his troops first into the territory of the Vascones, Biscay, and then spent the winter in the territory of the Vacae, about Valladolid, and Metellus, even in Gaul. Indefinite and perilous character of the Sertorian War. For 5 years the Sertorian War thus continued, and still there seemed no prospect of its termination. The state suffered from it beyond description. The flower of the Italian youth perished amid the exhausting fatigues of these campaigns. The public treasury was not only deprived of the Spanish revenues, but had annually to send to Spain for the pay and maintenance of the Spanish armies very considerable sums, which the government hardly knew how to raise. Spain was devastated and impoverished, and the Roman civilization, which unfolded so fair a promise there, received a severe shock, as was naturally to be expected in the case of an insurrectionary war waged with so much bitterness, and but too often occasioning the destruction of whole communities. Even the towns which adhered to the dominant party in Rome had countless hardships to endure. Those situated on the coast had to be provided with necessaries by the Roman fleet, and the situation of the faithful communities in the interior was almost desperate. Gaul suffered hardly less, partly from the requisitions for contingents of infantry and cavalry, for grain and money, partly from the oppressive burden of the winter quarters, which rose to an intolerable degree in consequence of the bad harvest of 680. Almost all the local treasuries were compelled to betake themselves to the Roman bankers, and to burden themselves with a crushing load of debt. Generals and soldiers carried on the war with reluctance. The generals had encountered an opponent far superior in talent, a tough and protracted resistance, a warfare of very serious perils and of successes difficult to be attained and far from brilliant. It was asserted that Pompeius was scheming to get himself recalled from Spain and entrusted with a more desirable command somewhere else. The soldiers, too, found little satisfaction in a campaign in which not only was there nothing to be got save hard blows and worthless booty, but their very pay was doled out to them with extreme irregularity. Pompeius reported to the Senate at the end of 679 that the pay was 2 years in arrear, and that the army was threatening to break up. The Roman government might certainly have obviated a considerable portion of these evils if they could have prevailed on themselves to carry on the Spanish war with less remissness, to say nothing of better will. In the main, however, it was neither their fault nor the fault of their generals that a genius so superior as that of Sertorius was able to carry on this petty warfare year after year, despite of all numerical and military superiority, on ground so thoroughly favourable to insurrectionary and piratical warfare. So little could its end be foreseen that the Sertorian insurrection seemed rather as if it would become intermingled with other contemporary revolts, and thereby add to its dangerous character. Just at that time, the Romans were contending on every sea with piratical fleets, in Italy with the revolted slaves, in Macedonia with the tribes on the lower Danube, and in the east, Mithradates, partly induced by the successes of the Spanish insurrection, resolved once more to try the fortune of arms. That Sertorius had formed connections with the Italian and Macedonian enemies of Rome cannot be distinctly affirmed, although he certainly was in constant intercourse with the Marians in Italy. With the pirates, on the other hand, he had previously formed an avowed league, and with the Pontic king with whom he had long maintained relations through the medium of the Roman emigrants staying at his court, he now concluded a formal treaty of alliance, in which Sertorius ceded to the king the client states of Asia Minor, but not the Roman province of Asia, and promised, moreover, to send him an officer qualified to lead his troops, and a number of soldiers, while the king, in turn, bound himself to transmit to Sertorius 40 ships and 3,000 talents, £720,000. The wise politicians in the capital were already recalling the time when Italy found itself threatened by Philip from the east and by Hannibal from the west. They conceived that the new Hannibal, just like his predecessor, after having by himself subdued Spain, could easily arrive with the forces of Spain in Italy sooner than Pompeius, in order that, like the Phoenician formerly, he might summon the Etruscans and Samnites to arms against Rome. Collapse of the power of Sertorius. But this comparison was more ingenious than accurate. Sertorius was far from being strong enough to renew the gigantic enterprise of Hannibal. He was lost if he left Spain, where all his successes were bound up with the peculiarities of the country and the people, and even there he was more and more compelled to renounce the offensive. His admirable skill as a leader could not change the nature of his troops. The Spanish militia retained its character, untrustworthy as the wave or the wind, now collected in masses to the number of 150,000, now melting away again to a mere handful. The Roman emigrants likewise continued insubordinate, arrogant, and stubborn. Those kinds of armed force which require that a corps should keep together for a considerable time, such as cavalry especially, were of course very inadequately represented in his army. The war gradually swept off his ablest officers and the flower of his veterans, and even the most trustworthy communities, weary of being harassed by the Romans and maltreated by the Sertorian officers, began to show signs of impatience and wavering allegiance.
It is remarkable that Sertorius, in this respect also like Hannibal, never deceived himself as to the hopelessness of his position. He allowed no opportunity for bringing about a compromise to pass, and would have been ready at any moment to lay down his staff of command on the assurance of being allowed to live peacefully in his native land. But political orthodoxy knows nothing of compromise and conciliation. Sertorius might not recede or step aside. He was compelled inevitably to move on along the path which he had once entered, however narrow and giddy it might become. The representations which Pompeius addressed to Rome, and which derived emphasis from the behaviour of Mithradates in the east, were successful. He had the necessary supplies of money sent to him by the Senate, and was reinforced by 2 fresh legions. Thus, the 2 generals went to work again in the spring of 680, and once more crossed the Ebro. Eastern Spain was wrested from the Sertorians in consequence of the battles on the Zúcar and Guadalavia. The struggle thenceforth became concentrated on the upper and middle Ebro around the chief strongholds of the Sertorians, Caliguris, Osca, Ilerda. As Metellus had done best in the earlier campaigns, so too on this occasion he gained the most important successes. His old opponent Hirtuleius, who again confronted him, was completely defeated and fell himself along with his brother, an irreparable loss for the Sertorians. Sertorius, whom the unfortunate news reached just as he was on the point of assailing the enemy opposed to him, cut down the messenger that the tidings might not discourage his troops, but the news could not be long concealed.
One town after another surrendered.
Metellus occupied the Celtiberian towns of Segobriga between Toledo and Cuenca, and Bilbilis near Calatayud. Pompeius besieged Palencia above Valladolid, but Sertorius relieved it and compelled Pompeius to fall back upon Metellus. In front of Caliguris, Calahorra on the upper Ebro, into which Sertorius had thrown himself,
they both suffered severe losses. Nevertheless, when they went into winter quarters, Pompeius to Gaul, Metellus to his own province, they were able to look back on considerable results. A great portion of the insurgents had submitted or had been subdued by arms.
In a similar way, the campaign of the following year ran its course. In this case, it was especially Pompeius who slowly but steadily restricted the field of the insurrection. Internal dissension among the Sertorians. The discomfiture sustained by the arms of the insurgents failed not to react on the tone of feeling in their camp. The military successes of Sertorius became like those of Hannibal, of necessity less and less considerable. People began to call in question his military talent. He was no longer, it was alleged, what he had been. He spent the day in feasting or over his cups and squandered money as well as time. The number of the deserters and of communities falling away increased. Soon, projects formed by the Roman emigrants against the life of the general were reported to him. They sounded credible enough, especially as various officers of the insurgent army, and Perpenna in particular, had submitted with reluctance to the supremacy of Sertorius, and the Roman governors had for long promised amnesty and a high reward to anyone who should kill him. Sertorius, on hearing such allegations, withdrew the charge of guarding his person from the Roman soldiers and entrusted it to select Spaniards. Against the suspected themselves, he proceeded with fearful but necessary severity, and condemned various of the accused to death without resorting, as in other cases, to the advice of his council.
He was now more dangerous, it was thereupon affirmed in the circles of the malcontents, to his friends than to his foes. Assassination of Sertorius. A second conspiracy was soon discovered, which had its seat in his own staff. Whoever was denounced had to take flight or die, but all were not betrayed, and the remaining conspirators, including especially Perpenna, found in the circumstances only a new incentive to make haste. They were in the headquarters at Osca. There, on the instigation of Perpenna, a brilliant victory was reported to the general as having been achieved by his troops, and at the festal banquet arranged by Perpenna to celebrate this victory, Sertorius accordingly appeared, attended, as was his wont, by his Spanish retinue. Contrary to former custom in the Sertorian headquarters, the feast soon became a revel. Wild words passed at table, and it seemed as if some of the guests sought opportunity to begin an altercation. Sertorius threw himself back on his couch and seemed desirous not to hear the disturbance. Then a wine cup was dashed on the floor. Perpenna had given the concerted sign. Marcus Antonius, Sertorius's neighbour at table, dealt the first blow against him, and when Sertorius turned round and attempted to rise, the assassin flung himself upon him and held him down till the other guests at table, all of them implicated in the conspiracy, threw themselves on the struggling pair and stabbed a defenceless general while his arms were pinioned. With him died his faithful attendants. So ended one of the greatest men, if not the very greatest man, that Rome had hitherto produced, a man who under more fortunate circumstances would perhaps have become the regenerator of his country by the treason of the wretched band of emigrants whom he was condemned to lead against his native land. History loves not the Coriolani, nor has she made any exception even in the case of this the most magnanimous, most gifted, most deserving to be regretted of them all. Perpenna succeeds Sertorius. The murderers thought to succeed to the heritage of the murdered. After the death of Sertorius, Perpenna, as the highest among the Roman officers of the Spanish army, laid claim to the chief command. The army submitted, but with mistrust and reluctance. However, men had murmured against Sertorius in his lifetime. Death reinstated the hero in his rights, and vehement was the indignation of the soldiers when, on the publication of his testament, the name of Perpenna was read forth among the heirs.
A part of the soldiers, especially the Lusitanians, dispersed. The remainder had a presentiment that with the death of Sertorius, their spirit and their fortune had departed. Pompeius puts an end to the insurrection.
Accordingly, at the first encounter with Pompeius, the wretchedly led and despondent ranks of the insurgents were utterly broken, and Perpenna, among other officers, was taken prisoner. The wretch sought to purchase his life by delivering up the correspondence of Sertorius, which would have compromised numerous men of standing in Italy.
But Pompeius ordered the papers to be burnt unread and handed him, as well as the other chiefs of the insurgents, over to the executioner. The emigrants who had escaped dispersed, and most of them went into the Mauritanian deserts or joined the pirates. Soon afterwards the Plotian law,
which was zealously supported by the young Caesar in particular, opened up to a portion of them the opportunity of returning home. But all those who had taken part in the murder of Sertorius, with but a single exception, died a violent death. Osca and most of the towns which had still adhered to Sertorius in hither Spain now voluntarily opened their gates to Pompeius. Uxama, Osma, Clunia, and Caliguris alone had to be reduced by force. The two provinces were regulated anew. In the further province, Metellus raised the annual tribute of the most guilty communities. In the hither, Pompeius dispensed reward and punishment. Caliguris, for example, lost its independence and was placed under Osca. A band of Sertorian soldiers, which had collected in the Pyrenees, was induced by Pompeius to surrender, and was settled by him to the north of the Pyrenees near Lugudunum, Saint-Bertrand in the department Haute-Garonne, as the community of the congregated -Convenet-. The Roman emblems of victory were erected at the summit of the pass of the Pyrenees. At the close of 683, Metellus and Pompeius marched with their armies through the streets of the capital to present the thanks of the nation to Father Jovis at the capital for the conquest of the Spaniards. The good fortune of Sulla seemed still to be with his creation after he had been laid in the grave, and to protect it better than the incapable and negligent watchmen appointed to guard it. The opposition in Italy had broken down from the incapacity and precipitation of its leader, and that of the emigrants from dissension within their own ranks. These defeats, although far more the result of their own perverseness and discordance than of the exertions of their opponents, were yet so many victories for the oligarchy. The curule chairs were rendered once more secure. Rule of the Sullan Restoration. External relations. When the suppression of the Cinnan Revolution, which threatened the very existence of the Senate, rendered it possible for the restored senatorial government to devote once more the requisite attention to the internal and external security of the empire, there emerged affairs enough, the settlement of which could not be postponed without injuring the most important interests and allowing present inconveniences to grow into future dangers. Apart from the very serious complications in Spain, it was absolutely necessary effectually to check the barbarians in Thrace and the regions of the Danube, whom Sulla on his march through Macedonia had only been able superficially to chastise and to regulate, by military intervention, the disorderly state of things along the northern frontier of the Greek peninsula, thoroughly to suppress the bands of pirates infesting the seas everywhere, but especially the eastern waters, and lastly to introduce better order into the unsettled relations of Asia Minor. The peace which Sulla had concluded in 670 with Mithradates, king of Pontus, and of which the treaty with Murena in 673 was essentially a repetition, bore throughout the stamp of a provisional arrangement to meet the exigencies of the moment, and the relations of the Romans with Tigranes, king of Armenia, with whom they had de facto waged war, remained wholly untouched in this peace. Tigranes had with right regarded this as a tacit permission to bring the Roman possessions in Asia under his power. If these were not to be abandoned, it was necessary to come to terms amicably or by force with the new great king of Asia. In the preceding chapter, we have described the movements in Italy and Spain connected with the proceedings of the democracy and their subjugation by the senatorial government. In the present chapter, we shall review the external government as the authorities installed by Sulla conducted or failed to conduct it. Dalmato-Macedonian expeditions. We still recognize the vigorous hand of Sulla in the energetic measures which, in the last period of his regency, the Senate adopted almost simultaneously against the Sertorians, the Dalmatians and Thracians, and the Cilician pirates. The expedition to the Greco-Illyrian peninsula was designed partly to reduce to subjection, or at least to tame the barbarous tribes who ranged over the whole interior from the Black Sea to the Adriatic, and of whom the Bessi, in the Great Balkan, especially were, as it was then said, notorious as robbers, even among a race of robbers, partly to destroy the corsairs in their haunts, especially along the Dalmatian coast. As usual, the attack took place simultaneously from Dalmatia and from Macedonia, in which province an army of 5 legions was assembled for the purpose. In Dalmatia, the former praetor Gaius Caesar held the command, marched through the country in all directions, and took by storm the fortress of Salona after a 2 years' siege. In Macedonia, the proconsul Appius Claudius first attempted along the Macedono-Thracian frontier to make himself master of the mountain districts on the left bank of the Carasu. On both sides, the war was conducted with savage ferocity. The Thracians destroyed the townships which they took and massacred their captives, and the Romans returned like for like. But no results of importance were attained. The toilsome marches and the constant conflicts with the numerous and brave inhabitants of the mountains decimated the army to no purpose. The general himself sickened and died. His successor, Gaius Scribonius Curio, was induced by various obstacles, and particularly by a not inconsiderable military revolt, to desist from the difficult expedition against the Thracians, and to turn himself instead to the northern frontier of Macedonia, where he subdued the weaker Dardani in Servia and reached as far as the Danube. The brave and able Marcus Lucullus, 682-683, was the first who again advanced eastward, defeated the Bessi in their mountains, took their capital Uskudama, Adrianople, and compelled them to submit to the Roman supremacy. Sadalas, king of the Odrysians, and the Greek towns on the east coast to the north and south of the Balkan chain, Istropolis, Tomi, Calatis, Odessus, near Varna, Mesembria, and others, became dependent on the Romans. Thrace, of which the Romans had hitherto held little more than the Attalic possessions on the Chersonese, now became a portion, though far from obedient, of the province of Macedonia. Piracy. But the predatory raids of the Thracians and Dardani, confined as they were to a small part of the empire, were far less injurious to the state and to individuals than the evil of piracy, which was continually spreading farther and acquiring more solid organization. The commerce of the whole Mediterranean was in its power. Italy could neither export its products nor import grain from the provinces. In the former, the people were starving. In the latter, the cultivation of the cornfields ceased for want of a vent for the produce. No consignment of money, no traveller was longer safe. The public treasury suffered most serious losses. A great many Romans of standing were captured by the corsairs and compelled to pay heavy sums for their ransom, if it was not even the pleasure of the pirates to execute on individuals the sentence of death, which in that case was seasoned with a savage humour. The merchants, and even the divisions of Roman troops destined for the east, began to postpone their voyages chiefly to the unfavourable season of the year, and to be less afraid of the winter storms than of the piratical vessels, which indeed even at this season did not wholly disappear from the sea. But severely as the closing of the sea was felt, it was more tolerable than the raids made on the islands and coasts of Greece and Asia Minor. Just as afterwards, in the time of the Normans, piratical squadrons ran up to the maritime towns, and either compelled them to buy themselves off with large sums, or besieged and took them by storm. When Samothrace, Clazomenae, Samos, Iassus were pillaged by the pirates under the eyes of Sulla after peace was concluded with Mithradates, we may conceive how matters went, where neither a Roman army nor a Roman fleet was at hand. All the old rich temples along the coasts of Greece and Asia Minor were plundered one after another. From Samothrace alone a treasure of 1,000 talents,
£240,000, is said to have been carried off. Apollo, according to a Roman poet of this period, was so impoverished by the pirates that, when the swallow paid him a visit, he could no longer produce to it out of all his treasures even a drachm of gold.
More than 400 townships were enumerated as having been taken or laid under contribution by the pirates, including cities like Cnidus, Samos, Colophon, from not a few places on islands or the coast, which were previously flourishing. The whole population migrated, that they might not be carried off by the pirates. Even inland districts were no longer safe from their attacks. There were instances of their assailing townships distant 1 or 2 days' march from the coast. The fearful debt, under which subsequently all the communities of the Greek East succumbed, proceeded in great part from these fatal times. Organization of piracy. Piracy had totally changed its character. The pirates were no longer bold freebooters who levied their tribute from the large Italo-Oriental traffic in slaves and luxuries as it passed through the Cretan waters between Cyrene and the Peloponnesus, in the language of the pirates the Golden Sea, no longer even armed slave catchers who prosecuted war, trade and piracy equally side by side. They formed now a piratical state, with a peculiar esprit de corps, with a solid and very respectable organization, with a home of their own and the germs of a simicky, and doubtless also with definite political designs. The pirates called themselves Cilicians. In fact, their vessels were the rendezvous of desperadoes and adventurers from all countries, discharged mercenaries from the recruiting grounds of Crete, burgesses from the destroyed townships of Italy, Spain, and Asia, soldiers and officers from the armies of Fimbria and Sertorius, in a word, the ruined men of all nations, the hunted refugees of all vanquished parties, every one that was wretched and daring. And where was there not misery and outrage in this unhappy age? It was no longer a gang of robbers who had flocked together, but a compact soldier state, in which the Freemasonry of exile and crime took the place of nationality, and within which crime redeemed itself, as it so often does in its own eyes, by displaying the most generous public spirit. In an abandoned age, when cowardice and insubordination had relaxed all the bonds of social order, the legitimate commonwealths might have taken a pattern from this state, the mongrel offspring of distress and violence, within which alone the inviolable determination to stand side by side, the sense of comradeship, respect for the pledged word and the self-chosen chiefs, valor and adroitness seemed to have taken refuge. If the banner of this state was inscribed with vengeance against the civil society which, rightly or wrongly, had ejected its members, it might be a question whether this device was much worse than those of the Italian oligarchy and the Oriental sultanship, which seemed in the fair way of dividing the world between them. The corsairs at least felt themselves on a level with any legitimate state. Their robber pride, their robber pomp, and their robber humour are attested by many a genuine pirate's tale of mad merriment and chivalrous banditism. They professed, and made it their boast, to live at righteous war with all the world. What they gained in that warfare was designated not as plunder, but as military spoil, and while the captured corsair was sure of the cross in every Roman seaport, they too claimed the right of executing any of their captives. Its military political power. Their military political organization, especially since the Mithradatic War, was compact. Their ships, for the most part, myopiones, that is, small, open, swift-sailing barks with a smaller proportion of biremes and triremes, now regularly sailed associated in squadrons and under admirals whose barges were wont to glitter in gold and purple. To a comrade in peril, though he might be totally unknown, no pirate captain refused the requested aid. An agreement concluded with any one of them was absolutely recognized by the whole society, and any injury inflicted on one was avenged by all. Their true home was the sea, from the Pillars of Hercules to the Syrian and Egyptian waters. The refuges which they needed for themselves and their floating houses on the mainland were readily furnished to them by the Mauritanian and Dalmatian coasts, by the island of Crete, and above all by the southern coast of Asia Minor, which abounded in headlands and lurking places, commanded the chief thoroughfare of the maritime commerce of that age, and was virtually without a master. The league of Lycian cities there, and the Pamphylian communities, were of little importance.
The Roman station, which had existed in Cilicia since 652, was far from adequate to command the extensive coast. The Syrian dominion over Cilicia had always been but nominal, and had recently been superseded by the Armenian, the holder of which, as a true great king, gave himself no concern at all about the sea, and readily abandoned it to the pillage of the Cilicians. It was nothing wonderful, therefore, that the corsairs flourished there as they had never done anywhere else. Not only did they possess everywhere along the coast signal places and stations, but further inland, in the most remote recesses of the impassable and mountainous interior of Lycia, Pamphylia, and Cilicia, they had built their rock castles in which they concealed their wives, children, and treasures during their own absence at sea, and, doubtless, in times of danger, found an asylum themselves. Great numbers of such corsair castles existed especially in the rough Cilicia, the forests of which at the same time furnished the pirates with the most excellent timber for shipbuilding. And there, accordingly, their principal dockyards and arsenals were situated. It was not to be wondered at that this organized military state gained a firm body of clients among the Greek maritime cities, which were more or less left to themselves and managed their own affairs. These cities entered into traffic with the pirates as with a friendly power on the basis of definite treaties, and did not comply with the summons of the Roman governors to furnish vessels against them. The not inconsiderable town of Side in Pamphylia, for instance, allowed the pirates to build ships on its quays and to sell the free men whom they had captured in its market. Such a society of pirates was a political power, and as a political power it gave itself out, and was accepted from the time when the Syrian king Tryphon first employed it as such, and rested his throne on its support. We find the pirates as allies of King Mithradates of Pontus, as well as of the Roman democratic emigrants. We find them giving battle to the fleets of Sulla in the eastern and in the western waters. We find individual pirate princes ruling over a series of considerable coast towns. We cannot tell how far the internal political development of this floating state had already advanced, but its arrangements undeniably contained the germ of a sea kingdom which was already beginning to establish itself, and out of which, under favourable circumstances, a permanent state might have been developed. Nullity of the Roman marine police. This state of matters clearly shows, and as we have partly indicated already, how the Romans kept, or rather did not keep, order on their sea. The protectorate of Rome over the provinces consisted essentially in military guardianship. The provincials paid tax or tribute to the Romans for their defence by sea and land, which was concentrated in Roman hands. But never, perhaps, did a guardian more shamelessly defraud his ward than the Roman oligarchy defrauded the subject communities. Instead of Rome equipping a general fleet for the empire and centralizing her marine police, the Senate permitted the unity of her maritime superintendents, without which in this matter nothing could at all be done, to fall into abeyance, and left it to each governor and each client state to defend themselves against the pirates as each chose and was able. Instead of Rome providing for the fleet, as she had bound herself to do, exclusively with her own blood and treasure and with those of the client states which had remained formerly sovereign, the Senate allowed the Italian war marine to fall into decay, and learned to make shift with the vessels which the several mercantile towns were required to furnish, or still more frequently with the coastguards everywhere organized, all the cost and burden falling in either case on the subjects. The provincials might deem themselves fortunate if their Roman governor applied the requisitions which he raised for the defence of the coast in reality solely to that object, and did not intercept them for himself. Or if they were not, as very frequently happened, called on to pay ransom for some Roman of rank captured by the buccaneers. Measures undertaken perhaps with judgment, such as the occupation of Cilicia in 652, were sure to be spoilt in the execution. Any Roman of this period, who was not wholly carried away by the current intoxicating idea of the national greatness, must have wished that the ships' beaks might be torn down from the orator's platform in the Forum, that at least he might not be constantly reminded by them of the naval victories achieved in better times. Expedition to the south coast of Asia Minor, Publius, Servilius, Isauricus, Zenicetus,
vanquished, the Isaurians subdued. Nevertheless, Sulla, who in the war against Mithradates had the opportunity of acquiring an adequate conviction of the dangers which the neglect of the fleet involved, took various steps seriously to check the evil. It is true that the instructions which he had left to the governors whom he appointed in Asia, to equip in the maritime towns a fleet against the pirates, had borne little fruit, for Murena preferred to begin war with Mithradates, and Gaius Dolabella, the governor of Cilicia, proved wholly incapable. Accordingly, the Senate resolved in 675 to send one of the consuls to Cilicia. The lot fell on the capable Publius Servilius. He defeated the piratical fleet in a bloody engagement and then applied himself to destroy those towns on the south coast of Asia Minor which served them as anchorages and trading stations. The fortresses of the powerful maritime prince Xenicetes, Olympus, Coricus, Phasaelis in eastern Lycia, Italia in Pamphylia, were reduced, and the prince himself met his death in the flames of his stronghold Olympus. A movement was next made against the Isaurians, who in the northwest corner of the rough Cilicia, on the northern slope of Mount Taurus, inhabited a labyrinth of steep mountain ridges, jagged rocks, and deeply cut valleys, covered with magnificent oak forests, a region which is even at the present day filled with reminiscences of the old robber times. To reduce these Isaurian fastnesses, the last and most secure retreats of the freebooters, Servilius led the first Roman army over the Taurus and broke up the strongholds of the enemy Oroander and, above all, Isora itself, the ideal of a robber town, situated on the summit of a scarcely accessible mountain ridge and completely overlooking and commanding the wide plain of Iconium. The war, not ended till 679, from which Publius Servilius acquired for himself and his descendants the surname of Isauricus, was not without fruit. A great number of pirates and piratical vessels fell in consequence of it into the power of the Romans. Lycia, Pamphylia, West Cilicia were severely devastated. The territories of the destroyed towns were confiscated, and the province of Cilicia was enlarged by their addition to it. But, in the nature of the case, piracy was far from being suppressed by these measures. On the contrary, it simply betook itself for the time to other regions, and particularly to Crete, the oldest harbour for the corsairs of the Mediterranean. Nothing but repressive measures carried out on a large scale and with unity of purpose, nothing, in fact, but the establishment of a standing maritime police, could in such a case afford thorough relief. Asiatic relations, Tigranes, and the new great kingdom of Armenia. The affairs of the mainland of Asia Minor were connected by various relations with this maritime war. The variance which existed between Rome and the kings of Pontus and Armenia did not abate, but increased more and more. On the one hand, Tigranes, king of Armenia, pursued his aggressive conquests in the most reckless manner. The Parthians, whose state was at this period torn by internal dissensions and enfeebled, were by constant hostilities driven farther and farther back into the interior of Asia. Of the countries between Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Iran, the kingdoms of Corduene, northern Kurdistan, and Media Atropatina, Azerbaijan, were converted from Parthian into Armenian fiefs, and the kingdom of Nineveh, Mosul, or Adiabene, was likewise compelled, at least temporarily, to become a dependency of Armenia. In Mesopotamia too, particularly in and around Nisibis, the Armenian rule was established, but the southern half, which was in great part desert, seems not to have passed into the firm possession of the new great king, and Seleucia, on the Tigris in particular, appears not to have become subject to him. The kingdom of Edessa, or Osirhoene, he handed over to a tribe of wandering Arabs, which he transplanted from southern Mesopotamia and settled in this region with the view of commanding by its means the passage of the Euphrates and the great route of traffic. Cappadocia, Armenian. But Tigranes by no means confined his conquests to the eastern bank of the Euphrates. Cappadocia especially was the object of his attacks, and defenceless as it was, suffered destructive blows from its too potent neighbour.
Tigrans wrested the eastern province Melitene from Cappadocia and united it with the opposite Armenian province Sophene, by which means he obtained command of the passage of the Euphrates with the great thoroughfare of traffic between Asia Minor and Armenia. After the death of Sulla, the Armenians even advanced into Cappadocia proper and carried off to Armenia the inhabitants of the capital Mazaca, afterwards Caesarea, and 11 other towns of Greek organization. Syria under Tigranes. Nor could the kingdom of the Seleucids, already in full course of dissolution, oppose greater resistance to the new great king.
Here the south from the Egyptian frontier to Straton's tower, Caesarea, was under the rule of the Jewish prince Alexander Jannaeus, who extended and strengthened his dominion step by step in conflict with his Syrian, Egyptian and Arabic neighbors and with the imperial cities. The larger towns of Syria, Gaza, Straton's tower, Ptolemais, Beroea, attempted to maintain themselves on their own footing, sometimes as free communities, sometimes under so-called tyrants. The capital, Antioch in particular, was virtually independent. Damascus and the valleys of Lebanon had submitted to the Nabatean prince Aretas of Petra. Lastly, in Cilicia the pirates or the Romans bore sway, and for this crown breaking into 1,000 fragments, the Seleucid princes continued perseveringly to quarrel with each other, as though it were their object to make royalty a jest and an offence to all. Nay more, while this family, doomed like the house of Laius to perpetual discord, had its own subjects all in revolt. It even raised claims to the throne of Egypt vacant by the decease of King Alexander II without heirs. Accordingly, King Tigranes set to work there without ceremony. Eastern Cilicia was easily subdued by him, and the citizens of Soli and other towns were carried off, just like the Cappadocians to Armenia. In like manner the province of Upper Syria, with the exception of the bravely defended town of Seleucia at the mouth of the Orontes, and the greater part of Phoenicia, were reduced by force. Ptolemais was occupied by the Armenians about 680, and the Jewish state was already seriously threatened by them. Antioch, the old capital of the Seleucids, became one of the residences of the great king. Already from 671, the year following the peace between Sulla and Mithradates, Tigranes is designated in the Syrian annals as the sovereign of the country, and Cilicia and Syria appear as an Armenian satrapy under Magadates, the lieutenant of the great king. The age of the kings of Nineveh, of the Salmanasars and Sennacheribs, seemed to be renewed. Again, Oriental despotism pressed heavily on the trading population of the Syrian coast, as it did formerly on Tyre and Sidon. Again, great states of the interior threw themselves on the provinces along the Mediterranean. Again, Asiatic hosts, said to number 500,000 combatants, appeared on the Cilician and Syrian coasts. As Salmanasar and Nebuchadnezzar had formerly carried the Jews to Babylon, so now from all the frontier provinces of the new kingdom, from Corduene, Adiabene, Assyria, Cilicia, Cappadocia, the inhabitants, especially the Greek or half-Greek citizens of the towns, were compelled to settle with their whole goods and chattels, under penalty of the confiscation of everything that they left behind, in the new capital, one of those gigantic cities proclaiming rather the nothingness of the people than the greatness of the rulers, which sprang up in the countries of the Euphrates on every change in the supreme sovereignty at the fiat of the new Grand Sultan. The new city of Tigranes, Tigranocerta, founded on the borders of Armenia and Mesopotamia, and destined as the capital of the territories newly acquired for Armenia, became a city like Nineveh and Babylon, with walls 50 yards high, and the appendages of palace, garden, and park that were appropriate to sultanism. In other respects, too, the new great king proved faithful to his part. As amidst the perpetual childhood of the East, the childlike conceptions of kings with real crowns on their heads have never disappeared, Tigranes, when he showed himself in public, appeared in the state and the costume of a successor of Darius and Xerxes, with the purple caftan, the half-white half-purple tunic, the long plaited trousers, the high turban, and the royal diadem, attended moreover and served in slavish fashion, wherever he went or stood, by 4 kings. Mithradates. King Mithradates acted with greater moderation. He refrained from aggressions in Asia Minor, and contented himself with, what no treaty forbade, placing his dominion along the Black Sea on a firmer basis and gradually bringing into more definite dependence the regions which separated the Bosporan kingdom, now ruled under his supremacy by his son Machares, from that of Pontus. But he too applied every effort to render his fleet and army efficient, and especially to arm and organize the latter after the Roman model, in which the Roman emigrants, who sojourned in great numbers at his court, rendered essential service. Demeanor of the Romans in the East. Egypt not annexed. The Romans had no desire to become further involved in Oriental affairs than they were already. This appears with striking clearness in the fact that the opportunity, which at this time presented itself, of peacefully bringing the kingdom of Egypt under the immediate dominion of Rome was spurned by the Senate. The legitimate descendants of Ptolemaeus, son of Lagus, had come to an end when the king installed by Sulla after the death of Ptolemaeus Soter II Lathyrus, Alexander II, a son of Alexander I, was killed a few days after he had ascended the throne on occasion of a tumult in the capital. This Alexander had in his testament appointed the Roman community his heir. The genuineness of this document was no doubt disputed, but the Senate acknowledged it by assuming in virtue of it the sums deposited in Tyre on account of the deceased king.
Nevertheless, it allowed two notoriously illegitimate sons of King Lathyrus, Ptolemaeus XI, who was styled the new Dionysos or the flute blower, Auletes, and Ptolemaeus the Cyprian, to take practical possession of Egypt and Cyprus respectively. They were not indeed expressly recognized by the Senate, but no distinct summons to surrender their kingdoms was addressed to them. The reason why the Senate allowed this state of uncertainty to continue and did not commit itself to a definite renunciation of Egypt and Cyprus was undoubtedly the considerable rent which these kings, ruling as it were on sufferance, regularly paid for the continuance of the uncertainty to the heads of the Roman coteries. But the motive for waiving that attractive acquisition altogether was different. Egypt, by its peculiar position and its financial organization, placed in the hands of any governor commanding it a pecuniary and naval power, and generally an independent authority, which were absolutely incompatible with the suspicious and feeble government of the oligarchy. In this point of view, it was judicious to forego the direct possession of the country of the Nile. Non-intervention in Asia Minor and Syria. Less justifiable was the failure of the Senate to interfere directly in the affairs of Asia Minor and Syria. The Roman government did not indeed recognize the Armenian conqueror as king of Cappadocia and Syria, but it did nothing to drive him back, although the war, which under pressure of necessity it began in 676 against the pirates in Cilicia, naturally suggested its interference more especially in Syria. In fact, by tolerating the loss of Cappadocia and Syria without declaring war, the government abandoned not merely those committed to its protection, but the most important foundations of its own powerful position. It adopted a hazardous course when it sacrificed the outworks of its dominion in the Greek settlements and kingdoms on the Euphrates and Tigris, but when it allowed the Asiatics to establish themselves on the Mediterranean, which was the political basis of its empire, this was not a proof of love of peace, but a confession that the oligarchy had been rendered by the Sullan restoration more oligarchical doubtless, but neither wiser nor more energetic, and it was for Rome's place as a power in the world the beginning of the end.
On the other side, too, there was no desire for war. Tigranes had no reason to wish it, when Rome, even without war, abandoned to him all its allies. Mithradates, who was no mere sultan and had enjoyed opportunity enough, amidst good and bad fortune, of gaining experience regarding friends and foes, knew very well that in a second Roman war he would very probably stand quite as much alone as in the first, and that he could follow no more prudent course than to keep quiet and to strengthen his kingdom in the interior. That he was in earnest with his peaceful declarations he had sufficiently proved in the conference with Murena. He continued to avoid everything which would compel the Roman government to abandon its passive attitude. Apprehensions of Rome. But as the First Mithridatic War had arisen without any of the party properly desiring it, So now there grew out of the opposition of interests mutual suspicion, and out of this suspicion mutual preparations for defence. And these, by their very gravity, ultimately led to an open breach. That distrust of her own readiness to fight and preparation for fighting, which had for long governed the policy of Rome, a distrust which the want of standing armies and the far from exemplary character of the collegiate rule render sufficiently intelligible, made it, as it were, an axiom of her policy to pursue every war, not merely to the vanquishing, but to the annihilation of her opponent. In this point of view, the Romans were from the outset as little content with the peace of Sulla as they had formerly been with the terms which Scipio Africanus had granted to the Carthaginians. The apprehension often expressed that a second attack by the Pontic king was imminent was in some measure justified by the singular resemblance between the present circumstances and those which existed 12 years before. Once more, a dangerous civil war coincided with serious armaments of Mithradates. Once more the Thracians overran Macedonia, and piratical fleets covered the Mediterranean. Emissaries were coming and going, as formerly between Mithradates and the Italians, so now between the Roman emigrants in Spain and those at the court of Sinope. As early as the beginning of 677 it was declared in the Senate that the king was only waiting for the opportunity of falling upon Roman Asia during the Italian Civil War. The Roman armies in Asia and Cilicia were reinforced to meet possible emergencies. Apprehensions of Mithradates. Bithynia, Roman Cyrene, a Roman province. Outbreak of the Mithridatic War. Mithradates on his part followed with growing apprehension the development of the Roman policy. He could not but feel that a war between the Romans and Tigranes, however much the feeble Senate might dread it, was in the long run almost inevitable, and that he would not be able to avoid taking part in it. His attempt to obtain from the Roman Senate the documentary record of the terms of peace, which was still wanting, had fallen amidst the disturbances attending the revolution of Lepidus, and remained without result. Mithradates found in this an indication of the impending renewal of the conflict. The expedition against the pirates, which indirectly concerned also the kings of the East whose allies they were, seemed the preliminary to such a war. Still more suspicious were the claims which Rome held in suspense over Egypt and Cyprus. It is significant that the king of Pontus betrothed his two daughters, Mithradates and Nysa, to the two Ptolemies, to whom the Senate continued to refuse recognition. The emigrants urged him to strike. The position of Sertorius in Spain, as to which Mithradates dispatched envoys under convenient pretexts to the headquarters of Pompeius to obtain information, and which was about this very time really imposing, opened up to the king the prospect of fighting not, as in the first Roman war, against both the Roman parties, but in concert with the one against the other. A more favourable moment could hardly be hoped for, and after all it was always better to declare war than to let it be declared against him. In 679 Nicomedes, the third Philopator king of Bithynia, died, and as the last of his race, for a son born by Nysa was, or was said to be, illegitimate, left his kingdom by testament to the Romans, who delayed not to take possession of this region bordering on the Roman province and long ago filled with Roman officials and merchants. At the same time, Cyrene, which had been already bequeathed to the Romans in 658, was at length constituted a province, and a Roman governor was sent thither. These measures, in connection with the attacks carried out about the same time against the pirates on the south coast of Asia Minor, must have excited apprehensions in the king. The annexation of Bithynia in particular made the Romans immediate neighbours of the Pontic kingdom, and this, it may be presumed, turned the scale. The king took the decisive step and declared war against the Romans in the winter of 679 to 680. Preparations of Mithradates. Gladly would Mithradates have avoided undertaking so arduous a work single-handed. His nearest and natural ally was the great king Tigranes, but that short-sighted man declined the proposal of his father-in-law. So there remained only the insurgents and the pirates. Mithradates was careful to place himself in communication with both, by dispatching strong squadrons to Spain,
and to Crete. A formal treaty was concluded with Sertorius, by which Rome ceded to the king Bithynia, Paphlagonia, Galatia, and Cappadocia, all of them, it is true, acquisitions which needed to be ratified on the field of battle. More important was the support which the Spanish general gave to the king by sending Roman officers to lead his armies and fleets. The most active of the emigrants in the east, Lucius Magius and Lucius Fannius, were appointed by Sertorius as his representatives at the court of Sinope.
From the pirates also came help. They flocked largely to the kingdom of Pontus, and by their means especially the king seems to have succeeded in forming a naval force, imposing by the number as well as by the quality of the ships. His main support still lay in his own forces, with which the king hoped, before the Romans should arrive in Asia, to make himself master of their possessions there, especially as the financial distress produced in the province of Asia by the Sullan war tribute, the aversion of Bithynia towards the new Roman government, and the elements of combustion left behind by the desolating war recently brought to a close in Cilicia and Pamphylia, opened up favourable prospects to a Pontic invasion. There was no lack of stores. 2 million medimnioff grain lay in the royal granaries. The fleet and the men were numerous and well exercised, particularly the Bastanian mercenaries, a select corps which was a match even for Italian legionaries.
On this occasion also, it was the king who took the offensive. A corps under Diophantus advanced into Cappadocia to occupy the fortresses there and to close the way to the kingdom of Pontus against the Romans. The leader sent by Sertorius, the propraetor Marcus Marius, went in company with the Pontic officer Eumachus to Phrygia, with a view to rouse the Roman province and the Taurus mountains to revolt. The main army, above 100,000 men, with 16,000 cavalry and 100 scythe chariots, led by Taxils and Hermocrates under the personal superintendence of the king, and the war fleet of 400 sail commanded by Aristonicus, moved along the north coast of Asia Minor to occupy Paphlagonia and Bithynia. Roman preparations. On the Roman side there was selected for the conduct of the war in the first rank the consul of 680, Lucius Lucullus, who as governor of Asia and Cilicia was placed at the head of the 4 legions stationed in Asia Minor and of a 5th brought by him from Italy, and was directed to penetrate with this army, amounting to 30,000 infantry and 1,600 cavalry, through Phrygia into the kingdom of Pontus. His colleague Marcus Cotta proceeded with the fleet and another Roman corps to the Propontis to cover Asia and Bithynia. Lastly, a general arming of the coasts, and particularly of the Thracian coast more immediately threatened by the Pontic fleet, was enjoined, and the task of clearing all the seas and coasts from the pirates and their Pontic allies was, by extraordinary decree, entrusted to a single magistrate, the choice falling on the praetor Marcus Antonius, the son of the man who 30 years before had first chastised the Cilician corsairs. Moreover, the Senate placed at the disposal of Lucullus a sum of 72 million sesterces, £700,000, in order to build a fleet, which, however, Lucullus declined. From all this we see that the Roman government recognized the root of the evil in the neglect of their marine, and showed earnestness in the matter, at least so far as their decrees reached. Beginning of the war. Thus the war began in 680 at all points. It was a misfortune for Mithradates that at the very moment of his declaring war the Sertorian struggle reached its crisis, by which one of his principal hopes was from the outset destroyed, and the Roman government was enabled to apply its whole power to the maritime and Asiatic contest. In Asia Minor, on the other hand, Mithradates reaped the advantages of the offensive and of the great distance of the Romans from the immediate seat of war. A considerable number of cities in Asia Minor opened their gates to the Sertorian propraetor who was placed at the head of the Roman province, and they massacred, as in 666, the Roman families settled among them. The Pisidians, Isaurians and Cilicians took up arms against Rome. The Romans for the moment had no troops at the points threatened. Individual energetic men attempted no doubt at their own hand to check this mutiny of the provincials. Thus, on receiving accounts of these events, the young Gaius Caesar left Rhodes, where he was staying on account of his studies, and with a hastily collected band opposed himself to the insurgents.
but not much could be effected by such volunteer corps. Had not Deiotarus, the brave tetrarch of the Tolistobogii, a Celtic tribe settled around Pessinus, embraced the side of the Romans and fought with success against the Pontic generals, Lucullus would have had to begin with recapturing the interior of the Roman province from the enemy.
But even as it was, he lost in pacifying the province and driving back the enemy precious time, for which the slight successes achieved by his cavalry were far from affording compensation. Still more unfavorable than in Phrygia was the aspect of things for the Romans on the north coast of Asia Minor. Here the great Pontic army and the fleet had completely mastered Bithynia, and compelled the Roman consul Cotta to take shelter with his far from numerous force and his ships within the walls and port of Chalcedon, where Mithradates kept them blockaded, the Romans defeated at Chalcedon.
This blockade, however, was so far a favourable event for the Romans, as if Cotta detained the Pontic army before Chalcedon, and Lucullus proceeded also thither, the whole Roman forces might unite at Chalcedon and compel the decision of arms there rather than in the distant and impassable region of Pontus. Lucullus did take the route for Chalcedon, but Cotta, with the view of executing a great feat at his own hand before the arrival of his colleague, ordered his admiral Publius Rutilius Nudus to make a sally, which not only ended in a bloody defeat of the Romans, but also enabled the Pontic force to attack the harbour, to break the chain which closed it, and to burn all the Roman vessels of war which were there, nearly 70 in number. On the news of these misfortunes reaching Lucullus at the river Sangarius, he accelerated his march to the great discontent of his soldiers, in whose opinion Cotta was of no moment, and who would far rather have plundered an undefended country than have taught their comrades to conquer. His arrival made up in part for the misfortunes sustained. The king raised the siege of Chalcedon, but did not retreat to Pontus. He went southward into the old Roman province, where he spread his army along the Propontis and the Hellespont, occupied Lampsacus, and began to besiege the large and wealthy town of Cyzicus. He thus entangled himself more and more deeply in the blind alley which he had chosen to enter, instead of, which alone promised success for him, bringing the wide distances into play against the Romans. Mithradates besieges Cyzicus. In few places had the old Hellenic adroitness and aptitude preserved themselves so pure as in Cyzicus. Its citizens, although they had suffered great loss of ships and men in the unfortunate double battle of Chalcedon, made the most resolute resistance.
Cyzicus lay on an island directly opposite the mainland and connected with it by a bridge. The besiegers possessed themselves not only of the line of heights on the mainland terminating at the bridge and of the suburb situated there, but also of the celebrated Dindymene heights on the island itself. And alike on the mainland and on the island the Greek engineers put forth all their art to pave the way for an assault. But the breach which they at length made was closed again during the night by the besieged, and the exertions of the royal army remained as fruitless as did the barbarous threat of the king to put to death the captured Cyzicenes before the walls if the citizens still refused to surrender. The Cyzicenes continued the defence with courage and success. They fell little short of capturing the king himself in the course of the siege. Destruction of the Pontic army. Meanwhile, Lucullus had possessed himself of a very strong position in rear of the Pontic army, which, although not permitting him directly to relieve the hard-pressed city, gave him the means of cutting off all supplies by land from the enemy. Thus, the enormous army of Mithradates, estimated with the camp followers at 300,000 persons, was not in a position either to fight or to march, firmly wedged in between the impregnable city and the immovable Roman army, and dependent for all its supplies solely on the sea, which fortunately for the Pontic troops was exclusively commanded by their fleet. But the bad season set in. A storm destroyed a great part of the siege works. The scarcity of provisions and above all of fodder for the horses began to become intolerable. The beasts of burden and the baggage were sent off under convoy of the greater portion of the Pontic cavalry, with orders to steal away or break through at any cost. But at the river Rhindacus, to the east of Cyzicus, Lucullus overtook them and cut to pieces the whole body. Another division of cavalry under Metrophanes and Lucius Fannius was obliged, after wandering long in the west of Asia Minor,
to return to the camp before Cyzicus. Famine and disease made fearful ravages in the Pontic ranks. When spring came on, the besieged redoubled their exertions and took the trenches constructed on Dindymon. Nothing remained for the king but to raise the siege and with the aid of his fleet to save what he could. He went in person with the fleet to the Hellespont, but suffered considerable loss partly at its departure, partly through storms on the voyage.
The land army under Hermaeus and Marius likewise set out thither, with the view of embarking at Lampsacus under the protection of its walls. They left behind their baggage as well as the sick and wounded, who were all put to death by the exasperated Cyzicenes. Lucullus inflicted on them very considerable loss by the way at the passage of the rivers Aesopus and Granicus, but they attained their object. The Pontic ships carried off the remains of the great army and the citizens of Lampsacus themselves beyond the reach of the Romans. Maritime war. Mithradates, driven back to Pontus. The consistent and discreet conduct of the war by Lucullus had not only repaired the errors of his colleague, but had also destroyed without a pitched battle the flower of the enemy's army, it was said 200,000 soldiers. Had he still possessed the fleet which was burnt in the harbour of Chalcedon, he would have annihilated the whole army of his opponent. As it was, the work of destruction continued incomplete, and while he was obliged to remain passive, the Pontic fleet, notwithstanding the disaster of Cyzicus, took its station in the Propontis. Perinthus and Byzantium were blockaded by it on the European coast, and Priapus pillaged on the Asiatic, and the headquarters of the king were established in the Bithynian port of Nicomedia. In fact, a select squadron of 50 sail, which carried 10,000 select troops, including Marcus Marius and the flower of the Roman emigrants, sailed forth even into the Aegean. The report went that it was destined to effect a landing in Italy and there rekindle the civil war. But the ships, which Lucullus, after the disaster of Chalcedon, had demanded from the Asiatic communities, began to appear, and a squadron ran forth in pursuit of the enemy's fleet, which had gone into the Aegean. Lucullus himself, experienced as an admiral, took the command. 13 quinqueremes of the enemy on their voyage to Lemnos under Isidorus were assailed and sunk off the Achaean harbour in the waters between the Trojan coast and the island of Tenedos. At the small island of Neae, between Lemnos and Syros, at which little frequented point the Pontic flotilla of 32 sail lay drawn up on the shore, Lucullus found it, immediately attacked the ships, and the crews scattered over the island, and possessed himself of the whole squadron. Here, Marcus Marius and the ablest of the Roman emigrants met their death, either in conflict or subsequently by the axe of the executioner. The whole Aegean fleet of the enemy was annihilated by Lucullus. The war in Bithynia was meanwhile continued by Cotta, and by the legates of Lucullus, Voconius, Gaius Valerius Triarius, and Barba, with the land army reinforced by fresh arrivals from Italy, and a squadron collected in Asia. Barba captured in the interior Prusias on Olympus and Nicaea, while Triarius along the coast captured Apamea, formerly Merlia, and Prusias on the sea, formerly Chios. They then united for a joint attack on Mithradates himself in Nicomedia, but the king, without even attempting battle, escaped to his ships and sailed homeward, and in this he was successful only because the Roman admiral Voconius, who was entrusted with the blockade of the port of Nicomedia, arrived too late. On the voyage the important Heraclea was indeed betrayed to the king and occupied by him. But a storm in these waters sank more than 60 of his ships and dispersed the rest. The king arrived almost alone at Sinope. The offensive on the part of Mithradates ended in a complete defeat, not at all honourable, least of all for the supreme leader of the Pontic forces by land and sea. Invasion of Pontus by Lucullus now in turn proceeded to the aggressive. Triarius received the command of the fleet, with orders first of all to blockade the Hellespont and lie in wait for the Pontic ships returning from Crete and Spain. Cotta was charged with the siege of Heraclea. The difficult task of providing supplies was entrusted to the faithful and active princes of the Galatians and to Ariobarzanes, king of Cappadocia. Lucullus himself advanced in the autumn of 681 into the favoured land of Pontus, which had long been untrodden by an enemy.
Mithradates, now resolved to maintain the strictest defensive, retired without giving battle from Sinope to Amissus and from Amissus to Cabira, afterwards Neo-Caesarea, now Nixar, on the Lycus, a tributary of the Iris. He contented himself with drawing the enemy after him farther and farther into the interior and obstructing their supplies and communications. Lucullus rapidly followed. Sinope was passed by.
The Halys, the old boundary of the Roman dominion, was crossed, and the considerable towns of Amissus, Eupatoria, on the Iris, and Themyscira, on the Thermodon, were invested, till at length winter put an end to the onward march, though not to the investments of the towns.
The soldiers of Lucullus murmured at the constant advance which did not allow them to reap the fruits of their exertions, and at the tedious and, amidst the severity of that season, burdensome blockades. But it was not the habit of Lucullus to listen to such complaints. In the spring of 682 he immediately advanced against Cabira, leaving behind 2 legions before Amissus under Lucius Murena. The king had made fresh attempts during the winter to induce the great king of Armenia to take part in the struggle. They remained like the former ones fruitless, or led only to empty promises.
Still less did the Parthians show any desire to interfere in the forlorn cause. Nevertheless, a considerable army, chiefly raised by enlistments in Scythia, had again assembled under Diophantus and Taxiles at Cabira. The Roman army, which still numbered only 3 legions and was decidedly inferior to the Pontic in cavalry, found itself compelled to avoid as far as possible the plains, and arrived, not without toil and loss, by difficult bypaths in the vicinity of Cabira. At this town, the 2 armies lay for a considerable period confronting each other. The chief struggle was for supplies, which were on both sides scarce. For this purpose, Mithradates formed the flower of his cavalry and a division of select infantry under Diophantus and Taxiles into a flying corps, which was intended to scour the country between the Lycus and the Halys and to seize the Roman convoys of provisions coming from Cappadocia. But the lieutenant of Lucullus, Marcus Fabius Hadrianus, who escorted such a train, not only completely defeated the band which lay in wait for him in the defile where it expected to surprise him, but after being reinforced from the camp, defeated also the army of Diophantus and Taxiles itself, so that it totally broke up. It was an irreparable loss for the king when his cavalry, on which alone he relied, was thus overthrown. Victory of Cabira. As soon as he received through the first fugitives that arrived at Cabira from the field of battle, significantly enough the beaten generals themselves, the fatal news earlier even than Lucullus got tidings of the victory, he resolved on an immediate farther retreat. But the resolution taken by the king spread with the rapidity of lightning among those immediately around him, and when the soldiers saw the confidants of the king packing in all haste, they too were seized with a panic. No one was willing to be the hindmost in decamping. All, high and low, ran pell-mell like startled deer. No authority, not even that of the king, was longer heeded, and the king himself was carried away amidst the wild tumult. Lucullus, perceiving the confusion, made his attack, and the Pontic troops allowed themselves to be massacred almost without offering resistance. Had the legions been able to maintain discipline and to restrain their eagerness for spoil, hardly a man would have escaped them, and the king himself would doubtless have been taken. With difficulty Mithradates escaped, along with a few attendants, through the mountains to Comana, not far from Tocat and the source of the Iris, from which, however, a Roman corps under Marcus Pompeius soon scared him off and pursued him, till, attended by not more than 2,000 cavalry, he crossed the frontier of his kingdom at Talora, in Lesser Armenia. In the empire of the great king he found a refuge, but nothing more. End of 682. Tigranes, it is true, ordered royal honours to be shown to his fugitive father-in-law, but he did not even invite him to his court, and detained him in the remote border province to which he had come in a sort of decorous captivity. Pontus becomes Roman sieges of the Pontic cities. The Roman troops overran all Pontus and Lesser Armenia, and as far as Trapezus, the flat country submitted without resistance to the conqueror. The commanders of the royal treasure houses also surrendered after more or less delay and delivered up their stores of money. The king ordered that the women of the royal harem, his sisters, his numerous wives and concubines, as it was not possible to secure their flight, should all be put to death by one of his eunuchs at Pharnacia, Cerasunt. The towns alone offered obstinate resistance. It is true that the few in the interior, Cabira, Amasya, Eupatoria, were soon in the power of the Romans, but the larger maritime towns, Amisus and Sinope in Pontus, Amastris in Paphlagonia, Tyus and the Pontic Heraclea in Bithynia, defended themselves with desperation, partly animated by attachment to the king and to their free Hellenic constitution which he had protected, partly overawed by the bands of corsairs whom the king had called to his aid. Sinope and Heraclea even sent forth vessels against the Romans, and the squadron of Sinope seized a Roman flotilla which was bringing corn from the Tauric peninsula for the army of Lucullus. Heraclea did not succumb till after a 2 years' siege, when the Roman fleet had cut off the city from intercourse with the Greek towns on the Tauric peninsula, and treason had broken out in the ranks of the garrison. When Amisus was reduced to extremities, the garrison set fire to the town and under cover of the flames took to their ships. In Sinope, where the daring pirate captain Seleucus and the royal eunuch Bacchides conducted the defence, the garrison plundered the houses before it withdrew and set on fire the ships which it could not take along with it. It is said that although the greater portion of the defenders were enabled to embark, 8,000 corsairs were there put to death by Lucullus. These sieges of towns lasted for 2 whole years and more after the Battle of Cabira. Lucullus prosecuted them in great part by means of his lieutenants, while he himself regulated the affairs of the province of Asia, which demanded and obtained a thorough reform. Remarkable, in an historical point of view, as was that obstinate resistance of the Pontic mercantile towns to the victorious Romans, it was of little immediate use. The cause of Mithradates was none the less lost. The great king had evidently, for the present at least, no intention at all of restoring him to his kingdom. The Roman emigrants in Asia had lost their best men by the destruction of the Aegean fleet. Of the survivors, not a few, such as the active leaders Lucius Magius and Lucius Fannius, had made their peace with Lucullus. And with the death of Sertorius, who perished in the year of the Battle of Cabira, the last hope of the emigrants vanished. Mithradates' own power was totally shattered, and one after another his remaining supports gave way. His squadrons returning from Crete and Spain, to the number of 70 sail, were attacked and destroyed by Triarius at the island of Tenedos. Even the governor of the Bosporan kingdom, the king's own son Machares, deserted him, and as independent prince of the Tauric Chersonese, concluded on his own behalf peace and friendship with the Romans. The king himself, after a not too glorious resistance, was confined in a remote Armenian mountain stronghold, a fugitive from his kingdom and almost a prisoner of his son-in-law. Although the bands of corsairs might still hold out in Crete, and such as had escaped from Amisus and Sinope might make their way along the hardly accessible east coast of the Black Sea to the Sanigai and Lazi, the skillful conduct of the war by Lucullus and his judicious moderation, which did not disdain to remedy the just grievances of the provincials and to employ the repentant emigrants as officers in his army, had at a moderate sacrifice delivered Asia Minor from the enemy and annihilated the Pontic kingdom, so that it might be converted from a Roman client state into a Roman province. A commission of the Senate was expected to settle in concert with the commander-in-chief the new provincial organization. Beginning of the Armenian War. But the relations with Armenia were not yet settled. That declaration of war by the Romans against Tigrans was in itself justified and even demanded, we have already shown. Lucullus, who looked at the state of affairs from a nearer point of view and with a higher spirit than the senatorial college in Rome, perceived clearly the necessity of confining Armenia to the other side of the Tigris and of re-establishing the lost dominion of Rome over the Mediterranean. He showed himself in the conduct of Asiatic affairs no unworthy successor of his instructor and friend Sulla. A Philhellene above most Romans of his time, he was not insensible to the obligation which Rome had come under when taking up the heritage of Alexander, the obligation to be the shield and sword of the Greeks in the East. Personal motives, the wish to earn laurels also beyond the Euphrates, irritation at the fact that the great king in a letter to him had omitted the title of imperator, may doubtless have partly influenced Lucullus,
But it is unjust to assume paltry and selfish motives for actions, which motives of duty quite suffice to explain. The Roman governing college, at any rate, timid, indolent, ill-informed, and above all beset by perpetual financial embarrassments, could never be expected without direct compulsion to take the initiative in an expedition so vast and costly. About the year 682, the legitimate representatives of the Seleucid dynasty, Antiochus called the Asiatic and his brother, moved by the favourable turn of the Pontic War, had gone to Rome to procure a Roman intervention in Syria, and at the same time a recognition of their hereditary claims on Egypt. If the latter demand might not be granted, there could not at any rate be found a more favourable moment or occasion for beginning the war which had long been necessary against Tigranes. But the Senate, while it recognized the princes doubtless as the legitimate
kings of Syria, could not make up its mind to decree the armed intervention. If the favourable opportunity was to be employed and Armenia was to be dealt with in earnest, Lucullus had to begin the war, without any proper orders from the Senate, at his own hand and his own risk. He found himself, just like Sulla, placed under the necessity of executing what he did in the most manifest interest of the existing government, not with its sanction, but in spite of it. His resolution was facilitated by the relations of Rome towards Armenia, for long wavering in uncertainty between peace and war, which screened in some measure the arbitrariness of his proceedings, and failed not to suggest formal grounds for war. The state of matters in Cappadocia and Syria afforded pretexts enough, and already in the pursuit of the king of Pontus Roman troops had violated the territory of the great king. As, however, the commission of Lucullus related to the conduct of the war against Mithradates, and he wished to connect what he did with that commission, he preferred to send one of his officers, Appius Claudius, to the great king at Antioch to demand the surrender of Mithradates, which in fact could not be led to war. Difficulties to be encountered. The resolution was a grave one, especially considering the condition of the Roman army. It was indispensable during the campaign in Armenia to keep the extensive territory of Pontus strongly occupied, for otherwise the army stationed in Armenia might lose its communications with home, and besides it might be easily foreseen that Mithradates would attempt an inroad into his former kingdom. The army, at the head of which Lucullus had ended the Mithridatic War, amounting to about 30,000 men, was obviously inadequate for this double task. Under ordinary circumstances, the general would have asked and obtained from his government the dispatch of a second army. But as Lucullus wished, and was in some measure compelled, to take up the war over the head of the government, he found himself necessitated to renounce that plan and, although he himself incorporated the captured Thracian mercenaries of the Pontic king with his troops, to carry the war over the Euphrates with not more than 2 legions, or at most 15,000 men. This was in itself hazardous, but the smallness of the number might be in some degree compensated by the tried valour of the army consisting throughout of veterans. A far worse feature was the temper of the soldiers, to which Lucullus, in his high aristocratic fashion, had given far too little heed. Lucullus was an able general and, according to the aristocratic standard, an upright and kindly disposed man, but very far from being a favourite with his soldiers. He was unpopular as a decided adherent of the oligarchy, unpopular because he had vigorously checked the monstrous usury of the Roman capitalists in Asia Minor, unpopular on account of the toils and fatigues which he inflicted on his troops, unpopular because he demanded strict discipline in his soldiers and prevented as far as possible the pillage of the Greek towns by his men, but withal caused many a wagon and many a camel to be laden with the treasures of the East for himself. Unpopular too on account of his manner, which was polished, haughty, Hellenizing, not at all familiar, and inclining, wherever it was possible, to ease and pleasure. There was no trace in him of the charm which weaves a personal bond between the general and the soldier. Moreover, a large portion of his ablest soldiers had every reason to complain of the unmeasured prolongation of their term of service. His 2 best legions were the same which Flaccus and Fimbria had led in 668 to the east. Notwithstanding that shortly after the Battle of Cabira they had been promised their discharge well earned by 13 campaigns,
Lucullus now led them beyond the Euphrates to face a new incalculable war. It seemed as though the victors of Cabira were to be treated worse than the vanquished of Cannae. It was in fact more than rash that, with troops so weak and so much out of humour, a general should at his own hand and, strictly speaking, at variance with the constitution, undertake an expedition to a distant and unknown land, full of rapid streams and snow-clad mountains, a land which from the very vastness of its extent rendered any lightly undertaken attack fraught with danger. The conduct of Lucullus was therefore much and not unreasonably censured in Rome. Only amidst the censure the fact should not have been concealed that the perversity of the government was the prime occasion of this venturesome project of the general, and, if it did not justify it, rendered it at least excusable. Lucullus crosses the Euphrates. The mission of Appius Claudius was designed not only to furnish a diplomatic pretext for the war, but also to induce the princes and cities of Syria, especially to take arms against the great king. In the spring of 685, the formal attack began. During the winter, the king of Cappadocia had silently provided vessels for transport. With these, the Euphrates was crossed at Melitene, and the further march was directed by way of the Taurus passes to the Tigris. This too Lucullus crossed in the region of Amida, Diarbekir, and advanced towards the road which connected the second capital, Tigranocerta, recently founded on the south frontier of Armenia, with the old metropolis, Artaxata. At the former was stationed the great king, who had shortly before returned from Syria after having temporarily deferred the prosecution of his plans of conquest on the Mediterranean on account of the embroilment with the Romans. He was just projecting an inroad into Roman Asia from Cilicia and Lycaonia, and was considering whether the Romans would at once evacuate Asia or would previously give him battle, possibly at Ephesus, when the news was brought to him of the advance of Lucullus, which threatened to cut off his communications with Artaxata. He ordered the messenger to be hanged, but the disagreeable reality remained unaltered. So he left the new capital and resorted to the interior of Armenia in order there to raise a force, which had not yet been done, against the Romans. Meanwhile, Mithradates, with the troops actually at his disposal and in concert with the neighbouring Bedouin tribes, who were called out in all haste, was to give employment to the Romans. But the corps of Mithradates was dispersed by the Roman vanguard, and the Arabs by a detachment under Sextilius. Lucullus gained the road leading from Tigranocerta to Artaxata, and while on the right bank of the Tigris a Roman detachment pursued the great king retreating northwards, Lucullus himself crossed to the left and marched forward to Tigranocerta. Siege and battle of Tigranocerta, the exhaustless showers of arrows which the garrison poured upon the Roman army, and the setting fire to the besieging machines by means of naphtha, initiated the Romans into the new dangers of Iranian warfare, and the brave commandant Mancaius maintained the city, till at length the great royal army of relief had assembled from all parts of the vast empire and the adjoining countries that were open to Armenian recruiting officers, and had advanced through the northeastern passes to the relief of the capital. The leader, Taxiles, experienced in the wars of Mithradates, advised Tigranes to avoid a battle, and to surround and starve out the small Roman army by means of his cavalry. But when the king saw the Roman general, who had determined to give battle without raising the siege, move out with not much more than 10,000 men against a force 20 times superior, and boldly cross the river which separated the two armies, when he surveyed on the one side this little band, too many for an embassy, too few for an army, and on the other side his own immense host, in which the peoples from the Black Sea and the Caspian met with those of the Mediterranean and of the Persian Gulf, in which the dreaded iron-clad lancers alone were more numerous than the whole army of Lucullus, and in which even infantry armed after the Roman fashion were not wanting, he resolved promptly to accept the battle desired by the enemy. But while the Armenians were still forming their array, the quick eye of Lucullus perceived that they had neglected to occupy a height which commanded the whole position of their cavalry. He hastened to occupy it with 2 cohorts, while at the same time his weak cavalry by a flank attack diverted the attention of the enemy from this movement, and as soon as he had reached the height, he led his little band against the rear of the enemy's cavalry. They were totally broken and threw themselves on the not yet fully formed infantry, which fled without even striking a blow.
The bulletin of the victor, that 100,000 Armenians and 5 Romans had fallen, and that the king, throwing away his turban and diadem, had galloped off unrecognized with a few horsemen, is composed in the style of his master Sulla. Nevertheless, the victory achieved on the 6th of October 685 before Tigranocerta remains one of the most brilliant stars in the glorious history of Roman warfare, and it was not less momentous than brilliant. All the Armenian conquests pass into the hands of the Romans. All the provinces wrested from the Parthians or Syrians to the south of the Tigris were by this means strategically lost to the Armenians, and passed, for the most part, without delay into the possession of the victor. The newly built second capital itself set the example. The Greeks, who had been forced in large numbers to settle there, rose against the garrison and opened to the Roman army the gates of the city, which was abandoned to the pillage of the soldiers. It had been created for the new great kingdom, and like this, was effaced by the victor. From Cilicia and Syria, all the troops had already been withdrawn by the Armenian satrap Mithradates to reinforce the relieving army before Tigranocerta. Lucullus advanced into Commagene, the most northern province of Syria, and stormed Samosata, the capital. He did not reach Syria proper, but envoys arrived from the dynasts and communities as far as the Red Sea, from Hellenes, Syrians, Jews, Arabs, to do homage to the Romans as their sovereigns. Even the prince of Corduene, the province situated to the east of Tigranocerta, submitted, while on the other hand, Guras, the brother of the great king, maintained himself in Nisibis, and thereby in Mesopotamia. Lucullus came forward throughout as the protector of the Hellenic princes and municipalities. In Commagene he placed Antiochus, a prince of the Seleucid house, on the throne. He recognized Antiochus Asiaticus, who after the withdrawal of the Armenians had returned to Antioch as king of Syria. He sent the forced settlers of Tigranocerta once more away to their homes. The immense stores and treasures of the great king, the grain amounted to 30 million medimni. The money in Tigranocerta alone, to 8,000 talents, nearly £2 million, enabled Lucullus to defray the expenses of the war without making any demand on the state treasury, and to bestow on each of his soldiers, besides the amplest maintenance, a present of 800 denarii, £33, Tigranes and Mithradates. The great king was deeply humbled. He was of a feeble character, arrogant in prosperity, faint-hearted in adversity. Probably an agreement would have been come to between him and Lucullus, an agreement which there was every reason that the great king should purchase by considerable sacrifices, and the Roman general should grant under tolerable conditions, had not the old Mithradates been in existence. The latter had taken no part in the conflicts around Tigranocerta. Liberated after 20 months' captivity about the middle of 684 in consequence of variance that had occurred between the great king and the Romans, he had been dispatched with 10,000 Armenian cavalry to his former kingdom to threaten the communications of the enemy. Recalled even before he could accomplish anything there, when the great king summoned his whole force to relieve the capital which he had built, Mithradates was met on his arrival before Tigranocerta by the multitudes just fleeing from the field of battle. To everyone, from the great king down to the common soldier, all seemed lost. But if Tigranes should now make peace, not only would Mithradates lose the last chance of being reinstated in his kingdom, but his surrender would be beyond doubt the first condition of peace. And certainly Tigranes would not have acted otherwise towards him than Bocchus had formerly acted towards Jugurtha. The king accordingly staked his whole personal weight to prevent things from taking this turn, and to induce the Armenian court to continue the war in which he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. And, fugitive and dethroned as was Mithradates, his influence at this court was not slight. He was still a stately and powerful man, who, although already upwards of 60 years old, vaulted on horseback in full armour, and in hand-to-hand conflict stood his ground like the best. Years and vicissitudes seemed to have steeled his spirit. While in earlier times he sent forth generals to lead his armies and took no direct part in war himself, we find him henceforth
as an old man commanding in person and fighting in person on the field of battle. To one who, during his 50 years of rule, had witnessed so many unexampled changes of fortune, the cause of the great king appeared by no means lost through the defeat of Tigranocerta, whereas the position of Lucullus was very difficult, and if peace should not now take place, and the war should be judiciously continued, even in a high degree precarious. Newell of the war, the veteran of varied experience, who stood towards the great king almost as a father, and was now able to exercise a personal influence over him, overpowered by his energy that weak man, and induced him not only to resolve on the continuance of the war, but also to entrust Mithradates with its political and military management. The war was now to be changed from a cabinet contest into a national Asiatic struggle.
The kings and peoples of Asia were to unite for this purpose against the domineering and haughty Occidentals. The greatest exertions were made to reconcile the Parthians and Armenians with each other, and to induce them to make common cause against Rome. At the suggestion of Mithradates, Tigranes offered to give back to the Arsacid Phrates the god, who had reigned since 684, the provinces conquered by the Armenians Mesopotamia, Adiabene, the Great Valleys, and to enter into friendship and alliance with him. But, after all that had previously taken place, this offer could scarcely reckon on a favourable reception.
Phrates preferred to secure the boundary of the Euphrates by a treaty not with the Armenians but with the Romans, and to look on while the hated neighbour and the inconvenient foreigner fought out their strife. Greater success attended the application of Mithradates to the peoples of the East than to the kings. It was not difficult to represent the war as a national one of the East against the West, for such it was. It might very well be made a religious war also, and the report might be spread that the object aimed at by the army of Lucullus was the temple of the Persian Nanaya or Anaitis in Elymais, or the modern Luristan, the most celebrated and the richest shrine in the whole region of the Euphrates. From far and near the Asiatics flocked in crowds to the banner of the kings who summoned them to protect the East and its gods from the impious foreigners. But facts had shown not only that the mere assemblage of enormous hosts was of little avail, but that the troops really capable of marching and fighting were by their very incorporation in such a mass rendered useless and involved in the general ruin. Mithradates sought above all to develop the arm which was at once weakest among the Occidentals and strongest among the Asiatics, the cavalry. In the army newly formed by him, half of the force was mounted. For the ranks of the infantry he carefully selected, out of the mass of recruits called forth or volunteering, those fit for service, and caused them to be drilled by his Pontic officers. The considerable army, however, which soon assembled under the banner of the great king, was destined not to measure its strength with the Roman veterans on the first chance field of battle, but to confine itself to defence and petty warfare. Mithradates had conducted the last war in his empire on the system of constantly retreating and avoiding battle. Similar tactics were adopted on this occasion, and Armenia proper was destined as the theatre of war, the hereditary land of Tigranes, still wholly untouched by the enemy and excellently adapted for this sort of warfare both by its physical character and by the patriotism of its inhabitants. Dissatisfaction with Lucullus in the capital and in the army. The year 686 found Lucullus in a position of difficulty, which daily assumed a more dangerous aspect. In spite of his brilliant victories, people in Rome were not at all satisfied with him. The Senate felt the arbitrary nature of his conduct. The capitalist party, sorely offended by him, set all means of intrigue and corruption at work to effect his recall. Daily the forum echoed with just and unjust complaints regarding the foolhardy, the covetous, the un-Roman, the traitorous general. The Senate so far yielded to the complaints regarding the union of such unlimited power, 2 ordinary governorships and an important extraordinary command, in the hands of such a man, as to assign the province of Asia to one of the praetors, and the province of Cilicia, along with 3 newly raised legions, to the consul Quintus Marcius Rex, and to restrict the general to the command against Mithradates and Tigranes.
These accusations springing up against the general in Rome found a dangerous echo in the soldiers' quarters on the Iris and on the Tigris, and the more so that several officers, including the general's own brother-in-law, Publius Clodius, worked upon the soldiers with this view. The report beyond doubt designedly circulated by these, that Lucullus now thought of combining with the Pontic-Armenian war an expedition against the Parthians, fed the exasperation of the troops. Lucullus advances into Armenia. But while the troublesome temper of the government and of the soldier thus threatened the victorious general with recall and mutiny, he himself continued like a desperate gambler to increase his stake and his risk. He did not indeed march against the Parthians, but when Tigranes showed himself neither ready to make peace nor disposed, as Lucullus wished, to risk a second pitched battle, Lucullus resolved to advance from Tigranocerta through the difficult mountain country along the eastern shore of the Lake of Van into the valley of the eastern Euphrates, or the Arsanias, now Mirad Chai, and thence into that of the Araxes, where, on the northern slope of Ararat, lay Artaxata, the capital of Armenia proper, with the hereditary castle and the harem of the king.
He hoped, by threatening the king's hereditary residence, to compel him to fight either on the way or at any rate before Artaxata. It was inevitably necessary to leave behind a division at Tigranocerta, and, as the marching army could not possibly be further reduced, no course was left but to weaken the position in Pontus and to summon troops thence to Tigranocerta. The main difficulty, however, was the shortness of the Armenian summer, so inconvenient for military enterprises. On the tableland of Armenia, which lies 5,000 feet and more above the level of the sea, the corn at Erzurum only germinates in the beginning of June, and the winter sets in with the harvest in September. Artaxata had to be reached, and the campaign had to be ended in 4 months at the utmost. At midsummer, 686, Lucullus set out from Tigranocerta, and, marching doubtless through the pass of Bitlis and farther to the westward along the Lake of Van, arrived on the plateau of Mush and at the Euphrates. The march went on, amidst constant and very troublesome skirmishing with the enemy's cavalry, and especially with the mounted archers, slowly but without material hindrance, and the passage of the Euphrates, which was seriously defended by the Armenian cavalry, was secured by a successful engagement. The Armenian infantry showed itself, but the attempt to involve it in the conflict did not succeed. Thus the army reached the tableland, properly so called, of Armenia, and continued its march into the unknown country.
They had suffered no actual misfortune, but the mere inevitable delaying of the march by the difficulties of the ground and the horsemen of the enemy was itself a very serious disadvantage. Long before they had reached Artaxata, winter set in, and when the Italian soldiers saw snow and ice around them, the bow of military discipline that had been far too tightly stretched gave way. Lucullus retreats to Mesopotamia, capture of Nisibis. A formal mutiny compelled the general to order a retreat, which he effected with his usual skill.
When he had safely reached Mesopotamia, where the season still permitted farther operations, Lucullus crossed the Tigris and threw himself with the mass of his army on Nisibis, the last city that here remained to the Armenians. The great king, rendered wiser by the experience acquired before Tigranocerta, left the city to itself. Notwithstanding its brave defense, it was stormed in a dark, rainy night by the besiegers, and the army of Lucullus found their booty not less rich and winter quarters not less comfortable than the year before in Tigranocerta. Conflicts in Pontus and at Tigranocerta.
But meanwhile the whole weight of the enemy's offensive fell on the weak Roman divisions left behind in Pontus and in Armenia. Tigranes compelled the Roman commander of the latter corps, Lucius Fannius, the same who had formerly been the medium of communication between Sertorius and Mithradates, to throw himself into a fortress, and kept him beleaguered there. Mithradates advanced into Pontus with 4,000 Armenian horsemen and 4,000 of his own,
and as liberator and avenger summoned the nation to rise against the common foe, all joined him. The scattered Roman soldiers were everywhere seized and put to death. When Hadrianus, the Roman commandant in Pontus, led his troops against him, the former mercenaries of the king and the numerous natives of Pontus following the army as slaves made common cause with the enemy. For 2 successive days the unequal conflict lasted. It was only the circumstance that the king, after receiving 2 wounds, had to be carried off from the field of battle, which gave the Roman commander the opportunity of breaking off the virtually lost battle and throwing himself with the small remnant of his troops into Cabiria. Another of Lucullus's lieutenants who accidentally came into this region, the resolute Triarius, again gathered round him a body of troops and fought a successful engagement with the king. But he was much too weak to expel him afresh from Pontic soil and had to acquiesce while the king took up winter quarters in Comana. Farther retreat to Pontus. So the spring of 687 came on. The reunion of the army in Nisibis, the idleness of winter quarters, the frequent absence of the general,
had meanwhile increased the insubordination of the troops. Not only did they vehemently demand to be led back, but it was already tolerably evident that, if the general refused to lead them home, they would break up of themselves. The supplies were scanty. Fannius and Triarius, in their distress, sent the most urgent entreaties to the general to furnish aid. With a heavy heart, Lucullus resolved to yield to necessity, to give up Nisibis and Tigranocerta, and renouncing all the brilliant hopes of his Armenian expedition, to return to the right bank of the Euphrates. Fannius was relieved, but in Pontus the help was too late. Triarius, not strong enough to fight with Mithradates, had taken up a strong position at Gaziura, Turksal on the Iris to the west of Tokat, while the baggage was left behind at Dadassa. But when Mithradates laid siege to the latter place, the Roman soldiers, apprehensive for their property, compelled their leader to leave his secure position and to give battle to the king between Gaziura and Zila, on the Scotian heights. Defeat of the Romans in Pontus, at Zila, what Triarius had foreseen, occurred. In spite of the stoutest resistance, the wing which the king commanded in person broke the Roman line and huddled the infantry together into a clay ravine where it could make neither a forward nor a lateral movement and was cut to pieces without pity. The king indeed was dangerously wounded by a Roman centurion who sacrificed his life for it, but the defeat was not the less complete. The Roman camp was taken. The flower of the infantry, and almost all the staff and subaltern officers strewed the ground. The dead were left lying unburied on the field of battle, and when Lucullus arrived on the right bank of the Euphrates, he learned the defeat not from his own soldiers, but through the reports of the natives. Mutiny of the soldiers. Along with this defeat came the outbreak of the military conspiracy. At this very time, news arrived from Rome that the people had resolved to grant a discharge to the soldiers whose legal term of service had expired, to wit, to the Fimbrians, and to entrust the chief command in Pontus and Bithynia to one of the consuls of the current year. The successor of Lucullus, the consul Manius Acilius Glabrio, had already landed in Asia Minor. The disbanding of the bravest and most turbulent legions, and the recall of the commander-in-chief, in connection with the impression produced by the defeat of Ziela, dissolved all the bonds of authority in the army just when the general had most urgent need of their aid. Near Talaura in Lesser Armenia, he confronted the Pontic troops, at whose head Tigrane's son-in-law, Mithradates of Media, had already engaged the Romans successfully in a cavalry conflict. The main force of the great king was advancing to the same point from Armenia. Lucullus sent to Quintus Marcius, the new governor of Cilicia, who had just arrived on the way to his province with 3 legions in Lycaonia, to obtain help from him. Marcius declared that his soldiers refused to march to Armenia. He sent to Glabrio with the request that he would take up the supreme command committed to him by the people. Glabrio showed still less inclination to undertake this task, which had now become so difficult and hazardous. Lucullus, compelled to retain the command, with the view of not being obliged to fight at Talaura against the Armenian and the Pontic armies conjoined, ordered a movement against the advancing Armenians. Farther retreat to Asia Minor.
The soldiers obeyed the order to march, but when they reached the point where the routes to Armenia and Cappadocia diverged, the bulk of the army took the latter and proceeded to the province of Asia. There, the Fimbrians demanded their immediate discharge, and although they desisted from this at the urgent entreaty of the commander-in-chief and the other corps, they yet persevered in their purpose of disbanding if the winter should come on without an enemy confronting them, which accordingly was the case. Mithradates not only occupied once more almost his whole kingdom, but his cavalry ranged over all Cappadocia and as far as Bithynia. King Ariobarzanes sought help equally in vain from Quintus Marcius, from Lucullus, and from Glabrio. It was a strange, almost incredible issue for a war conducted in a manner so glorious. If we look merely to military achievements, hardly any other Roman general accomplished so much with so trifling means as Lucullus. The talent and the fortune of Sulla seem to have devolved on this, his disciple.
That under the circumstances the Roman army should have returned from Armenia to Asia Minor uninjured is a military miracle which, so far as we can judge, far excels the retreat of Xenophon. And, although mainly doubtless to be explained by the solidity of the Roman and the inefficiency of the Oriental system of war, it at all events secures to the leader of this expedition an honourable name in the foremost rank of men of military capacity. If the name of Lucullus is not usually included among these, it is to all appearance simply owing to the fact that no narrative of his campaigns, which is in a military point of view even tolerable, has come down to us, and to the circumstance that in everything, and particularly in war, nothing is taken into account but the final result. And this, in reality, was equivalent to a complete defeat. Through the last unfortunate turn of things, and principally through the mutiny of the soldiers, all the results of an 8 years' war had been lost. In the winter of 687 to 688, the Romans again stood exactly at the same spot as in the winter of 679 to 680. War with the pirates. The maritime war against the pirates, which began at the same time with the Continental War and was all along most closely connected with it, yielded no better results. It has been already mentioned that the Senate in 680 adopted the judicious resolution to entrust the task of clearing the seas from the corsairs to a single admiral in supreme command, the praetor Marcus Antonius. But at the very outset, they had made an utter mistake in the choice of the leader, or rather, those who had carried this measure so appropriate in itself had not taken into account that in the Senate all personal questions were decided by the influence of Cethegus and similar coterie considerations. They had moreover neglected to furnish the admiral of their choice with money and ships in a manner befitting his comprehensive task, so that with his enormous requisitions he was almost as burdensome to the provincials whom he befriended as were the corsairs. Defeat of Antonius off Cydonia. The results were corresponding. In the Campanian waters, the fleet of Antonius captured a number of piratical vessels, but an engagement took place with the Cretans, who had entered into friendship and alliance with the pirates and abruptly rejected his demand that they should desist from such fellowship. And the chains with which the foresight of Antonius had provided his vessels for the purpose of placing the captive buccaneers in irons served to fasten the quaestor and the other Roman prisoners to the masts of the captured Roman ships, when the Cretan generals Lasthenes and Panares steered back in triumph to Cydonia from the naval combat in which they had engaged the Romans off their island. Antonius, after having squandered immense sums and accomplished not the slightest result by his inconsiderate mode of warfare, died in 683 at Crete. The ill success of his expedition, the costliness of building a fleet, and the repugnance of the oligarchy to confer any powers of a more comprehensive kind on the magistrates led them, after the practical termination of this enterprise by Antonius's death, to make no farther nomination of an admiral-in-chief, and to revert to the old system of leaving each governor to look after the suppression of piracy in his own province. The fleet equipped by Lucullus, for instance, was actively employed for this purpose in the Aegean Sea.
Cretan War. So far, however, as the Cretans were concerned, a disgrace like that endured off Cydonia seemed even to the degenerate Romans of this age as if it could be answered only by a declaration of war.
Yet the Cretan envoys, who in the year 684 appeared in Rome with the request that the prisoners might be taken back and the old alliance re-established, had almost obtained a favourable decree of the Senate. What the whole corporation termed a disgrace, the individual senator was ready to sell for a substantial price.
It was not till a formal resolution of the Senate rendered the loans of the Cretan envoys among the Roman bankers non-actionable, that is, not until the Senate had incapacitated itself for undergoing bribery, that a decree passed to the effect that the Cretan communities, if they wished to avoid war, should hand over not only the Roman deserters, but the authors of the outrage perpetrated off Cydonia, the leaders Lasthenes and Panares, to the Romans for befitting punishment, should deliver up all ships and boats of 4 or more oars, should furnish 400 hostages, and should pay a fine of 4,000 talents, £975,000. When the envoys declared that they were not empowered to enter into such terms, one of the consuls of the next year was appointed to depart on the expiry of his official term for Crete, in order either to receive there what was demanded or to begin the war. Metellus subdues Crete. Accordingly, in 685, the proconsul Quintus Metellus appeared in the Cretan waters. The communities of the island, with the larger towns Gortyna, Knossos, Cydonia at their head, were resolved rather to defend themselves in arms than to submit to those excessive demands.
The Cretans were a nefarious and degenerate people, with whose public and private existence piracy was as intimately associated as robbery with the commonwealth of the Aetolians. But they resembled the Aetolians in valour, as in many other respects, and accordingly these two were the only Greek communities that waged a courageous and honourable struggle for independence. At Cydonia, where Metellus landed his 3 legions, a Cretan army of 24,000 men under Lasthenes and Panares was ready to receive him. A battle took place in the open field, in which the victory after a hard struggle remained with the Romans. Nevertheless, the towns bade defiance from behind their walls to the Roman general. Metellus had to make up his mind to besiege them in succession. First Cydonia, in which the remains of the beaten army had taken refuge, was after a long siege surrendered by Panares in return for the promise of a free departure for himself. Lasthenes, who had escaped from the town, had to be besieged a second time in Knossos, and, when this fortress also was on the point of falling, he destroyed its treasures and escaped once more to places which still continued their defence, such as Lictus, Eleuthera, and others. 2 years elapsed before Metellus became master of the whole island, and the last spot of free Greek soil thereby passed under the control of the dominant Romans. The Cretan communities, as they were the first of all Greek commonwealths to develop the free urban constitution and the dominion of the sea, were also to be the last of all those Greek maritime states that formerly filled the Mediterranean to succumb to the Roman continental power. The pirates in the Mediterranean. All the legal conditions were fulfilled for celebrating another of the usual pompous triumphs. The gens of the Metelli could add to its Macedonian, Numidian, Dalmatian, Balearic titles with equal right the new title of Creticus, and Rome possessed another name of pride. Nevertheless, the power of the Romans in the Mediterranean was never lower, that of the Corsairs never higher than in those years. Well might the Cilicians and Cretans of the seas, who are said to have numbered at this time 1,000 ships, mock the Isauricus and the Creticus and their empty victories. With what effect the pirates interfered in the Mithradatic War, and how the obstinate resistance of the Pontic maritime towns derived its best resources from the Corsair state, has been already related. But that state transacted business on a hardly less grand scale on its own behoof. Almost under the eyes of the fleet of Lucullus, the pirate Athenodorus surprised in 685 the island of Delos, destroyed its far-famed shrines and temples, and carried off the whole population into slavery. The island Lipara near Sicily paid to the pirates a fixed tribute annually to remain exempt from like attacks. Another pirate chief, Heracleon, destroyed in 682 the squadron equipped in Sicily against him, and ventured with no more than 4 open boats to sail into the harbour of Syracuse. 2 years later, his colleague Pyrganion even landed at the same port, established himself there, and sent forth flying parties into the island, till the Roman governor at last compelled him to re-embark. People grew at length quite accustomed to the fact that all the provinces equipped squadrons and raised coastguards, or were at any rate taxed for both. And yet the pirates appeared to plunder the provinces with as much regularity as the Roman governors. But even the sacred soil of Italy was now no longer respected by the shameless transgressors. From Croton they carried off with them the temple treasures of the Licinian Hera. They landed in Brundisium, Misenum, Caieta in the Etruscan ports, even in Ostia itself. They seized the most eminent Roman officers as captives, among others the admiral of the Cilician army and 2 praetors with their whole retinue, with the dreaded fascists themselves and all the insignia of their dignity. They carried away from a villa at Misenum the very sister of the Roman admiral-in-chief Antonius, who was sent forth to annihilate the pirates. They destroyed in the port of Ostia the Roman war fleet equipped against them and commanded by a consul. The Latin husbandman, the traveller on the Appian highway, the genteel bathing visitor at the terrestrial paradise of Baiae, were no longer secure of their property or their life for a single moment. All traffic and all intercourse were suspended. The most dreadful scarcity prevailed in Italy, and especially in the capital, which subsisted on transmarine corn. The contemporary world and history indulge freely in complaints of insupportable distress. In this case, the epithet may have been appropriate. Servile disturbances. We have already described how the Senate restored by Sulla carried out its guardianship of the frontier in Macedonia, its discipline over the client kings of Asia Minor, and lastly, its marine police. The results were nowhere satisfactory, nor did better success attend the government in another and perhaps even more urgent matter, the supervision of the provincial, and above all, of the Italian proletariat. The gangrene of a slave proletariat gnawed at the vitals of all the states of antiquity, and the more so, the more vigorously they had risen and prospered. For the power and riches of the state regularly led, under the existing circumstances, to a disproportionate increase of the body of slaves. Rome naturally suffered more severely from this cause than any other state of antiquity. Even the government of the 6th century had been under the necessity of sending troops against the gangs of runaway herdsmen and rural slaves. The plantation system, spreading more and more among the Italian speculators, had infinitely increased the dangerous evil. In the time of the Gracchan and Marian crises, and in close connection with them, servile revolts had taken place at numerous points of the Roman Empire, and in Sicily had even grown into 2 bloody wars, 619 to 622 and 652 to 654. But the 10 years of the rule of the Restoration after Sulla's death formed the golden age both for the buccaneers at sea and for bands of a similar character on land, above all in the Italian peninsula, which had hitherto been comparatively well regulated. The land could hardly be said any longer to enjoy peace. In the capital and the less populous districts of Italy, robberies were of everyday occurrence, murders were frequent. A special decree of the people was issued, perhaps at this epoch, against kidnapping of foreign slaves and of free men. A special summary action was about this time introduced against violent deprivation of landed property. These crimes could not but appear specially dangerous, because while they were usually perpetrated by the proletariat, the upper class were to a great extent also concerned in them, as moral originators and partakers in the gain. The abduction of men and of estates was very frequently suggested by the overseers of the large estates and carried out by the gangs of slaves, frequently armed, that were collected there. And many a man, even of high respectability, did not disdain what one of his officious slave overseers thus acquired for him, as Mephistopheles acquired for Faust the lime trees of Philemon. The state of things is shown by the aggravated punishment for outrages on property committed by armed bands, which was introduced by one of the better optimates, Marcus Lucullus, as presiding over the administration of justice in the capital about the year 676. With the express object of inducing the proprietors of large bands of slaves to exercise a more strict superintendence over them, and thereby avoid the penalty of seeing them judicially condemned.
Where pillage and murder were thus carried on by order of the world of quality, it was natural for these masses of slaves and proletarians to prosecute the same business on their own account. A spark was sufficient to set fire to so inflammable materials and to convert the proletariat into an insurrectionary army. An occasion was soon found. Outbreak of the gladiatorial war in Italy. Spartacus. The gladiatorial games, which now held the first rank among the popular amusements in Italy, had led to the institution of numerous establishments, more especially in and around Capua, designed partly for the custody, partly for the training of those slaves who were destined to kill or be killed for the amusement of the sovereign multitude. These were naturally in great part brave men captured in war, who had not forgotten that they had once faced the Romans in the field. A number of these desperadoes broke out of one of the Capuan gladiatorial schools and sought refuge on Mount Vesuvius. At their head were 2 Celts who were designated by their slave names Crixus and Ennomaus, and the Thracian Spartacus. The latter, perhaps a scion of the noble family of the Spartacids, which attained even to royal honours in its Thracian home and in Panticapaeum, had served among the Thracian auxiliaries in the Roman army, had deserted and gone as a brigand to the mountains, and had been there recaptured and destined for the gladiatorial games. The insurrection takes shape. The inroads of this little band, numbering at first only 74 persons, but rapidly swelling by concourse from the surrounding country, soon became so troublesome to the inhabitants of the rich region of Campania that these, after having vainly attempted themselves to repel them, sought help against them from Rome. A division of 3,000 men hurriedly collected appeared under the leadership of Clodius Glaber, and occupied the approaches to Vesuvius with the view of starving out the slaves. But the brigands, in spite of their small number and their defective armament, had the boldness to scramble down steep declivities and to fall upon the Roman posts. And when the wretched militia saw the little band of desperadoes unexpectedly assail them, they took to their heels and fled on all sides. This first success procured for the robbers arms and increased accessions to their ranks. Although even now a great portion of them carried nothing but pointed clubs, the new and stronger division of the militia 2 legions under the praetor Publius Varinius, which advanced from Rome into Campania, found them encamped almost like a regular army in the plain. Varinius had a difficult position. His militia, compelled to bivouac opposite the enemy, were severely weakened by the damp autumn weather and the diseases which it engendered, and worse than the epidemics, cowardice and insubordination thinned the ranks. At the very outset, one of his divisions broke up entirely, so that the fugitives did not fall back on the main corps, but went straight home. Thereupon, when the order was given to advance against the enemy's entrenchments and attack them, the greater portion of the troops refused to comply with it. Nevertheless, Varinius set out with those who kept their ground against the robber band, but it was no longer to be found where he sought it. It had broken up in the deepest silence and had turned to the south towards Picentia, Vicenza near Amain, where Varinius overtook it indeed, but could not prevent it from retiring over the Silarus into the interior of Lucania, the chosen land of shepherds and robbers. Varinius followed thither, and there at length the despised enemy arrayed themselves for battle. All the circumstances under which the combat took place were to the disadvantage of the Romans. The soldiers, vehemently as they had demanded battle a little before, fought ill. Varinius was completely vanquished. His horse and the insignia of his official dignity fell with the Roman camp itself into the enemy's hand. The South Italian slaves, especially the brave half-savage herdsmen, flocked in crowds to the banner of the deliverers who had so unexpectedly appeared. According to the most moderate estimates, the number of armed insurgents rose to 40,000 men. Campania, just evacuated, was speedily reoccupied, and the Roman corps which was left behind there under Gaius Thoranius, the quaestor of Varinius, was broken and destroyed. In the whole south and southwest of Italy, the open country was in the hands of the victorious bandit chiefs. Even considerable towns such as Consentia in the Bruttian country,
Thurii and Metapontum in Lucania, Nola and Nuceria in Campania were stormed by them and suffered all the atrocities which victorious barbarians could inflict on defenseless civilized men and unshackled slaves on their former masters. That a conflict like this should be altogether abnormal and more a massacre than a war was unhappily a matter of course. The masters duly crucified every captured slave. The slaves naturally killed their prisoners also, or with still more sarcastic retaliation, even compelled their Roman captives to slaughter each other in gladiatorial sport, as was subsequently done with 300 of them at the obsequies of a robber captain who had fallen in combat. Great victories of Spartacus. In Rome, people were with reason apprehensive as to the destructive conflagration which was daily spreading. It was resolved next year to send both consuls against the formidable leaders of the gang. The praetor Quintus Arrius, a lieutenant of the consul Lucius Gellius, actually succeeded in seizing and destroying at Mount Garganus in Apulia the Celtic band, which under Crixus had separated from the mass of the robber army and was levying contributions at its own hand. But Spartacus achieved all the more brilliant victories in the Apennines and in northern Italy, where first the consul Gnaeus Lentulus, who had thought to surround and capture the robbers, then his colleague Gellius and the so recently victorious praetor Arrius, and lastly at Mutina, the governor of Cisalpine Gaul, Gaius Cassius, consul 681, and the praetor Gnaeus Manlius, one after another succumbed to his blows. The scarcely armed gangs of slaves were the terror of the legions. The series of defeats recalled the first years of the Hannibalic War. Internal dissension among the insurgents. What might have come of it had the national kings from the mountains of Auvergne or of the Balkan and not runaway gladiatorial slaves been at the head of the victorious bands, it is impossible to say. As it was, the movement remained notwithstanding its brilliant victories, a rising of robbers, and succumbed less to the superior force of its opponents than to internal discord and the want of definite plan. The unity in confronting the common foe, which was so remarkably conspicuous in the earlier servile wars of Sicily, was wanting in this Italian war, a difference probably due to the fact that, while the Sicilian slaves found a quasi-national point of union in the common Syro-Hellenism, the Italian slaves were separated into the two bodies of Helleno-barbarians and Celto-Germans. The rupture between the Celtic Crixus and the Thracian Spartacus, Oenomaus had fallen in one of the earliest conflicts, and other similar quarrels crippled them in turning to account the successes achieved and procured for the Romans several important victories. But the want of a definite plan and aim produced far more injurious effects on the enterprise than the insubordination of the Celto-Germans. Spartacus, doubtless, to judge by the little which we learn regarding that remarkable man, stood in this respect above his party. Along with his strategic ability, he displayed no ordinary talent for organization, as indeed from the very outset the uprightness with which he presided over his band and distributed the spoil had directed the eyes of the multitude to him quite as much at least as his valor. To remedy the severely felt want of cavalry and of arms, he tried with the help of the herds of horses seized in Lower Italy to train and discipline a cavalry, and so soon as he got the port of Thurii into his hands, to procure from that quarter iron and copper, doubtless through the medium of the pirates. But in the main matters he was unable to induce the wild hordes whom he led to pursue any fixed ulterior aims. Gladly would he have checked the frantic orgies of cruelty, in which the robbers indulged on the capture of towns, and which formed the chief reason why no Italian city voluntarily made common cause with the insurgents. But the obedience which the bandit chief found in the conflict ceased with the victory, and his representations and entreaties were in vain. After the victories obtained in the Apennine in 682, the slave army was free to move in any direction. Spartacus himself is said to have intended to cross the Alps, with a view to open to himself and his followers the means of return to their Celtic or Thracian home. If the statement is well founded, it shows how little the conqueror overrated his successes and his power. When his men refused so speedily to turn their backs on the riches of Italy, Spartacus took the route for Rome, and is said to have meditated blockading the capital. The troops, however, showed themselves also averse to this desperate but yet methodical enterprise. They compelled their leader, when he was desirous to be a general, to remain a mere captain of banditti and aimlessly to wander about Italy in search of plunder.
Rome might think herself fortunate that the matter took this turn, but even as it was, the perplexity was great. There was a want of trained soldiers as of experienced generals. Quintus Metellus and Gaius Pompeius were employed in Spain, Marcus Lucullus in Thrace, Lucius Lucullus in Asia Minor, and none but raw militia and, at best, mediocre officers were available. The extraordinary supreme command in Italy was given to the praetor Marcus Crassus, who was not a general of much reputation, but had fought with honour under Sulla and had at least character, and an army of 8 legions, imposing if not by its quality, at any rate by its numbers, was placed at his disposal. The new commander-in-chief began by treating the 1st Division, which again threw away its arms and fled before the banditti, with all the severity of martial law, and causing every 10th man in it to be executed, whereupon the legions in reality grew somewhat more manly. Spartacus, vanquished in the next engagement, retreated and sought to reach Rhegium through Lucania. Conflicts in the Bruttian country. Just at that time, the pirates commanded not merely the Sicilian waters, but even the port of Syracuse. With the help of their boats, Spartacus proposed to throw a corps into Sicily, where the slaves only waited an impulse to break out a 3rd time. The march to Rhegium was accomplished, but the corsairs, perhaps terrified by the coastguards established in Sicily by the praetor Gaius Verus, perhaps also bribed by the Romans, took from Spartacus the stipulated hire without performing the service for which it was given. Crassus, meanwhile, had followed the robber army nearly as far as the mouth of the Crathis, and like Scipio before Numantia, ordered his soldiers, seeing that they did not fight as they ought, to construct an entrenched wall of the length of 35 miles, which shut off the Bruttian peninsula from the rest of Italy, intercepted the insurgent army on the return from Rhegium, and cut off its supplies. But in a dark winter night Spartacus broke through the lines of the enemy, and in the spring of 683 was once more in Lucania. The laborious work had thus been in vain. Crassus began to despair of accomplishing his task, and demanded that the Senate should for his support recall to Italy the armies stationed in Macedonia under Marcus Lucullus and in Hither Spain under Gnaeus Pompeius, disruption of the rebels and their subjugation. This extreme step, however, was not needed. The disunion and the arrogance of the robber bands sufficed again to frustrate their successes. Once more the Celts and Germans broke off from the league of which the Thracian was the head and soul, in order that under leaders of their own nation, Gannicus and Castus, they might separately fall victims to the sword of the Romans. Once at the Lucanian lake, the opportune appearance of Spartacus saved them, and thereupon they pitched their camp near to his. Nevertheless, Crassus succeeded in giving employment to Spartacus by means of the cavalry, and meanwhile surrounded the Celtic bands and compelled them to a separate engagement, in which the whole body, numbering it is said 12,300 combatants, fell fighting bravely all on the spot and with their wounds in front. Spartacus then attempted to throw himself with his division into the mountains round Petilia near Strongoli in Calabria, and signally defeated the Roman vanguard, which followed his retreat. But this victory proved more injurious to the victor than to the vanquished. Intoxicated by success, the robbers refused to retreat farther, and compelled their general to lead them through Lucania towards Apulia to face the last decisive struggle. Before the battle, Spartacus stabbed his horse. As in prosperity and adversity he had faithfully kept by his men, he now by that act showed them that the issue for him and for all was victory or death. In the battle also he fought with the courage of a lion. 2 centurions fell by his hand. Wounded and on his knees he still wielded his spear against the advancing foes. Thus the great robber captain, and with him the best of his comrades, died the death of free men and of honourable soldiers. After the dearly bought victory, the troops who had achieved it, and those of Pompeius that had meanwhile, after conquering the Sertorians, arrived from Spain, instituted throughout Apulia and Lucania a manhunt, such as there had never been before, to crush out the last sparks of the mighty conflagration.
Although in the southern districts, where for instance the little town of Tempsa was seized in 683 by a gang of robbers, and in Etruria, which was severely affected by Sulla's evictions, there was by no means as yet a real public tranquility. Peace was officially considered as re-established in Italy. At least the disgracefully lost eagles were recovered after the victory over the Celts alone. 5 of them were brought in, and along the road from Capua to Rome, the 6,000 crosses bearing captured slaves testified to the re-establishment of order and to the renewed victory of acknowledged law over its living property that had rebelled. The government of the Restoration as a whole. Let us look back on the events which fill up the 10 years of the Sullan Restoration. No one of the movements, external or internal, which occurred during this period, neither the insurrection of Lepidus, nor the enterprises of the Spanish emigrants, nor the wars in Thrace and Macedonia and in Asia Minor, nor the risings of the pirates and the slaves, constituted of itself a mighty danger necessarily affecting the vital sinews of the nation. And yet the state had in all these struggles well-nigh fought for its very existence. The reason was that the tasks were everywhere left unperformed, so long as they might still have been performed with ease. The neglect of the simplest precautionary measures produced the most dreadful mischiefs and misfortunes, and transformed dependent classes and impotent kings into antagonists on a footing of equality. The democracy and the servile insurrection were doubtless subdued, but such as the victories were, the victor was neither inwardly elevated nor outwardly strengthened by them. It was no credit to Rome that the 2 most celebrated generals of the government party had, during a struggle of 8 years marked by more defeats than victories, failed to master the insurgent chief Sertorius and his Spanish guerrillas, and that it was only the dagger of his friends that decided the Sertorian war in favor of the legitimate government. As to the slaves, it was far less an honor to have conquered them than a disgrace to have confronted them in equal strife for years. Little more than a century had elapsed since the Hannibalic War. It must have brought a blush to the cheek of the honorable Roman when he reflected on the fearfully rapid decline of the nation since that great age. Then the Italian slaves stood like a wall against the veterans of Hannibal. Now the Italian militia were scattered like chaff before the bludgeons of their runaway serfs. Then every plain captain acted in case of need as general, and fought often without success, but always with honor. Now it was difficult to find among all the officers of rank a leader of even ordinary efficiency. Then the government preferred to take the last farmer from the plough rather than forego the acquisition of Spain and Greece. Now they were on the eve of again abandoning both regions long since acquired, merely that they might be able to defend themselves against the insurgent slaves at home. Spartacus too, as well as Hannibal, had traversed Italy with an army from the Po to the Sicilian Straits, beaten both consuls, and threatened Rome with blockade. The enterprise which had needed the greatest general of antiquity to conduct it against the Rome of former days could be undertaken against the Rome of the present by a daring captain of banditti. Was there any wonder that no fresh life sprang out of such victories over insurgents and robber chiefs? The external wars, however, had produced a result still less gratifying. It is true that the Thraco-Macedonian War had yielded a result not directly unfavourable, although far from corresponding to the considerable expenditure of men and money. In the wars in Asia Minor and with the pirates, on the other hand, the government had exhibited utter failure. The former ended with the loss of the whole conquests made in 8 bloody campaigns, the latter with the total driving of the Romans from their own sea. Once Rome, fully conscious of the irresistibleness of her power by land, had transferred her superiority also to the other element. Now the mighty state was powerless at sea and, as it seemed, on the point of also losing its dominion at least over the Asiatic continent. The material benefits which a state exists to confer security of frontier, undisturbed peaceful intercourse, legal protection, and regulated administration began all of them to vanish for the whole of the nations united in the Roman state. The gods of blessing seemed all to have mounted up to Olympus and to have left the miserable earth at the mercy of the officially called or volunteer plunderers and tormentors.
Nor was this decay of the state felt as a public misfortune merely perhaps by such as had political rights and public spirit. The insurrection of the proletariat and the brigandage and piracy which remind us of the times of the Neapolitan Ferdinands carried the sense of this decay into the remotest valley and the humblest hut of Italy, and made everyone who pursued trade and commerce, or who bought even a bushel of wheat, feel it as a personal calamity. If inquiry was made as to the authors of this dreadful and unexampled misery, it was not difficult to lay the blame of it with good reason on many. The slaveholders, whose heart was in their money bags, the insubordinate soldiers, the generals cowardly, incapable or foolhardy, the demagogues of the marketplace mostly pursuing a mistaken aim, bore their share of the blame, or, to speak more truly, who was there that did not share in it? It was instinctively felt that this misery, this disgrace, this disorder were too colossal to be the work of any one man. As the greatness of the Roman Commonwealth was the work not of prominent individuals but rather of a soundly organized burgess body, so the decay of this mighty structure was the result not of the destructive genius of individuals, but of a general disorganization. The great majority of the burgesses were good for nothing, and every rotten stone in the building helped to bring about the ruin of the whole. The whole nation suffered for what was the whole nation's fault. It was unjust to hold the government as the ultimate tangible organ of the state, responsible for all its curable and incurable diseases, but it certainly was true that the government contributed after a very grave fashion to the general culpability. In the Asiatic War, for example, where no individual of the ruling lords conspicuously failed, and Lucullus, in a military point of view at least, behaved with ability and even glory, it was all the more clear that the blame of failure lay in the system and in the government as such, primarily, so far as that war was concerned, in the remissness with which Cappadocia and Syria were at first abandoned, and in the awkward position of the able general with reference to a governing college incapable of any energetic resolution.
In maritime police, likewise, the true idea which the Senate had taken up as to a general hunting out of the pirates was first spoilt by it in the execution, and then totally dropped, in order to revert to the old foolish system of sending legions against the courses of the sea. The expeditions of Servilius and Marcius to Cilicia, and of Metellus to Crete, were undertaken on this system, and in accordance with it, Triarius had the island of Delos surrounded by a wall for protection against the pirates. Such attempts to secure the dominion of the seas remind us of that Persian great king who ordered the sea to be scourged with rods to make it subject to him. Doubtless, therefore, the nation had good reason for laying the blame of its failure primarily on the government of the Restoration. A similar misrule had indeed always come along with the re-establishment of the oligarchy after the fall of the Gracchi, as after that of Marius and Saturninus, yet never before had it shown such violence and at the same time such laxity, never had it previously emerged so corrupt and pernicious. But when a government cannot govern, it ceases to be legitimate, and whoever has the power has also the right to overthrow it. It is, no doubt, unhappily true that an incapable and flagitious government may for a long period trample underfoot the welfare and honour of the land before the men are found who are able and willing to wield against that government the formidable weapons of its own forging, and to evoke out of the moral revolt of the good and the distress of the many the revolution which is in such a case legitimate. But if the game attempted with the fortunes of nations may be a merry one, and may be played perhaps for a long time without molestation, it is a treacherous game which in its own time entraps the players. And no one then blames the axe if it is laid to the root of the tree that bears such fruits. For the Roman oligarchy this time had now come. The Pontic-Armenian War and the affair of the pirates became the proximate causes of the overthrow of the Sullan constitution and of the establishment of a revolutionary military dictatorship. The fall of the oligarchy and the rule of Pompeius continued subsistence of the Sullan constitution. The Sullan constitution still stood unshaken. The assault which Lepidus and Sertorius had ventured to make on it had been repulsed with little loss.
The government had neglected, it is true, to finish the half-completed building in the energetic spirit of its author. It is characteristic of the government that it neither distributed the lands which Sulla had destined for allotment, but had not yet parcelled out, nor directly abandoned the claim to them, but tolerated the former owners in provisional possession without regulating their title, and indeed even allowed various still undistributed tracts of Sullan domain land to be arbitrarily taken possession of by individuals according to the old system of occupation, which was de jure and de facto set aside by the Gracchan reforms. Whatever in the Sullan enactments was indifferent or inconvenient for the optimates was without scruple ignored or cancelled. For instance, the sentences under which whole communities were deprived of the right of citizenship, the prohibition against conjoining the new farms, and several of the privileges conferred by Sulla on particular communities, of course without giving back to the communities the sums paid for these exemptions. But though these violations of the ordinances of Sulla by the government itself contributed to shake the foundations of his structure, the Sempronian laws were substantially abolished and remained so. Attacks of the democracy. Corn laws, attempts to restore the tribunician power. There was no lack, indeed, of men who had in view the re-establishment of the Gracchan constitution, or of projects to attain piecemeal in the way of constitutional reform what Lepidus and Sertorius had attempted by the path of revolution. The government had already, under the pressure of the agitation of Lepidus immediately after the death of Sulla, consented to a limited revival of the largesses of grain, and it did, moreover, what it could to satisfy the proletariat of the capital in regard to this vital question. When, notwithstanding those distributions, the high price of grain occasioned chiefly by piracy produced so oppressive a dearth in Rome as to lead to a violent tumult in the streets in 679, extraordinary purchases of Sicilian grain on account of the government relieved for the time the most severe distress, and a corn law brought in by the consuls of 681 regulated for the future the purchases of Sicilian grain and furnished the government, although at the expense of the provincials, with better means of obviating similar evils.
But the less material points of difference also, the restoration of the tribunician power in its old compass, and the setting aside of the senatorial tribunals, ceased not to form subjects of popular agitation, and in their case the government offered more decided resistance. The dispute regarding the tribunician magistracy was opened as early as 678, immediately after the defeat of Lepidus, by the tribune of the people Lucius Sicinius, perhaps a descendant of the man of the same name who had first filled this office more than 400 years before, but it failed before the resistance offered to it by the active consul Gaius Curio. In 680, Lucius Quinctius resumed the agitation, but was induced by the authority of the consul Lucius Lucullus to desist from his purpose. The matter was taken up in the following year with greater zeal by Gaius Licinius Macer, who, in a way characteristic of the period, carried his literary studies into public life and, just as he had read in the annals, counselled the burgesses to refuse the conscription. Attacks on the senatorial tribunals, complaints also, only too well founded, prevailed respecting the bad administration of justice by the senatorial jurymen. The condemnation of a man of any influence could hardly be obtained. Not only did colleague feel reasonable compassion for colleague, those who had been or were likely to be accused for the poor sinner under accusation at the moment, the sale also of the votes of jurymen was hardly any longer exceptional. Several senators had been judicially convicted of this crime. Men pointed with the finger at others equally guilty. The most respected optimatus, such as Quintus Catulus, granted in an open sitting of the Senate that the complaints were quite well founded. Individual specially striking cases compelled the Senate on several occasions, for example in 680, to deliberate on measures to check the venality of juries, but only of course till the first outcry had subsided and the matter could be allowed to slip out of sight. The consequences of this wretched administration of justice appeared especially in a system of plundering and torturing the provincials, compared with which even previous outrages seemed tolerable and moderate. Stealing and robbing had been in some measure legitimized by custom,
The Commission on Extortions might be regarded as an institution for taxing the senators returning from the provinces for the benefit of their colleagues that remained at home. But when an esteemed Ceciliot, because he had not been ready to help the governor in a crime, was by the latter condemned to death in his absence and unheard, when even Roman burgesses, if they were not equites or senators, were in the provinces no longer safe from the rods and axes of the Roman magistrate, and the oldest acquisition of the Roman democracy, security of life and person, began to be trodden underfoot by the ruling oligarchy, then even the public in the Forum at Rome had an ear for the complaints regarding its magistrates in the provinces, and regarding the unjust judges who morally shared the responsibility of such misdeeds. The opposition, of course, did not omit to assail its opponents in what was almost the only ground left to it, the tribunals. The young Gaius Caesar, who also, so far as his age allowed, took zealous part in the agitation for the re-establishment of the tribunician power, brought to trial in 677 one of the most respected partisans of Sulla, the consular Gnaeus Dolabella, and in the following year another Sullan officer, Gaius Antonius, and Marcus Cicero in 684 called to account Gaius Verus, one of the most wretched of the creatures of Sulla, and one of the worst scourges of the provincials. Again and again were the pictures of that dark period of the proscriptions, the fearful sufferings of the provincials, the disgraceful state of Roman criminal justice, unfolded before the assembled multitude with all the pomp of Italian rhetoric, and with all the bitterness of Italian sarcasm, and the mighty dead, as well as his living instruments, were unrelentingly exposed to their wrath and scorn. The re-establishment of the full tribunician power, with the continuance of which the freedom, might, and prosperity of the Republic seemed bound up as by a charm of primeval sacredness, the reintroduction of the stern equestrian tribunals, the renewal of the censorship, which Sulla had set aside, for the purifying of the supreme governing board from its corrupt and pernicious elements, were daily demanded with a loud voice by the orators of the popular party. Want of results from the democratic agitation. But with all this, no progress was made. There was scandal and outcry enough, but no real result was attained by this exposure of the government according to and beyond its deserts. The material power still lay, so long as there was no military interference, in the hands of the burgesses of the capital, and the people that thronged the streets of Rome and made magistrates and laws in the Forum was in fact nowise better than the governing Senate. The government, no doubt, had to come to terms with the multitude, where its own immediate interest was at stake. This was the reason for the renewal of the Sempronian Corn Law. But it was not to be imagined that this populace would have displayed earnestness on behalf of an idea or even of a judicious reform. What Demosthenes said of his Athenians was justly applied to the Romans of this period. The people were very zealous for action, so long as they stood round the platform and listened to proposals of reforms. But when they went home, no one thought further of what he had heard in the marketplace. However those democratic agitators might stir the fire, it was to no purpose, for the inflammable material was wanting. The government knew this, and allowed no sort of concession to be wrung from it on important questions of principle. At the utmost, it consented, about 682, to grant amnesty to a portion of those who had become exiles with Lepidus. Any concessions that did take place came not so much from the pressure of the democracy as from the attempts at mediation of the moderate aristocracy. But of the two laws which the single still surviving leader of this section, Gaius Cotta, carried in his consulate of 679, that which concerned the tribunals was again set aside in the very next year, and the second, which abolished the Sullan enactment that those who had held the tribunate should be disqualified for undertaking other magistracies, but allowed the other limitations to continue, merely, like every half-measure, excited the displeasure of both parties. The party of conservatives friendly to reform, which lost its most notable head by the early death of Cotta, occurring soon after, about 681, dwindled away more and more, crushed between the extremes, which were becoming daily more marked. But of these, the party of the government, wretched and remiss as it was, necessarily retained the advantage in presence of the equally wretched and equally remiss opposition. quarrel between the government and their general Pompeius. But this state of matters so favourable to the government was altered when the differences became more distinctly developed which subsisted between it and those of its partisans, whose hopes aspired to higher objects than the seat of honour in the Senate and the aristocratic villa. In the first rank of these stood Gaius Pompeius.
He was doubtless a Sullan, but we have already shown how little he was at home among his own party, how his lineage, his past history, his hopes separated him withal from the nobility, as whose protector and champion he was officially regarded. The breach already apparent had been widened irreparably during the Spanish campaigns of the general. With reluctance and semi-compulsion, the government had associated him as colleague with their true representative Quintus Metellus. And in turn he accused the Senate, probably not without ground, of having by its careless or malicious neglect of the Spanish armies brought about their defeats and placed the fortunes of the expedition in jeopardy. Now he returned as victor over his open and his secret foes, at the head of an army inured to war and wholly devoted to him, desiring assignments of land for his soldiers, a triumph and the consulship for himself. The latter demands came into collision with the law. Pompeius, although several times invested in an extraordinary way with supreme official authority, had not yet administered any ordinary magistracy, not even the quaestorship, and was still not a member of the Senate. And none but one who had passed through the round of lesser ordinary magistracies could become consul. None but one who had been invested with the ordinary supreme power could triumph. The Senate was legally entitled, if he became a candidate for the consulship, to bid him begin with the quaestorship. If he requested a triumph, to remind him of the great Scipio, who, under like circumstances, had renounced his triumph over conquered Spain. Nor was Pompeius less dependent constitutionally on the goodwill of the Senate as respected the lands promised to his soldiers. But, although the Senate, as with its feebleness even in animosity was very conceivable, should yield those points and concede to the victorious general in return for his executioner's service against the democratic chiefs, the triumph, the consulate, and the assignations of land, an honourable annihilation in senatorial indolence among the long series of peaceful senatorial imperators, was the most favourable lot which the oligarchy was able to hold in readiness for the general of 36. That which his heart really longed for, the command in the Mithradatic war, he could never expect to obtain from the voluntary bestowal of the Senate. In their own well-understood interest, the oligarchy could not permit him to add to his Africa and European trophies those of a third continent. The laurels which were to be plucked copiously and easily in the East were reserved at all events for the pure aristocracy. But if the celebrated general did not find his account in the ruling oligarchy, there remained, for neither was the time ripe, nor was the temperament of Pompeius at all fitted, for a purely personal outspoken dynastic policy, no alternative save to make common cause with the democratic party. No interest of his own bound him to the Sullan constitution. He could pursue his personal objects quite as well, if not better, with one more democratic. On the other hand, he found all that he needed in the democratic party. Its active and adroit leaders were ready and able to relieve the resourceless and somewhat wooden hero of the trouble of political leadership, and yet much too insignificant to be able or even wishful to dispute with the celebrated general the first place, and especially the supreme military control. Even Gaius Caesar, by far the most important of them, was simply a young man whose daring exploits and fashionable debts far more than his fiery democratic eloquence had gained him a name, and who could not but feel himself greatly honoured when the world-renowned imperator allowed him to be his political adjutant. That popularity, to which men like Pompeius, with pretensions greater than their abilities, usually attach more value than they are willing to confess to themselves, could not but fall in the highest measure to the lot of the young general whose accession gave victory to the almost forlorn cause of the democracy. The reward of victory claimed by him for himself and his soldiers would then follow of itself.
In general, it seemed, if the oligarchy were overthrown, that amidst the total want of other considerable chiefs of the opposition, it would depend solely on Pompeius himself to determine his future position. And of this much there could hardly be a doubt, that the accession of the general of the army, which had just returned victorious from Spain and still stood compact and unbroken in Italy, to the party of opposition must have as its consequence the fall of the existing order of things. Government and opposition were equally powerless. So soon as the latter no longer fought merely with the weapons of declamation, but had the sword of a victorious general ready to back its demands, the government would be in any case overcome, perhaps even without a struggle. Coalition of the military chiefs and the democracy. Pompeius and the Democrats thus found themselves urged into coalition. Personal dislikings were probably not wanting on either side. It was not possible that the victorious general could love the street orators, nor could these hail with pleasure as their chief the executioner of Carbo and Brutus, but political necessity outweighed, at least for the moment, all moral scruples. The Democrats and Pompeius, however, were not the sole parties to the league. Marcus Crassus was in a similar situation with Pompeius. Although a Sullan like the latter, his politics were quite as in the case of Pompeius preeminently of a personal kind, and by no means those of the ruling oligarchy. And he too was now in Italy at the head of a large and victorious army with which he had just suppressed the rising of the slaves. He had to choose whether he would ally himself with the oligarchy against the coalition, or enter that coalition. He chose the latter, which was doubtless the safer course. With his colossal wealth and his influence on the clubs of the capital, he was in any case a valuable ally. But under the prevailing circumstances it was an incalculable gain when the only army with which the Senate could have met the troops of Pompeius joined the attacking force. The Democrats, moreover, who were probably somewhat uneasy at their alliance with that too powerful general, were not displeased to see a counterpoise and perhaps a future rival associated with him in the person of Marcus Crassus. Thus, in the summer of 683, the first coalition took place between the democracy on the one hand and the two Sullan generals Gaius Pompeius and Marcus Crassus on the other. The generals adopted the party program of the democracy, and they were promised immediately in return the consulship for the coming year, while Pompeius was to have also a triumph and the desired allotments of land for his soldiers, and Crassus as the conqueror of Spartacus at least the honour of a solemn entrance into the capital. To the two Italian armies, the great capitalists and the democracy, which thus came forward in league for the overthrow of the Sullan constitution, the Senate had nothing to oppose save perhaps the second Spanish army under Quintus Metellus Pius. But Sulla had truly predicted that what he did would not be done a second time. Metellus, by no means inclined to involve himself in a civil war, had discharged his soldiers immediately after crossing the Alps. So nothing was left for the oligarchy but to submit to what was inevitable. The Senate granted the dispensations requisite for the consulship and triumph. Pompeius and Crassus were, without opposition, elected consuls for 684, while their armies, on pretext of awaiting their triumph, encamped before the city. Pompeius, thereupon, even before entering on office, gave his public and formal adherence to the democratic program in an assembly of the people held by the tribune Marcus Lollius Pallicanus. The change of the constitution was thus in principle decided. Re-establishing of the tribunician power. They now went to work in all earnest to set aside the Sullan institutions. First of all, the tribunician magistracy regained its earlier authority. Pompeius himself, as consul, introduced the law which gave back to the tribunes of the people their time-honored prerogatives, and in particular the initiative of legislation, a singular gift indeed from the hand of a man who had done more than anyone living to wrest from the community its ancient privileges. New arrangement as to jurymen. With respect to the position of jurymen, the regulation of Sulla, that the role of the senators was to serve as the list of jurymen, was no doubt abolished. But this by no means led to a simple restoration of the Gracchan equestrian courts. In future, so it was enacted by the new Aurelian law, the colleges of jurymen were to consist 1/3 of senators and 2/3 of men of equestrian census, and of the latter, the half must have rilled the office of district presidents, or so-called tribuni aerarii. This last innovation was a farther concession made to the Democrats, inasmuch as, according to it, at least a third part of the criminal jurymen were indirectly derived from the elections of the tribes. The reason, again, why the Senate was not totally excluded from the courts is probably to be sought partly in the relations of Crassus to the Senate, partly in the accession of the senatorial middle party to the coalition, with which is doubtless connected the circumstance that this law was brought in by the praetor Lucius Cotta, the brother of their lately deceased leader. Renewal of the Asiatic revenue farming. Not less important was the abolition of the arrangements as to taxation established for Asia by Sulla, which presumably likewise fell to this year. The governor of Asia at that time, Lucius Lucullus, was directed to re-establish the system of farming, the revenue introduced by Gaius Gracchus, and thus this important source of money and power was restored to the great capitalists. Renewal of the censorship. Lastly, the censorship was revived. The elections for it, which the new consuls fixed shortly after entering on their office, fell, in evident mockery of the Senate, on the two consuls of 682, Gnaeus Lentulus Claudianus and Lucius Gellius, who had been removed by the Senate from their commands on account of their wretched management of the war against Spartacus. It may readily be conceived that these men put in motion all the means which their important and grave office placed at their command for the purpose of doing homage to the new holders of power and of annoying the Senate. At least an eighth part of the Senate, 64 senators, a number hitherto unparalleled, were deleted from the roll, including Gaius Antonius, formerly impeached without success by Gaius Caesar, and Publius Lentulus Sura, the consul of 683, and presumably also not a few of the most obnoxious creatures of Sulla. The new constitution. Thus, in 684, they had reverted in the main to the arrangements that subsisted before the Sullan restoration. Again, the multitude of the capital was fed from the state chest, in other words, by the provinces. Again, the tribunician authority gave to every demagogue a legal license to overturn the arrangements of the state. Again, the moneyed nobility, as farmers of the revenue and possessed of the judicial control over the governors, raised their heads alongside of the government as powerfully as ever. Again, the Senate trembled before the verdict of jurymen of the equestrian order and before the censorial censure. The system of Sulla, which had based the monopoly of power by the nobility on the political annihilation of the mercantile aristocracy and of demagogism, was thus completely overthrown. Leaving out of view some subordinate enactments, the abolition of which was not overtaken till afterwards, such as the restoration of the right of self-completion to the priestly colleges, nothing of the general ordinances of Sulla survived except, on the one hand, the concessions which he himself found it necessary to make to the opposition, such as the recognition of the Roman franchise of all the Italians, and, on the other hand, enactments without any marked partisan tendency, and with which, therefore, even judicious Democrats found no fault, such as, among others, the restriction of the freedmen, the regulation of the functional spheres of the magistrates, and the material alterations in criminal law. The coalition was more agreed regarding these questions of principle than with respect to the personal questions which such a political revolution raised. As might be expected, the Democrats were not content with the general recognition of their program, but they too now demanded a restoration in their sense. Revival of the commemoration of their dead, punishment of the murderers, recall of the proscribed from exile, removal of the political disqualification that lay on their children, restoration of the estates confiscated by Sulla, indemnification at the expense of the heirs and assistants of the dictator. These were certainly the logical consequences which ensued from a pure victory of the democracy. But the victory of the coalition of 683 was very far from being such. The democracy gave to it their name and their program, but it was the officers who had joined the movement, and above all Pompeius, that gave to it power and completion. and these could never yield their consent to a reaction which would not only have shaken the existing state of things to its foundations, but would have ultimately turned against themselves. Men still had a lively recollection who the men were whose blood Pompeius had shed, and how Crassus had laid the foundation of his enormous fortune. It was natural, therefore, but at the same time significant of the weakness of the democracy, that the coalition of 683 took not the slightest step towards procuring for the Democrats revenge or even rehabilitation. The supplementary collection of all the purchase moneys still outstanding for confiscated estates bought by auction or even remitted to the purchasers by Sulla, for which the censor Lentulus provided in a special law, can hardly be regarded as an exception. For though not a few Sullans were thereby severely affected in their personal interests, yet the measure itself was essentially a confirmation of the confiscations undertaken by Sulla.
Impending military dictatorship of Pompeius. The work of Sulla was thus destroyed, but what the future order of things was to be was a question raised rather than decided by that destruction. The coalition, kept together solely by the common object of setting aside the work of restoration, dissolved of itself, if not formally, at any rate in reality, when that object was attained. While the question to what quarter the preponderance of power was in the first instance to fall seemed approaching an equally speedy and violent solution. The armies of Pompeius and Crassus still lay before the gates of the city. The former had indeed promised to disband his soldiers after his triumph, last day of December 683, but he had at first omitted to do so, in order to let the revolution in the state be completed without hindrance under the pressure which the Spanish army in front of the capital exercised over the city and the Senate, a course which in like manner applied to the army of Crassus. This reason now existed no longer, but still the dissolution of the armies was postponed. In the turn taken by matters, it looked as if one of the two generals allied with the democracy would seize the military dictatorship and place oligarchs and democrats in the same chains, and this one could only be Pompeius. From the first, Crassus had played a subordinate part in the coalition. He had been obliged to propose himself, and owed even his election to the consulship mainly to the proud intercession of Pompeius. Far the stronger, Pompeius was evidently master of the situation. If he availed himself of it, it seemed as if he could not but become what the instinct of the multitude even now designated him, the absolute ruler of the mightiest state in the civilized world. Already the whole mass of the servile crowded around the future monarch. Already his weaker opponents were seeking their last resource in a new coalition. Crassus, full of old and recent jealousy towards the younger rival who so thoroughly outstripped him, made approaches to the Senate and attempted by unprecedented largesses to attach to himself the multitude of the capital, as if the oligarchy which Crassus himself had helped to break down and the ever ungrateful multitude would have been able to afford any protection whatever against the veterans of the Spanish army. For a moment it seemed as if the armies of Pompeius and Crassus would come to blows before the gates of the capital. Retirement of Pompeius. But the Democrats averted this catastrophe by their sagacity and their pliancy. For their party too, as well as for the Senate and Crassus, it was all important that Pompeius should not seize the dictatorship. But with a true discernment of their own weakness and of the character of their powerful opponent, their leaders tried the method of conciliation. Pompeius lacked no condition for grasping at the crown except the first of all, proper kingly courage. We have already described the man, with his effort to be at once loyal republican and master of Rome, with his vacillation and indecision, with his pliancy that concealed itself under the boasting of independent resolution. This was the first great trial to which destiny subjected him, and he failed to stand it. The pretext under which Pompeius refused to dismiss the army was that he distrusted Crassus and therefore could not take the initiative in disbanding the soldiers. The Democrats induced Crassus to make gracious advances in the matter, and to offer the hand of peace to his colleague before the eyes of all.
In public and in private they besought the latter that to the double merit of having vanquished the enemy and reconciled the parties, he would add the third and yet greater service of preserving internal peace to his country and banishing the fearful spectre of civil war with which they were threatened. Whatever could tell on a vain, unskilful, vacillating man, all the flattering arts of diplomacy, all the theatrical apparatus of patriotic enthusiasm was put in motion to obtain the desired result. And, which was the main point, things had by the well-timed compliance of Crassus assumed such a shape that Pompeius had no alternative but either to come forward openly as tyrant of Rome or to retire. So he at length yielded and consented to disband the troops, the command in the Mithradatic war,
which he doubtless hoped to obtain when he had allowed himself to be chosen consul for 684, he could not now desire, since Lucullus seemed to have practically ended that war with the campaign of 683. He deemed it beneath his dignity to accept the consular province assigned to him by the Senate in accordance with the Sempronian law, and Crassus in this followed his example. Accordingly, when Pompeius, after discharging his soldiers, resigned his consulship on the last day of 684, he retired for the time wholly from public affairs and declared that he wished thenceforth to live a life of quiet leisure as a simple citizen.
He had taken up such a position that he was obliged to grasp at the crown, and seeing that he was not willing to do so, no part was left to him but the empty one of a candidate for a throne resigning his pretensions to it. Senate, equites, and populares. The retirement of the man, to whom as things stood the first place belonged, from the political stage reproduced in the first instance nearly the same position of parties which we found in the Gracchus and Marian epochs. Sulla had merely strengthened the senatorial government, not created it. So, after the bulwarks erected by Sulla had fallen, the government nevertheless remained primarily with the Senate, although no doubt the constitution with which it governed, in the main the restored Gracchus constitution, was pervaded by a spirit hostile to the oligarchy. The democracy had effected the re-establishment of the Gracchus constitution, but without a new Gracchus it was a body without a head, and that neither Pompeius nor Crassus could be permanently such a head was in itself clear, and had been made still clearer by the recent events. So the democratic opposition, for want of a leader who could have directly taken the helm, had to content itself for the time being with hampering and annoying the government at every step. Between the oligarchy, however, and the democracy, there rose into new consideration the capitalist party, which in the recent crisis had made common cause with the latter, but which the oligarchs now zealously endeavoured to draw over to their side, so as to acquire in it a counterpoise to the democracy. Thus, courted on both sides, the moneyed lords did not neglect to turn their advantageous position to profit, and to have the only one of their former privileges which they had not yet regained, the 14 benches reserved for the equestrian order in the theatre, now restored to them by decree of the people. On the whole, without abruptly breaking with the democracy, they again drew closer to the government. The very relations of the Senate to Crassus and his clients point in this direction. But a better understanding between the Senate and the moneyed aristocracy seems to have been chiefly brought about by the fact that in 686 the Senate withdrew from Lucius Lucullus, the ablest of the senatorial officers, at the instance of the capitalists whom he had sorely annoyed, the administration of the province of Asia so important for their purposes, the events in the East and their reaction on Rome. But while the factions of the capital were indulging in their wonted mutual quarrels, which they were never able to bring to any proper decision, events in the East followed their fatal course, as we have already described. And it was these events that brought the dilatory course of the politics of the capital to a crisis. The war, both by land and by sea, had there taken a most unfavourable turn. In the beginning of 687, the Pontic army of the Romans was destroyed, and their Armenian army was utterly breaking up on its retreat. All their conquests were lost. The sea was exclusively in the power of the pirates, and the price of grain in Italy was thereby so raised that they were afraid of an actual famine. No doubt, as we saw, the faults of the generals,
especially the utter incapacity of the admiral Marcus Antonius and the temerity of the otherwise able Lucius Lucullus, were in part the occasion of these calamities. No doubt also the democracy had, by its revolutionary agitations, materially contributed to the breaking up of the Armenian army. But of course the government was now held cumulatively responsible for all the mischief which itself and others had occasioned, and the indignant, hungry multitude desired only an opportunity to settle accounts with the Senate. Reappearance of Pompeius. It was a decisive crisis. The oligarchy, though degraded and disarmed, was not yet overthrown, for the management of public affairs was still in the hands of the Senate.
But it would fall if its opponents should appropriate to themselves that management, and more especially the superintendence of military affairs. And now this was possible. If proposals for another and better management of the war by land and sea were now submitted to the comitia, the Senate was obviously looking to the temper of the burgesses, not in a position to prevent their passing. And an interference of the burgesses in these supreme questions of administration was practically the deposition of the Senate and the transference of the conduct of the state to the leaders of opposition. Once more the concatenation of events brought the decision into the hands of Pompeius. For more than 2 years, the famous general had lived as a private citizen in the capital. His voice was seldom heard in the Senate House or in the Forum. In the former, he was unwelcome and without decisive influence. In the latter, he was afraid of the stormy proceedings of the parties. But when he did show himself, it was with the full retinue of his clients, high and low, and the very solemnity of his reserve imposed on the multitude. If he, who was still surrounded with the full lustre of his extraordinary successes, should now offer to go to the East, he would beyond doubt be readily invested by the burgesses with all the plenitude of military and political power which he might himself ask. For the oligarchy, which saw in the political military dictatorship their certain ruin, and in Pompeius himself since the coalition of 683 their most hated foe, this was an overwhelming blow. But the Democratic Party also could have little comfort in the prospect. However desirable the putting an end to the government of the Senate could not but be in itself, it was, if it took place in this way, far less a victory for their party than a personal victory for their overpowerful ally. In the latter, there might easily arise a far more dangerous opponent to the Democratic Party than the Senate had been. The danger fortunately avoided a few years before by the disbanding of the Spanish army and the retirement of Pompeius would recur in increased measure, if Pompeius should now be placed at the head of the armies of the East. Overthrow of the senatorial rule and new power of Pompeius. On this occasion, however, Pompeius acted, or at least allowed others to act in his behalf. In 687 2 projects of law were introduced, one of which, besides decreeing the discharge long since demanded by the democracy, of the soldiers of the Asiatic army who had served their term, decreed the recall of its commander-in-chief Lucius Lucullus and the supplying of his place by one of the consuls of the current year, Gaius Piso or Manius Glabrio, while the second revived and extended the plan proposed 7 years before by the Senate itself for clearing the seas from the pirates. A single general to be named by the Senate from the consulars was to be appointed, to hold by sea exclusive command over the whole Mediterranean, from the Pillars of Hercules to the coasts of Pontus and Syria, and to exercise by land, concurrently with the respective Roman governors, supreme command over the whole coasts for 50 miles inland. The office was secured to him for 3 years. He was surrounded by a staff, such as Rome had never seen, of 25 lieutenants of senatorial rank, all invested with praetorian insignia and praetorian powers, and of 2 under-treasurers with quaestorian prerogatives, all of them selected by the exclusive will of the general commanding-in-chief. He was allowed to raise as many as 120,000 infantry, 5,000 cavalry, 500 ships of war, and for this purpose to dispose absolutely of the means of the provinces and client states. Moreover, the existing vessels of war and a considerable number of troops were at once handed over to him. The treasures of the state in the capital and in the provinces, as well as those of the dependent communities, were to be placed absolutely at his command, and in spite of the severe financial distress, a sum of £1,400,000,
144 million sesterces, was at once to be paid to him from the state chest. Effect of the projects of law. It is clear that by these projects of law, especially by that which related to the expedition against the pirates, the government of the Senate was set aside. Doubtless the ordinary supreme magistrates nominated by the burgesses were of themselves the proper generals of the Commonwealth, and the extraordinary magistrates needed, at least according to strict law, confirmation by the burgesses in order to act as generals. But in the appointment to particular commands, no influence constitutionally belonged to the community, and it was only on the proposition of the Senate, or at any rate on that of a magistrate entitled in himself to hold the office of general, that the comitia had hitherto now and again interfered in this matter and conferred such special functions. In this field, ever since there had existed a Roman free state, the practically decisive voice pertained to the Senate, and this its prerogative had in the course of time obtained full recognition. No doubt the democracy had already assailed it, but even in the most doubtful of the cases which had hitherto occurred, the transference of the African command to Gaius Marius in 647. It was only a magistrate constitutionally entitled to hold the office of general that was entrusted by the resolution of the burgesses with a definite expedition. But now the burgesses were to invest any private man at their pleasure, not merely with the extraordinary authority of the supreme magistracy, but also with a sphere of office definitely settled by them. That the Senate had to choose this man from the ranks of the consulars was a mitigation only in form, for the selection was left to it simply because there was really no choice, and in presence of the vehemently excited multitude, the Senate could entrust the chief command of the seas and coasts to no other save Pompeius alone. But more dangerous still than this negation in principle of the senatorial control was its practical abolition by the institution of an office of almost unlimited military and financial powers. While the office of general was formally restricted to a term of 1 year to a definite province, and to military and financial resources strictly measured out, the new extraordinary office had from the outset a duration of 3 years secured to it, which of course did not exclude a farther prolongation. Had the greater portion of all the provinces, and even Italy itself, which was formerly free from military jurisdiction, subordinated to it, had the soldiers, ships, treasures of the state placed almost without restriction at its disposal. Even the primitive fundamental principle in the state law of the Roman Republic, which we have just mentioned, that the highest military and civil authority could not be conferred without the cooperation of the burgesses, was infringed in favor of the new commander-in-chief. Inasmuch as the law conferred beforehand on the 25 adjutants whom he was to nominate praetorian rank and praetorian prerogatives, the highest office of Republican Rome became subordinate to a newly created office for which it was left to the future to find the fitting name, but which in reality even now involved in it the monarchy. It was a total revolution in the existing order of things for which the foundation was laid in this project of law. Pompeius and the Gabinian laws. These measures of a man who had just given so striking proofs of his vacillation and weakness surprise us by their decisive energy. Nevertheless, the fact that Pompeius acted on this occasion more resolutely than during his consulate is very capable of explanation. The point at issue was not that he should come forward at once as monarch, but only that he should prepare the way for the monarchy by a military exceptional measure, which, revolutionary as it was in its nature, could still be accomplished under the forms of the existing constitution, and which in the first instance carried Pompeius so far on the way towards the old object of his wishes, the command against Mithradates and Tigranes. Important reasons of expediency also might be urged for the emancipation of the military power from the Senate. Pompeius could not have forgotten that a plan designed on exactly similar principles for the suppression of piracy had a few years before failed through the mismanagement of the Senate, and that the issue of the Spanish War had been placed in extreme jeopardy by the neglect of the armies on the part of the Senate and its injudicious conduct of the finances. He could not fail to see what were the feelings with which the great majority of the aristocracy regarded him as a renegade Sullan, and what fate was in store for him if he allowed himself to be sent as general of the government with the usual powers to the east.
It was natural, therefore, that he should indicate a position independent of the Senate as the first condition of his undertaking the command, and that the burgesses should readily agree to it. It is moreover in a high degree probable that Pompeius was on this occasion urged to more rapid action by those around him, who were, it may be presumed, not a little indignant at his retirement 2 years before. The projects of law regarding the recall of Lucullus and the expedition against the pirates were introduced by the tribune of the people, Aulus Gabinius, a man ruined in finances and morals but a dexterous negotiator, a bold orator, and a brave soldier. Little as the assurance of Pompeius that he had no wish at all for the chief command in the war with the pirates and only longed for domestic repose were meant in earnest, there was probably this much of truth in them, that the bold and active client, who was in confidential intercourse with Pompeius and his more immediate circle, and who completely saw through the situation and the men, took the decision to a considerable extent out of the hands of his short-sighted and resourceless patron. The parties in relation to the Gabinian laws. The democracy, discontented as its leaders might be in secret, could not well come publicly forward against the project of law. It would, to all appearance, have been in no case able to hinder the carrying of the law, but it would by opposition have openly broken with Pompeius, and thereby compelled him either to make approaches to the oligarchy, or regardlessly to pursue his personal policy in the face of both parties. No course was left to the Democrats but still even now to adhere to their alliance with Pompeius, hollow as it was, and to embrace the present opportunity of at least definitely overthrowing the Senate and passing over from opposition into government, leaving the ulterior issue to the future and to the well-known weakness of Pompeius' character. Accordingly, their leaders, the praetor Lucius Quinctius, the same who 7 years before had exerted himself for the restoration of the tribunician power, and the former quaestor Gaius Caesar, supported the Gabinian proposals. The privileged classes were furious, not merely the nobility, but also the mercantile aristocracy, which felt its exclusive rights endangered by so thorough a state revolution and once more recognized its true patron in the Senate. When the tribune Gabinius, after the introduction of his proposals, appeared in the Senate House, the fathers of the city were almost on the point of strangling him with their own hands, without considering in their zeal how extremely disadvantageous for them this method of arguing must have ultimately proved. The tribune escaped to the forum and summoned the multitude to storm the Senate House, when just at the right time the sitting terminated. The consul Piso, the champion of the oligarchy, who accidentally fell into the hands of the multitude, would have certainly become a victim to popular fury, had not Gabinius come up, and, in order that his certain success might not be endangered by unseasonable acts of violence, liberated the consul. Meanwhile, the exasperation of the multitude remained undiminished, and constantly found fresh nourishment in the high prices of grain and the numerous rumours, more or less absurd, which were in circulation, such as that Lucius Lucullus had invested the money entrusted to him for carrying on the war at interest in Rome, or had attempted with its aid to make the praetor Quintus withdraw from the cause of the people, that the Senate intended to prepare for the second Romulus, as they called Pompeius, the fate of the first, and other reports of a like character. The vote. Thereupon, the day of voting arrived. The multitude stood densely packed in the forum. All the buildings, whence the rostra could be seen, were covered up to the roofs with men. All the colleagues of Gabinius had promised their veto to the Senate, but in presence of the surging masses all were silent except the single Lucius Trebellius, who had sworn to himself and the Senate rather to die than yield. When the latter exercised his veto, Gabinius immediately interrupted the voting on his projects of law and proposed to the assembled people to deal with his refractory colleague, as Octavius had formerly been dealt with on the proposition of Tiberius Gracchus, namely, to depose him immediately from office. The vote was taken, and the reading out of the voting tablets began. When the first 17 tribes, which came to be read out, had declared for the proposal, and the next affirmative vote would give to it the majority, Trebellius, forgetting his oath, pusillanimously withdrew his veto. In vain the tribune Otho then endeavoured to procure that at least the collegiate principle might be preserved,
and 2 generals elected instead of 1. In vain the aged Quintus Catulus, the most respected man in the Senate, exerted his last energies to secure that the lieutenant generals should not be nominated by the commander-in-chief,
but chosen by the people. Otho could not even procure a hearing amidst the noise of the multitude. The well-calculated complacence of Gabinius procured a hearing for Catulus, and in respectful silence the multitude listened to the old man's words, but they were none the less thrown away.
The proposals were not merely converted into law with all the clauses unaltered, but the supplementary requests in detail made by Pompeius were instantaneously and completely agreed to. Successes of Pompeius in the East. With high-strung hopes, men saw the 2 generals Pompeius and Glabrio depart for their places of destination. The price of grain had fallen immediately after the passing of the Gabinian laws to the ordinary rates, an evidence of the hopes attached to the grand expedition and its glorious leader. These hopes were, as we shall have afterwards to relate, not merely fulfilled, but surpassed. In 3 months, the clearing of the seas was completed. Since the Hannibalic War, the Roman government had displayed no such energy in external action. As compared with the lax and incapable administration of the oligarchy, the democratic military opposition had most brilliantly made good its title to grasp and wield the reins of the state. The equally unpatriotic and unskillful attempts of the consul Piso to put paltry obstacles in the way of the arrangements of Pompeius for the suppression of piracy in Narbonese Gaul only increased the exasperation of the burgesses against the oligarchy and their enthusiasm for Pompeius. It was nothing but the personal intervention of the latter that prevented the assembly of the people from summarily removing the consul from his office. Meanwhile, the confusion on the Asiatic continent had become still worse. Glabrio, who was to take up in the stead of Lucullus the chief command against Mithradates and Tigranes, had remained stationary in the west of Asia Minor, and, while instigating the soldiers by various proclamations against Lucullus, had not entered on the supreme command, so that Lucullus was forced to retain it.
Against Mithradates, of course, nothing was done. The Pontic cavalry plundered fearlessly and with impunity in Bithynia and Cappadocia. Pompeius had been led by the piratical war to proceed with his army to Asia Minor. Nothing seemed more natural than to invest him with the supreme command in the Pontic-Armenian War, to which he himself had long aspired. But the Democratic Party did not, as may be readily conceived, share the wishes of its general, and carefully avoided taking the initiative in the matter. It is very probable that it had induced Gabinius not to entrust both the war with Mithradates and that with the pirates from the outset to Pompeius, but to entrust the former to Glabrio. Upon no account could it now desire to increase and perpetuate the exceptional position of the already too powerful general. Pompeius himself retained, according to his custom, a passive attitude, and perhaps he would in reality have returned home after fulfilling the commission which he had received, but for the occurrence of an incident unexpected by all parties. The Manilian Law. 1. Gaius Manilius, an utterly worthless and insignificant man, had, when tribune of the people, by his unskillful projects of legislation, lost favour both with the aristocracy and with the democracy. In the hope of sheltering himself under the wing of the powerful general, if he should procure for the latter what everyone knew that he eagerly desired but had not the boldness to ask, Manilius proposed to the burgesses to recall the governors Glabrio from Bithynia and Pontus and Marcius Rex from Cilicia, and to entrust their offices as well as the conduct of the war in the East, apparently without any fixed limit as to time, and at any rate with the freest authority to conclude peace and alliance, to the proconsul of the seas and coasts in addition to his previous office, beginning of 688. This occurrence very clearly showed how disorganized was the machinery of the Roman constitution. When the power of legislation was placed as respected the initiative in the hands of any demagogue, however insignificant, and as respected the final determination in the hands of the incapable multitude, while it at the same time was extended to the most important questions of administration. The Manilian proposal was acceptable to none of the political parties, yet it scarcely anywhere encountered serious resistance. The democratic leaders, for the same reasons which had forced them to acquiesce in the Gabinian law,
could not venture earnestly to oppose the Manilian. They kept their displeasure and their fears to themselves and spoke in public for the general of the democracy. The moderate optimates declared themselves for the Manilian proposal because after the Gabinian law resistance in any case was vain, and far-seeing men already perceived that the true policy for the Senate was to make approaches as far as possible to Pompeius and to draw him over to their side on occasion of the breach which might be foreseen between him and the Democrats. Lastly, the trimmers blessed the day when they too seemed to have an opinion and could come forward decidedly without losing favour with either of the parties. It is significant that Marcus Cicero first appeared as an orator on the political platform in defence of the Manilian proposal. The strict optimates alone, with Quintus Catilinarian at their head, showed at least their colours and spoke against the proposition. Of course, it was converted into law by a majority bordering on unanimity.
Pompeius thus obtained, in addition to his earlier extensive powers, the administration of the most important provinces of Asia Minor, so that there scarcely remained a spot of land within the wide Roman bounds that had not to obey him, and the conduct of a war as to which, like the expedition of Alexander, men could tell where and when it began, but not where and when it might end. Never since Rome stood had such power been united in the hands of a single man. The democratic military revolution. The Gabinio-Manilian proposals terminated the struggle between the Senate and the popular party, which the Sempronian laws had begun 67 years before. As the Sempronian laws first constituted the revolutionary party into a political opposition, the Gabinio-Manilian first converted it from an opposition into the government, and as it had been a great moment when the first breach in the existing constitution was made by disregarding the veto of Octavius, it was a moment no less full of significance when the last bulwark of the senatorial rule fell with the withdrawal of Trebellius. This was felt on both sides, and even the indolent souls of the senators were convulsively roused by this death struggle. But yet the war as to the constitution terminated in a very different and far more pitiful fashion than it had begun. A youth in every sense noble had commenced the revolution. It was concluded by pert intriguers and demagogues of the lowest type. On the other hand, while the optimates had begun the struggle with a measured resistance and with a defence which earnestly held out even at the forlorn posts, they ended with taking the initiative in club law, with grandiloquent weakness, and with pitiful perjury. What had once appeared a daring dream was now attained. The Senate had ceased to govern. But when the few old men who had seen the first storms of revolution and heard the words of the Gracchi compared that time with the present, they found that everything had in the interval changed: countrymen and citizens, state law and military discipline, life and manners, and well might those painfully smile who compared the ideals of the Gracchian period with their realization. Such reflections, however, belong to the past. For the present, and perhaps also for the future, the fall of the aristocracy was an accomplished fact. The oligarchs resembled an army utterly broken up, whose scattered bands might serve to reinforce another body of troops, but could no longer themselves keep the field or risk a combat on their own account. But as the old struggle came to an end and a new one was simultaneously beginning, the struggle between the two powers hitherto leagued for the overthrow of the aristocratic constitution, the civil democratic opposition, and the military power daily aspiring to greater ascendancy. The exceptional position of Pompeius, even under the Gabinian, and much more under the Manilian law, was incompatible with a republican organization. He had been, as even then his opponents urged with good reason, appointed by the Gabinian law not as admiral, but as regent of the empire. Not unjustly was he designated by a Greek familiar with Eastern affairs King of Kings. If he should hereafter, on returning from the East once more victorious and with increased glory, with well-filled chests, and with troops ready for battle and devoted to his cause, stretch forth his hand to seize the crown, who would then arrest his arm? Was the consular Quintus Catullus, forsooth, to summon forth the senators against the first general of his time and his experienced legions? Or was the designated aedile Gaius Caesar to call forth the civic multitude whose eyes he had just feasted on his 320 pairs of gladiators with their silver equipments? "Soon," exclaimed Catullus, "it would be necessary once more to flee to the rocks of the Capitol in order to save liberty."
It was not the fault of the prophet that the storm came not as he expected from the east, but that on the contrary, fate, fulfilling his words more literally than he himself anticipated, brought on the destroying tempest a few years later from Gaul. Pompeius and the East Pompeius suppresses piracy. We have already seen how wretched was the state of the affairs of Rome, by land and sea in the east, when at the commencement of 687 Pompeius, with an almost unlimited plenitude of power, undertook the conduct of the war against the pirates. He began by dividing the immense field committed to him into 13 districts and assigning each of these districts to one of his lieutenants for the purpose of equipping ships and men there, of searching the coasts, and of capturing piratical vessels or chasing them into the meshes of a colleague. He himself went with the best part of the ships of war that were available, among which on this occasion also those of Rhodes were distinguished, early in the year to sea, and swept in the first place the Sicilian, African, and Sardinian waters, with a view especially to re-establish the supply of grain from these provinces to Italy. His lieutenants meanwhile addressed themselves to the clearing of the Spanish and Gallic coasts. It was on this occasion that the consul Gaius Piso attempted from Rome to prevent the levies which Marcus Pomponius, the legate of Pompeius, instituted by virtue of the Gabinian law in the province of Narbo, an imprudent proceeding to check which, and at the same time to keep the just indignation of the multitude against the consul within legal bounds. Pompeius temporarily reappeared in Rome, when at the end of 40 days the navigation had been everywhere set free in the western basin of the Mediterranean. Pompeius proceeded with 60 of his best vessels to the eastern seas, and first of all to the original and main seat of piracy, the Lycian and Cilician waters. On the news of the approach of the Roman fleet, the piratical barks everywhere disappeared from the open sea, and not only so, but even the strong Lycian fortresses of Anticragus and Cragus surrendered without offering serious resistance. The well-calculated moderation of Pompeius helped even more than fear to open the gates of these scarcely accessible marine strongholds. His predecessors had ordered every captured freebooter to be nailed to the cross. Without hesitation he gave quarter to all, and treated in particular the common rowers found in the captured piratical vessels with unusual indulgence. The bold Cilician sea kings alone ventured on an attempt to maintain at least their own waters by arms against the Romans. After having placed their children and wives and their rich treasures for security in the mountain fortresses of the Taurus, they awaited the Roman fleet at the western frontier of Cilicia in the offing of Corcysium. But here the ships of Pompeius, well manned and well provided with all implements of war, achieved a complete victory. Without farther hindrance he landed and began to storm and break up the mountain castles of the Corsairs, while he continued to offer to themselves freedom and life as the price of submission. Soon the great multitude desisted from the continuance of a hopeless war in their strongholds and mountains, and consented to surrender. 49 days after Pompeius had appeared in the eastern seas, Cilicia was subdued and the war at an end. The rapid suppression of piracy was a great relief, but not a grand achievement. With the resources of the Roman state, which had been called forth in lavish measure, the corsairs could as little cope as the combined gangs of thieves in a great city can cope with a well-organized police. It was a naive proceeding to celebrate such a razzia as a victory. But when compared with the prolonged continuance and the vast and daily increasing extent of the evil, it was natural that the surprisingly rapid subjugation of the dreaded pirates should make a most powerful impression on the public. And the more so that this was the first trial of rule centralized in a single hand, and the parties were eagerly waiting to see whether that hand would understand the art of ruling better than the collegiate body had done. Nearly 400 ships and boats, including 90 war vessels properly so called, were either taken by Pompeius or surrendered to him. In all, about 1,300 piratical vessels are said to have been destroyed, besides which the richly filled arsenals and magazines of the buccaneers were burnt. Of the pirates, about 10,000 perished. Upwards of 20,000 fell alive into the hands of the victor.
while Publius Clodius, the admiral of the Roman army stationed in Cilicia, and a multitude of other individuals carried off by the pirates, some of them long believed at home to be dead, obtained once more their freedom through Pompeius. In the summer of 687, 3 months after the beginning of the campaign, commerce resumed its wonted course, and instead of the former famine, abundance prevailed in Italy. Dissensions between Pompeius and Metellus as to Crete, a disagreeable interlude in the island of Crete, however, disturbed in some measure this pleasing success of the Roman arms. There, Quintus Metellus was stationed in the 2nd year of his command, and was employed in finishing the subjugation already substantially effected of the island, when Pompeius appeared in the eastern waters. A collision was natural, for according to the Gabinian law, the command of Pompeius extended concurrently with that of Metellus over the whole island, which stretched to a great length but was nowhere more than 90 miles broad. But Pompeius was considerate enough not to assign it to any of his lieutenants. The still resisting Cretan communities, however, who had seen their subdued countrymen taken to task by Metellus with the most cruel severity, and had learned, on the other hand, the gentle terms which Pompeius was in the habit of imposing on the townships which surrendered to him in the south of Asia Minor, preferred to give in their joint surrender to Pompeius. He accepted it in Pamphylia, where he was just at the moment from their envoys, and sent along with them his legate Lucius Octavius to announce to Metellus the conclusion of the conventions and to take over the towns. This proceeding was, no doubt, not like that of a colleague, but formal right was wholly on the side of Pompeius, and Metellus was most evidently in the wrong when, utterly ignoring the convention of the cities with Pompeius, he continued to treat them as hostile. In vain Octavius protested. In vain, as he had himself come without troops, he summoned from Achaia Lucius Caesar, the lieutenant of Pompeius stationed there. Metellus, not troubling himself about either Octavius or Caesar, besieged Eleutherna and took Lappa by storm, where Octavius in person was taken prisoner and ignominiously dismissed, while the Cretans who were taken with him were consigned to the executioner. Accordingly, formal conflicts took place between the troops of Caesar, at whose head Octavius placed himself after that leader's death, and those of Metellus. Even when the former had been commanded to return to Achaia, Octavius continued the war in concert with the Cretan Aristion and Hierapytna, where both made a stand, was only subdued by Metellus after the most obstinate resistance. In reality, the zealous optimator Metellus had thus begun formal civil war at his own hand against the generalissimo of the democracy. It shows the indescribable disorganization in the Roman state that these incidents led to nothing farther than a bitter correspondence between the two generals, who a couple of years afterwards were sitting once more peacefully and even amicably side by side in the Senate. Pompeius takes the supreme command against Mithradates. Pompeius, during these events, remained in Cilicia, preparing for the next year, as it seemed, a campaign against the Cretans, or rather against Metellus, in reality waiting for the signal which should call him to interfere in the utterly confused affairs of the mainland of Asia Minor. The portion of the Lucullan army that was still left after the losses which it had suffered and the departure of the Fimbrian legions remained inactive on the upper Halys in the country of the Trochmi bordering on the Pontic territory. Lucullus still held provisionally the chief command, as his nominated successor Glabrio continued to linger in the west of Asia Minor. The 3 legions commanded by Quintus Marcius Rex lay equally inactive in Cilicia. The Pontic territory was again wholly in the power of King Mithradates, who made the individuals and communities that had joined the Romans, such as the town of Eupatoria, pay for their revolt with cruel severity. The kings of the East did not proceed to any serious offensive movement against the Romans, either because it formed no part of their plan, or, as was asserted, because the landing of Pompeius in Cilicia induced Mithradates and Tigranes to desist from advancing farther. The Manilian law realized the secretly cherished hopes of Pompeius more rapidly than he probably himself anticipated. Glabrio and Rex were recalled, and the governorships of Pontus, Bithynia and Cilicia with the troops stationed there, as well as the management of the Pontic-Armenian War, along with authority to make war, peace and alliance with the dynasts of the East at his own discretion, were transferred to Pompeius.
Amidst the prospect of honours and spoils, so ample, Pompeius was glad to forego the chastising of an ill-humoured optimate who enviously guarded his scanty laurels.
He abandoned the expedition against Crete and the farther pursuit of the Corsairs, and destined his fleet also to support the attack which he projected on the kings of Pontus and Armenia. Yet, amidst this land war, he by no means wholly lost sight of piracy, which was perpetually raising its head afresh. Before he left Asia, he caused the necessary ships to be fitted out there against the Corsairs. On his proposal in the following year, a similar measure was resolved on for Italy, and the sum needed for the purpose was granted by the Senate. They continued to protect the coasts with guards of cavalry and small squadrons, and though, as the expeditions to be mentioned afterwards against Cyprus in 696 and Egypt in 699 show, piracy was not thoroughly mastered, it yet, after the expedition of Pompeius, amidst all the vicissitudes and political crises of Rome, could never again so raise its head and so totally dislodge the Romans from the sea as it had done under the government of the mouldering oligarchy. War preparations of Pompeius, alliance with the Parthians, variance between Mithradates and Tigranes. The few months which still remained before the commencement of the campaign in Asia Minor were employed by the new commander-in-chief with strenuous activity in diplomatic and military preparations. Envoys were sent to Mithradates rather to reconnoitre than to attempt a serious mediation. There was a hope at the Pontic court that Phraates, king of the Parthians, would be induced by the recent considerable successes which the allies had achieved over Rome to enter into the Pontic-Armenian alliance. To counteract this, Roman envoys proceeded to the court of Ctesiphon, and the internal troubles which distracted the Armenian ruling house came to their aid. A son of the great king Tigranes, bearing the same name, had rebelled against his father, either because he was unwilling to wait for the death of the old man, or because his father's suspicion, which had already cost several of his brothers their lives, led him to discern his only chance of safety in open insurrection. Vanquished by his father, he had taken refuge with a number of Armenians of rank at the court of the Arsacid, and intrigued against his father there. It was partly due to his exertions that Phraates preferred to take the reward which was offered to him by both sides for his accession, the secured possession of Mesopotamia, from the hand of the Romans, renewed with Pompeius the agreement concluded with Lucullus respecting the boundary of the Euphrates, and even consented to operate in concert with the Romans against Armenia. But the younger Tigranes occasioned still greater mischief than that which arose out of his promoting the alliance between the Romans and the Parthians, for his insurrection produced a variance between the kings Tigranes and Mithradates themselves. The great king cherished in secret the suspicion that Mithradates might have had a hand in the insurrection of his grandson. Cleopatra, the mother of the younger Tigranes, was the daughter of Mithradates, and, though no open rupture took place, the good understanding between the two monarchs was disturbed at the very moment when it was most urgently needed. At the same time, Pompeius prosecuted his warlike preparations with energy. The Asiatic allied and client communities were warned to furnish the stipulated contingents. Public notices summoned the discharged veterans of the legions of Fimbria to return to the standards as volunteers, and by great promises and the name of Pompeius, a considerable portion of them were induced in reality to obey the call. The whole force united under the orders of Pompeius may have amounted, exclusive of the auxiliaries, to between 40,000 and 50,000 men, Pompeius and Lucullus. In the spring of 688, Pompeius proceeded to Galatia to take the chief command of the troops of Lucullus and to advance with them into the Pontic territory, whither the Cilician legions were directed to follow. At Donala, a place belonging to the Trochmi, the two generals met, but the reconciliation, which mutual friends had hoped to effect, was not accomplished. The preliminary courtesies soon passed into bitter discussions, and these into violent altercation. They parted in worse mood than they had met. As Lucullus continued to make honorary gifts and to distribute lands just as if he were still in office, Pompeius declared all the acts performed by his predecessor subsequent to his own arrival null and void. Formally he was in the right. Customary tact in the treatment of a meritorious and more than sufficiently mortified opponent was not to be looked for from him. Invasion of Pontus, retreat of Mithradates.
So soon as the season allowed, the Roman troops crossed the frontier of Pontus. There they were opposed by King Mithradates with 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. Left in the lurch by his allies and attacked by Rome with reinforced power and energy, he made an attempt to procure peace.
But he would hear nothing of the unconditional submission which Pompeius demanded. What worse could the most unsuccessful campaign bring to him? That he might not expose his army, mostly archers and horsemen, to the formidable shock of the Roman infantry of the line, he slowly retired before the enemy and compelled the Romans to follow him in his various cross-marches, making a stand at the same time, wherever there was opportunity, with his superior cavalry against that of the enemy, and occasioning no small hardship to the Romans by impeding their supplies. At length Pompeius in his impatience desisted from following the Pontic army, and, letting the king alone, proceeded to subdue the land. He marched to the upper Euphrates, crossed it, and entered the eastern provinces of the Pontic Empire. But Mithradates followed along the left bank of the Euphrates, and when he had arrived in the Anaitic, or a Cilicinian province, he intercepted the route of the Romans at the castle of Dastera, which was strong and well provided with water, and from which with his light troops he commanded the plain. Pompeius, still wanting the Cilician legions, and not strong enough to maintain himself in this position without them, had to retire over the Euphrates, and to seek protection from the cavalry and archers of the king in the wooded ground of Pontic Armenia, extensively intersected by rocky ravines and deep valleys. It was not till the troops from Cilicia arrived and rendered it possible to resume the offensive with a superiority of force that Pompeius again advanced, invested the camp of the king with a chain of posts of almost 18 miles in length, and kept him formally blockaded there, while the Roman detachments scoured the country far and wide. The distress in the Pontic camp was great. The draft animals even had to be killed. At length, after remaining for 45 days, the king caused his sick and wounded, whom he could not save and was unwilling to leave in the hands of the enemy, to be put to death by his own troops, and departed during the night with the utmost secrecy towards the east. Cautiously Pompeius followed through the unknown land. The march was now approaching the boundary which separated the dominions of Mithradates and Tigranes. When the Roman general perceived that Mithradates intended not to bring the contest to a decision within his own territory, but to draw the enemy away after him into the far distant regions of the east, he determined not to permit this. Battle at Nicopolis. The two armies lay close to each other. During the rest at noon, the Roman army set out without the enemy observing the movement, made a circuit, and occupied the heights, which lay in front, and commanded a defile to be passed by the enemy. On the southern bank of the river Lycus, Yesil Irmak, not far from the modern Enderes, at the point where Nicopolis was afterwards built. The following morning the Pontic troops broke up in their usual manner, and supposing that the enemy was as hitherto behind them, after accomplishing the day's march they pitched their camp in the very valley whose encircling heights the Romans had occupied. Suddenly, in the silence of the night, there sounded all around them the dreaded battle cry of the legions, and missiles from all sides poured on the Asiatic host, in which soldiers and camp followers, chariots, horses, and camels jostled each other, and amidst the dense throng, notwithstanding the darkness, not a missile failed to take effect. When the Romans had expended their darts, they charged down from the heights on the masses, which had now become visible by the light of the newly risen moon, and which were abandoned to them almost defenceless. Those that did not fall by the steel of the enemy were trodden down in the fearful pressure under the hooves and wheels. It was the last battlefield on which the grey-haired king fought with the Romans. With 3 attendants, 2 of his horsemen, and a concubine who was accustomed to follow him in male attire and to fight bravely by his side, he made his escape thence to the fortress of Sinoria, whither a portion of his trusty followers found their way to him. He divided among them his treasures preserved there, 6,000 talents of gold, 1,400,000 pounds, furnished them and himself with poison, and hastened with the band that was left to him up the Euphrates to unite with his ally, the great king of Armenia. Tigranes, breaks with Mithradates. Mithradates crosses the phasis. This hope likewise was vain. The alliance on the faith of which Mithradates took the route for Armenia already by that time existed no longer. During the conflicts between Mithradates and Pompeius just narrated, the king of the Parthians, yielding to the urgency of the Romans and above all of the exiled Armenian prince, had invaded the kingdom of Tigranes by force of arms and had compelled him to withdraw into the inaccessible mountains. The invading army began even the siege of the capital Artaxata, but on its becoming protracted, King Phraates took his departure with the greater portion of his troops. Whereupon Tigranes overpowered the Parthian corps left behind, and the Armenian emigrants led by his son, and re-established his dominion throughout the kingdom. Naturally, however, the king was under such circumstances little inclined to fight with the freshly victorious Romans, and least of all to sacrifice himself for Mithradates, whom he trusted less than ever, since information had reached him that his rebellious son intended to betake himself to his grandfather. So he entered into negotiations with the Romans for a separate peace, but he did not wait for the conclusion of the treaty to break off the alliance which linked him to Mithradates. The latter, when he had arrived at the frontier of Armenia, was doomed to learn that the great king Tigranes had set a price of 100 talents, £24,000, on his head, had arrested his envoys, and had delivered them to the Romans. King Mithradates saw his kingdom in the hands of the enemy and his allies on the point of coming to an agreement with them. It was not possible to continue the war. He might deem himself fortunate if he succeeded in effecting his escape along the eastern and northern shores of the Black Sea, in perhaps dislodging his son Machares, who had revolted and entered into connection with the Romans, once more from the Bosporan kingdom, and in finding on the Maeotis a fresh soil for fresh projects. So he turned northward. When the king in his flight had crossed the phasis, the ancient boundary of Asia Minor, Pompeius for the time discontinued his pursuit. But instead of returning to the region of the sources of the Euphrates, he turned aside into the region of the Araxes to settle matters with Tigranes. Pompeius at Artaxata, peace with Tigranes. Almost without meeting resistance, he arrived in the region of Artaxata, not far from Erivan, and pitched his camp 13 miles from the city. There he was met by the son of the great king, who hoped after the fall of his father to receive the Armenian diadem from the hand of the Romans, and therefore had endeavored in every way to prevent the conclusion of the treaty between his father and the Romans. The great king was only the more resolved to purchase peace at any price. On horseback and without his purple robe, but adorned with the royal diadem and the royal turban, he appeared at the gate of the Roman camp and desired to be conducted to the presence of the Roman general. After having given up at the bidding of the lictors, as the regulations of the Roman camp required, his horse and his sword, he threw himself in barbarian fashion at the feet of the proconsul, and in token of unconditional surrender placed the diadem and tiara in his hands. Pompeius, highly delighted at a victory which cost nothing, raised up the humbled King of Kings, invested him again with the insignia of his dignity, and dictated the peace. Besides a payment of £1,400,000, 6,000 talents, to the war chest, and a present to the soldiers, out of which each of them received 50 denarii, £2 2 shillings. The king ceded all the conquests which he had made, not merely his Phoenician, Syrian, Cilician, and Cappadocian possessions, but also Sophene and Corduene on the right bank of the Euphrates. He was again restricted to Armenia proper, and his position of great king was, of course, at an end. In a single campaign, Pompeius had totally subdued the two mighty kings of Pontus and Armenia. At the beginning of 688, there was not a Roman soldier beyond the frontier of the old Roman possessions. At its close, King Mithradates was wandering as an exile and without an army in the ravines of the Caucasus, and King Tigranes sat on the Armenian throne no longer as King of Kings, but as a vassal of Rome. The whole domain of Asia Minor to the west of the Euphrates unconditionally obeyed the Romans. The victorious army took up its winter quarters to the east of that stream on Armenian soil, in the country from the upper Euphrates to the river Kur, from which the Italians then for the first time watered their horses.
the tribes of the Caucasus Iberians, Albanians. But the new field on which the Romans here set foot raised up for them new conflicts. The brave peoples of the Middle and Eastern Caucasus saw with indignation the remote Occidentals encamping on their territory. There, in the fertile and well-watered tableland of the modern Georgia, dwelt the Iberians, a brave, well-organized agricultural nation whose clan cantons under their patriarchs cultivated the soil according to the system of common possession, without any separate ownership of the individual cultivators. Army and people were one. The people were headed partly by the ruler clans, out of which the eldest always presided over the whole Iberian nation as king, and the next eldest as judge and leader of the army, partly by special families of priests, on whom chiefly devolved the duty of preserving a knowledge of the treaties concluded with other peoples, and of watching over their observance. The mass of the non-freemen were regarded as serfs of the king. Their eastern neighbours, the Albanians or Alans, who were settled on the lower Kur as far as the Caspian Sea, were in a far lower stage of culture. Chiefly a pastoral people they tended, on foot or on horseback, their numerous herds in the luxuriant meadows of the modern Shirvan. Their few tilled fields were still cultivated with the old wooden plough without iron share. Coined money was unknown, and they did not count beyond 100. Each of their tribes, 26 in all, had its own chief and spoke its distinct dialect. Far superior in number to the Iberians, the Albanians could not at all cope with them in bravery. The mode of fighting was on the whole the same with both nations. They fought chiefly with arrows and light javelins, which they frequently, after the Indian fashion, discharged from their lurking places in the woods behind the trunks of trees, or hurled down from the tops of trees on the foe. The Albanians had also numerous horsemen partly mailed after the Medo-Armenian manner with heavy cuirasses and greaves. Both nations lived on their lands and pastures in a complete independence preserved from time immemorial. Nature itself, as it were, seems to have raised the Caucasus between Europe and Asia as a rampart against the tide of national movements. There the arms of Cyrus and of Alexander had formerly found their limit. Now the brave garrison of this partition wall set themselves to defend it also against the Romans. Albanians conquered by Pompeius, Iberians conquered, alarmed by the information that the Roman commander-in-chief intended next spring to cross the mountains and to pursue the Pontic king beyond the Caucasus, for Mithradates, they heard, was passing the winter in Dioscurias, Iscuria between Sukhum Kale and Anaklia, on the Black Sea. The Albanians, under their prince Oroeses, first crossed the Kur in the middle of the winter of 688 to 689, and threw themselves on the army, which was divided for the sake of its supplies into 3 larger corps under Quintus Metellus, Lucius Flaccus, and Pompeius in person. But Sulla, on whom the chief attack fell, made a brave stand, and Pompeius, after having delivered himself from the division sent to attack him, pursued the barbarians beaten at all points as far as the Kur. Artaxerxes, the king of the Iberians, kept quiet and promised peace and friendship. But Pompeius, informed that he was secretly arming so as to fall upon the Romans on their march in the passes of the Caucasus, advanced in the spring of 689, before resuming the pursuit of Mithradates, to the 2 fortresses just 2 miles distant from each other, Halmozica, Horomzica or Armadzi, and Susamora, Tsumar, which a little above the modern Tiflis command the 2 valleys of the river Kur and its tributary, the Aragua, and with these the only passes leading from Armenia to Iberia. Artaxerxes, surprised by the enemy before he was aware of it, hastily burnt the bridge over the Kur and retreated negotiating into the interior. Pompeius occupied the fortresses and followed the Iberians to the other bank of the Kur, by which he hoped to induce them to immediate submission. But Artaxerxes retired farther and farther into the interior, and, when at length he halted on the river Pelorus, he did so not to surrender, but to fight. The Iberian archers, however, withstood not for a moment the onset of the Roman legions, and, when Artaxerxes saw the Pelorus also crossed by the Romans, he submitted at length to the conditions which the victor proposed, and sent his children as hostages.
Pompeius proceeds to Colchis. Pompeius now, agreeably to the plan which he had formerly projected, marched through the Sarapana Pass from the region of the Kur to that of the Phasis, and thence down that river to the Black Sea, where on the Colchian coast the fleet under Servilius already awaited him.
But it was for an uncertain idea, and an aim almost unsubstantial, that the army and fleet were thus brought to the richly fabled shores of Colchis. The laborious march just completed through unknown and mostly hostile nations was nothing when compared with what still awaited them, and if they should really succeed in conducting the force from the mouth of the Phasis to the Crimea through warlike and poor barbarian tribes on inhospitable and unknown waters, along a coast where at certain places the mountains sink perpendicularly into the sea, and it would have been absolutely necessary to embark in the ships if such a march should be successfully accomplished, which was perhaps more difficult than the campaigns of Alexander and Hannibal, what was gained by it even at the best, corresponding at all to its toils and dangers. The war doubtless was not ended, so long as the old king was still among the living, but who could guarantee that they would really succeed in catching the royal game for the sake of which this unparalleled chase was to be instituted? Was it not better, even at the risk of Mithradates once more throwing the torch of war into Asia Minor, to desist from a pursuit which promised so little gain and so many dangers? Doubtless numerous voices in the army, and still more numerous voices in the capital, urged the general to continue the pursuit incessantly and at any price. But they were the voices partly of foolhardy Hotspurs, partly of those perfidious friends who would gladly at any price have kept the too powerful imperator aloof from the capital and entangled him amidst interminable undertakings in the east. Pompeius was too experienced and too discreet an officer to stake his fame and his army in obstinate adherence to so injudicious an expedition. An insurrection of the Albanians in rear of the army furnished the pretext for abandoning the further pursuit of the king and arranging its return. The fleet received instructions to cruise in the Black Sea, to protect the northern coast of Asia Minor against any hostile invasion, and strictly to blockade the Cimmerian Bosporus under the threat of death to any trader who should break the blockade. Pompeius conducted the land troops not without great hardships through the Colchian and Armenian territory to the lower course of the Kur, and onward, crossing the stream, into the Albanian plain. Fresh conflicts with the Albanians. For several days the Roman army had to march in the glowing heat through this almost waterless flat country without encountering the enemy. It was only on the left bank of the Abas, probably the river elsewhere named Alazonius, now Alasan, that the force of the Albanians under the leadership of Cossus, brother of the king Oroizes, was drawn up against the Romans. They are said to have amounted, including the contingent which had arrived from the inhabitants of the Transcaucasian steppes, to 60,000 infantry and 12,000 cavalry. Yet they would hardly have risked the battle unless they had supposed that they had merely to fight with the Roman cavalry, but the cavalry had only been placed in front, and, on its retiring, the masses of Roman infantry showed themselves from their concealment behind. After a short conflict, the army of the barbarians was driven into the woods, which Pompeius gave orders to invest and set on fire. The Albanians thereupon consented to make peace, and, following the example of the more powerful peoples, all the tribes settled between the Kur and the Caspian concluded a treaty with the Roman general. The Albanians, Iberians, and generally the peoples settled to the south along and at the foot of the Caucasus thus entered, at least for the moment, into a relation of dependence on Rome, when, on the other hand, the peoples between the Phasis and the Myotis, Colchians, Soani, Heniochi, Zigi, Achaeans, even the remote Bastani, were inscribed in the long list of the nations subdued by Pompeius, the notion of subjugation was evidently employed in a manner very far from exact. The Caucasus once more verified its significance in the history of the world. The Roman conquest, like the Persian and the Hellenic, found its limit there. Mithradates goes to Panticapaeum. Accordingly, King Mithradates was left to himself and to destiny. As formerly his ancestor, the founder of the Pontic state had first entered his future kingdom as a fugitive from the executioners of Antigonus and attended only by 6 horsemen. So had the grandson now been compelled once more to cross the bounds of his kingdom and to turn his back on his own and his father's conquests. But for no one had the dice of fate turned up the highest gains and the greatest losses more frequently and more capriciously than for the old Sultan of Sinope, and the fortunes of men change rapidly and incalculably in the East. Well might Mithradates, now in the evening of his life, accept each new vicissitude with the thought that it too was only in its turn paving the way for a fresh revolution, and that the only thing constant was the perpetual change of fortune. Inasmuch as the Roman rule was intolerable for the Orientals at the very core of their nature, and Mithradates himself was in good and in evil a true prince of the East, amidst the laxity of the rule exercised by the Roman Senate over the provinces, and amidst the dissensions of the political parties in Rome fermenting and ripening into civil war, Mithradates might, if he was fortunate enough to bide his time, doubtless re-establish his dominion yet a third time. For this very reason, because he hoped and planned while still there was life in him, he remained dangerous to the Romans so long as he lived, as an aged refugee no less than when he had marched forth with his 100,000s to wrest Hellas and Macedonia from the Romans. The restless old man made his way in the year 689 from Dioscurius, amidst unspeakable hardships, partly by land, partly by sea, to the kingdom of Panticapaeum, where by his reputation and his numerous retainers he drove his renegade son Machaerus from the throne and compelled him to put himself to death. From this point, he attempted once more to negotiate with the Romans. He besought that his paternal kingdom might be restored to him, and declared himself ready to recognize the supremacy of Rome and to pay tribute as a vassal. But Pompeius refused to grant the king a position in which he would have begun the old game afresh, and insisted on his personal submission. His last preparations against Rome. Mithradates, however, had no thought of delivering himself into the hands of the enemy, but was projecting new and still more extravagant plans. Straining all the resources with which the treasures that he had saved and the remnant of his state supplied him, he equipped a new army of 36,000 men, consisting partly of slaves, which he armed and exercised after the Roman fashion, and a war fleet. According to rumor, he designed to march westward through Thrace, Macedonia, and Pannonia, to carry along with him the Scythians in the Sarmatian steppes and the Celts on the Danube as allies, and with this avalanche of peoples to throw himself on Italy. This has been deemed a grand idea, and the plan of war of the Pontic king has been compared with the military march of Hannibal. But the same project, which in a gifted man is a stroke of genius, becomes folly in one who is wrong-headed. This intended invasion of Italy by the Orientals was simply ridiculous, and nothing but a product of the impotent imagination of despair. Through the prudent coolness of their leader, the Romans were prevented from quixotically pursuing their quixotic antagonist and warding off in the distant Crimea an attack, which, if it were not nipped of itself in the bud, would still have been soon enough met at the foot of the Alps. Revolt against Mithradates. In fact, while Pompeius, without troubling himself further as to the threats of the impotent giant, was employed in organizing the territory which he had gained, the destinies of the aged king drew on to their fulfillment without Roman aid in the remote north. His extravagant preparations had produced the most violent excitement among the Bosporans, whose houses were torn down, and whose oxen were taken from the plough and put to death, in order to procure beams and sinews for constructing engines of war. The soldiers, too, were disinclined to enter on the hopeless Italian expedition. Mithradates had constantly been surrounded by suspicion and treason. He had not the gift of calling forth affection and fidelity among those around him. As in earlier years, he had compelled his distinguished general Archelaus to seek protection in the Roman camp. As during the campaigns of Lucullus, his most trusted officers, Diodes, Phoenix, and even the most notable of the Roman emigrants had passed over to the enemy. So now, when his star grew pale and the old, infirm, embittered sultan was accessible to no one else save his eunuchs, desertion followed still more rapidly on desertion. Castor, the commandant of the fortress Phanagoria on the Asiatic coast opposite Kerch, first raised the standard of revolt,
He proclaimed the freedom of the town and delivered the sons of Mithradates that were in the fortress into the hands of the Romans. While the insurrection spread among the Bosporan towns and Chersonesus, not far from Sebastopol, Theodosia, Caffa, and others joined the Phanagorites, the king allowed his suspicion and his cruelty to have free course. On the information of despicable eunuchs, his most confidential adherents were nailed to the cross. The king's own sons were the least sure of their lives. The son who was his father's favourite and was probably destined by him as his successor, Pharnaces, took his resolution and headed the insurgents. The servants whom Mithradates sent to arrest him, and the troops dispatched against him, passed over to his side, the corps of Italian deserters, perhaps the most efficient among the divisions of Mithradates' army, and for that very reason the least inclined to share in the romantic, and for the deserters' peculiarly hazardous expedition against Italy, declared itself en masse for the prince. The other divisions of the army and the fleet followed the example thus set. Death of Mithradates.
After the country and the army had abandoned the king, the capital, Panticapaeum, at length opened its gates to the insurgents and delivered over to them the old king enclosed in his palace. From the high wall of his castle the latter besought his son at least to grant him life and not imbrue his hands in his father's blood. But the request came ill from the lips of a man whose own hands were stained with the blood of his mother and with the recently shed blood of his innocent son Ziphares. And in heartless severity and inhumanity, Pharnaces even outstripped his father. Seeing therefore he had now to die, the Sultan resolved at least to die as he had lived. His wives, his concubines and his daughters, including the youthful brides of the kings of Egypt and Cyprus, had all to suffer the bitterness of death and drain the poisoned cup, before he too took it, and then, when the draught did not take effect quickly enough, presented his neck for the fatal stroke to a Celtic mercenary Betuitus. So died in 691 Mithradates Eupator, in the 68th year of his life and the 57th of his reign, 26 years after he had for the first time taken the field against the Romans. The dead body, which King Pharnaces sent as a voucher of his merits and of his loyalty to Pompeius, was by order of the latter laid in the royal sepulchre of Sinope. The death of Mithradates was looked on by the Romans as equivalent to a victory. The messengers who reported to the general the catastrophe appeared crowned with laurel, as if they had a victory to announce in the Roman camp before Jericho. In him a great enemy was borne to the tomb, a greater than had ever yet withstood the Romans in the indolent East. Instinctively the multitude felt this, as formerly Scipio had triumphed even more over Hannibal than over Carthage. So the conquest of the numerous tribes of the East and of the great king himself was almost forgotten in the death of Mithradates. And at the solemn entry of Pompeius, nothing attracted more the eyes of the multitude than the pictures, in which they saw King Mithradates as a fugitive leading his horse by the rein, and thereafter sinking down in death between the dead bodies of his daughters. Whatever judgment may be formed as to the idiosyncrasy of the king, he is a figure of great significance, in the full sense of the expression, for the history of the world. He was not a personage of genius, probably not even of rich endowments, but he possessed the very respectable gift of hating, and out of this hatred he sustained an unequal conflict against superior foes throughout half a century, without success, doubtless, but with honor. He became still more significant through the position in which history had placed him than through his individual character. As the forerunner of the national reaction of the Orientals against the Occidentals, he opened the new conflict of the East against the West, and the feeling remained with the vanquished as with the victors that his death was not so much the end as the beginning. Pompeius proceeds to Syria. Meanwhile Pompeius, after his warfare in 689 with the peoples of the Caucasus, had returned to the kingdom of Pontus, and there reduced the last castles still offering resistance. These were razed in order to check the evils of brigandage, and the castle wells were rendered unserviceable by rolling blocks of rock into them. Thence he set out in the summer of 690 for Syria, to regulate its affairs. State of Syria. It is difficult to present a clear view of the state of disorganization which then prevailed in the Syrian provinces. It is true that in consequence of the attacks of Lucullus, the Armenian governor Mithradates had evacuated these provinces in 685, and that the Ptolemies, gladly as they would have renewed the attempts of their predecessors to attach the Syrian coast to their kingdom, were yet afraid to provoke the Roman government by the occupation of Syria, the more so as that government had not yet regulated their more than doubtful legal title even in the case of Egypt, and had been several times solicited by the Syrian princes to recognize them as the legitimate heirs of the extinct house of the Lagids. But though the greater powers all at the moment refrained from interference in the affairs of Syria, the land suffered far more than it would have suffered amidst a great war, through the endless and aimless feuds of the princes, knights, and cities. Arabian princes. The actual masters in the Seleucid kingdom were at this time the Bedouins, the Jews, and the Nabateans. The inhospitable sandy steppe destitute of springs and trees which, stretching from the Arabian peninsula up to and beyond the Euphrates, reaches towards the west as far as the Syrian mountain chain and its narrow belt of coast, toward the east as far as the rich lowlands of the Tigris and lower Euphrates. This Asiatic Sahara was the primitive home of the sons of Ishmael. From the commencement of tradition, we find the Badawi, the son of the desert, pitching his tents there and pasturing his camels, or mounting his swift horse in pursuit now of the foe of his tribe, now of the travelling merchant. Favoured formerly by King Tigranes,
who made use of them for his plans, half commercial, half political, and subsequently by the total absence of any master in the Syrian land, these children of the desert spread themselves over northern Syria. Well nigh the leading part in a political point of view was enacted by those tribes, which had appropriated the first rudiments of a settled existence from the vicinity of the civilized Syrians. The most noted of these emirs were Abgarus, chief of the Arab tribe of the Mardani, whom Tigranes had settled about Edessa and Carrhae in Upper Mesopotamia, then to the west of the Euphrates Sampsiceramus, emir of the Arabs of Hemesa, Homs, between Damascus and Antioch, and master of the strong fortress Arethusa, Azizus, the head of another horde roaming in the same region, Alcodonius, the prince of the Rambaeans, who had already put himself into communication with Lucullus, and several others. Robber chiefs. Alongside of these Bedouin princes, there had everywhere appeared bold cavaliers who equalled or excelled the children of the desert in the noble trade of waylaying. Such was Ptolemaeus, son of Menaias, perhaps the most powerful among these Syrian robber chiefs and one of the richest men of this period, who ruled over the territory of the Etyraeans, the modern Druses, in the valleys of the Libanus, as well as on the coast and over the plain of Masyas to the northward, with the cities of Heliopolis, Baalbek, and Chalcis, and maintained 8,000 horsemen at his own expense. Such were Dionysius and Cinyras, the masters of the maritime cities Tripolis, Tarablus, and Byblus, between Tarablus and Beirut. Such was the Jew Silas in Lysias, a fortress not far from Apamea on the Orontes. Jews in the south of Syria, on the other hand,
the race of the Jews seemed as though it would about this time consolidate itself into a political power. Through the devout and bold defense of the primitive Jewish national worship, which was imperiled by the leveling Hellenism of the Syrian kings, the family of the Hasmoneans or the Maccabi had not only attained to their hereditary principality and gradually to kingly honors, but these princely high priests had also spread their conquests to the north, east, and south. When the brave Gnaeus Alexander died, the Jewish kingdom stretched towards the south over the whole Philistine territory as far as the frontier of Egypt, towards the southeast as far as that of the Nabatean kingdom of Petra, from which Gnaeus had wrested considerable tracts on the right bank of the Jordan and the Dead Sea, towards the north over Samaria and Decapolis up to the lake of Gennesareth. Here he was already making arrangements to occupy Ptolemais, Acco, and victoriously to repel the aggressions of the Etyrians. The coast obeyed the Jews from Mount Carmel as far as Rhinocorura, including the important Gaza. Ascalon alone was still free. So that the territory of the Jews, once almost cut off from the sea, could now be enumerated among the asylums of piracy. Now that the Armenian invasion, just as it approached the borders of Judea,
was averted from that land by the intervention of Lucullus. The gifted rulers of the Hasmonean house would probably have carried their arms still farther, had not the development of the power of that remarkable conquering priestly state been nipped in the bud by internal divisions. Pharisees, Sadducees. The spirit of religious independence and the spirit of national independence, the energetic union of which had called the Maccabee state into life, speedily became once more dissociated and even antagonistic. The Jewish orthodoxy, or Pharisaism as it was called, was content with the free exercise of religion as it had been asserted in defiance of the Syrian rulers. Its practical aim was a community of Jews composed of the Orthodox in the lands of all rulers, essentially irrespective of the secular government, a community which found its visible points of union in the tribute for the temple at Jerusalem, which was obligatory on every conscientious Jew, and in the schools of religion and spiritual courts. Over against this orthodoxy, which turned away from political life and became more and more stiffened into theological formalism and painful ceremonial service, were arrayed the defenders of the national independence, invigorated amidst successful struggles against foreign rule, and advancing towards the ideal of a restoration of the Jewish state, the representatives of the old great families, the so-called Sadducees, partly on dogmatic grounds, insofar as they acknowledged only the sacred books themselves and conceded authority merely, not canonicity, to the bequests of the scribes, that is, to canonical tradition, partly and especially on political grounds, insofar as, instead of a fatalistic waiting for the strong arm of the Lord of Zebaoth, they taught that the salvation of the nation was to be expected from the weapons of this world, and from the inward and outward strengthening of the kingdom of David as re-established in the glorious times of the Maccabees. Those partisans of orthodoxy found their support in the priesthood and the multitude. They contested with the Hasmoneans the legitimacy of their high priesthood and fought against the noxious heretics with all the reckless implacability with which the pious are often found to contend for the possession of earthly goods. The state party, on the other hand, relied for support on intelligence brought into contact with the influences of Hellenism, on the army, in which numerous Pisidian and Cilician mercenaries served, and on the abler kings, who here strove with the ecclesiastical power much as 1,000 years later the Hohenstaufen strove with the papacy. Jannaeus had kept down the priesthood with a strong hand. Under his 2 sons there arose, 685 et sec, a civil and fraternal war, since the Pharisees opposed the vigorous Aristobulus and attempted to obtain their objects under the nominal rule of his brother, the good-natured and indolent Hyrcanus. This dissension not merely put a stop to the Jewish conquests, but gave also foreign nations opportunity to interfere and thereby obtain a commanding position in southern Syria. Nabateans. This was the case, first of all, with the Nabateans. This remarkable nation has often been confounded with its eastern neighbors, the wandering Arabs, but it is more closely related to the Aramean branch than to the proper children of Ishmael. This Aramaean, or according to the designation of the Occidentals, Syrian stock must have in very early times sent forth from its most ancient settlements about Babylon a colony, probably for the sake of trade, to the northern end of the Arabian Gulf. These were the Nabateans on the Sinaitic Peninsula between the Gulf of Suez and Isla and in the region of Petra, Wadi Musa. In their ports the wares of the Mediterranean were exchanged for those of India. The great southern caravan route, which ran from Gaza to the mouth of the Euphrates and the Persian Gulf, passed through the capital of the Nabateans, Petra, whose still magnificent rock palaces and rock tombs furnish clearer evidence of the Nabatean civilization than does an almost extinct tradition. The leaders of the Pharisees, to whom, after the manner of priests, the victory of their faction seemed not too dearly bought at the price of the independence and integrity of their country, solicited Aretas, the king of the Nabateans, for aid against Aristobulus, in return for which they promised to give back to him all the conquests wrested from him by Jannaeus. Thereupon Aretas had advanced with, it was said, 50,000 men into Judea, and, reinforced by the adherents of the Pharisees, he kept King Aristobulus besieged in his capital. Syrian cities. Amidst the system of violence and feud which thus prevailed from one end of Syria to another, the larger cities were of course the principal sufferers,
such as Antioch, Seleucia, Damascus, whose citizens found themselves paralyzed in their husbandry as well as in their maritime and caravan trade. The citizens of Byblus and Berytus, Beirut, were unable to protect their fields and their ships from the Etrurians, who, issuing from their mountain and maritime strongholds, rendered land and sea equally insecure. Those of Damascus sought to ward off the attacks of the Itureans and Ptolemaios by handing themselves over to the more remote kings of the Nabateans or of the Jews. In Antioch, Sampsiceramus and Azizus mingled in the internal feuds of the citizens, and the Hellenic great city had well nigh become even now the seat of an Arab emir. The state of things reminds us of the kingless times of the German Middle Ages, when Nuremberg and Augsburg found their protection not in the king's law and the king's courts, but in their own walls alone. Impatiently, the merchant citizens of Syria awaited the strong arm, which should restore to them peace and security of intercourse. The last Seleucids. There was no want, however, of a legitimate king in Syria. There were even 2 or 3 of them. A prince Antiochus from the house of the Seleucids had been appointed by Lucullus as ruler of the most northerly province in Syria, Commagene. Antiochus Asiaticus, whose claims on the Syrian throne had met with recognition both from the Senate and from Lucullus, had been received in Antioch after the retreat of the Armenians, and there acknowledged as king. A third Seleucid prince, Philippus, had immediately confronted him there as a rival. And the great population of Antioch, excitable and delighting in opposition almost like that of Alexandria, as well as 1 or 2 of the neighboring Arab emirs, had interfered in the family strife, which now seemed inseparable from the rule of the Seleucids. Was there any wonder that legitimacy became ridiculous and loathsome to its subjects, and that the so-called rightful kings were of even somewhat less importance in the land than the petty princes and robber chiefs? Annexation of Syria. To create order amidst this chaos did not require either brilliance of conception or a mighty display of force, but it required a clear insight into the interests of Rome and of her subjects, and vigor and consistency in establishing and maintaining the institutions recognized as necessary. The policy of the Senate in support of legitimacy had sufficiently degraded itself. The general, whom the opposition had brought into power, was not to be guided by dynastic considerations, but had only to see that the Syrian kingdom should not be withdrawn from the clientship of Rome in future, either by the quarrels of pretenders or by the covetousness of neighbors. But to secure this end, there was only one course: that the Roman community should send a satrap to grasp with a vigorous hand the reins of government, which had long since practically slipped from the hands of the kings of the ruling house more even through their own fault than through outward misfortunes. This course Pompeius took. Antiochus the Asiatic, on requesting to be acknowledged as the hereditary ruler of Syria, received the answer that Pompeius would not give back the sovereignty to a king who knew neither how to maintain nor how to govern his kingdom, even at the request of his subjects, much less against their distinctly expressed wishes. With this letter of the Roman proconsul, the house of Seleucus was ejected from the throne which it had occupied for 250 years. Antiochus soon after lost his life through the artifice of the emir Sampsiceramus, as whose client he played the ruler in Antioch. Thenceforth there is no further mention of these mock kings and their pretensions. Military pacification of Syria. But to establish the new Roman government and introduce any tolerable order into the confusion of affairs, it was further necessary to advance into Syria with a military force and to terrify or subdue all the disturbers of the peace who had sprung up during the many years of anarchy by means of the Roman legions. Already during the campaigns in the kingdom of Pontus and on the Caucasus, Pompeius had turned his attention to the affairs of Syria and directed detached commissioners and corps to interfere where there was need. Aulus Gabinius, the same who as tribune of the people had sent Pompeius to the east, had in 689 marched along the Tigris and then across Mesopotamia to Syria to adjust the complicated affairs of Judea. In like manner, the severely pressed Damascus had already been occupied by Lollius and Metellus.
Soon afterwards another adjutant of Pompeius, Marcus Scaurus, arrived in Judea to allay the feuds ever breaking out afresh there. Lucius Afranius also, who during the expedition of Pompeius to the Caucasus held the command of the Roman troops in Armenia, had proceeded from Corduene, the northern Kurdistan, to Upper Mesopotamia, and after he had successfully accomplished the perilous march through the desert with the sympathizing help of the Hellenes settled in Carrhae, brought the Arabs in Osroene to submission. Towards the end of 690, Pompeius in person arrived in Syria and remained there till the summer of the following year,
resolutely interfering and regulating matters for the present and the future. He sought to restore the kingdom to its state in the better times of the Seleucid rule. All usurped powers were set aside. The robber chiefs were summoned to give up their castles. The Arab sheikhs were again restricted to their desert domains. The affairs of the several communities were definitely regulated. The robber chiefs chastised. The legions stood ready to procure obedience to these stern orders, and their interference proved especially necessary against the audacious robber chiefs. Silas, the ruler of Lysias, Dionysius, the ruler of Tripolis, Cinyras, the ruler of Byblus, were taken prisoners in their fortresses and executed. The mountain and maritime strongholds of the Itareans were broken up. Ptolemaeus, son of Menneus, in Chalcis was forced to purchase his freedom and his lordship with a ransom of 1,000 talents, £240,000. Elsewhere, the commands of the new master met for the most part with unresisting obedience. Negotiations and conflicts with the Jews. The Jews alone hesitated. The mediators formerly sent by Pompeius, Gabinius and Scaurus had, both, as it was said, bribed with considerable sums, in the dispute between the brothers Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, decided in favor of the latter, and had also induced King Aretas to raise the siege of Jerusalem and to proceed homeward, in doing which he sustained a defeat at the hands of Aristobulus. But when Pompeius arrived in Syria, he cancelled the orders of his subordinates and directed the Jews to resume their old constitution under high priests, as the Senate had recognized it about 593, and to renounce along with the hereditary principality itself all the conquests made by the Hasmonean princes. It was the Pharisees who had sent an embassy of 200 of their most respected men to the Roman general and procured from him the overthrow of the kingdom. Not to the advantage of their own nation, but doubtless to that of the Romans, who from the nature of the case could not but here revert to the old rights of the Seleucids, and could not tolerate a conquering power like that of Jannaeus within the limits of their empire. Aristobulus was uncertain whether it was better patiently to acquiesce in his inevitable doom, or to meet his fate with arms in hand. At one time he seemed on the point of submitting to Pompeius. At another he seemed as though he would summon the national party among the Jews to a struggle with the Romans. When at length, with the legions already at the gates, he yielded to the enemy, the more resolute or more fanatical portion of his army refused to comply with the orders of a king who was not free. The capital submitted. The steep Temple Rock was defended by that fanatical band for 3 months with an obstinacy ready to brave death, till at last the besiegers effected an entrance while the besieged were resting on the Sabbath, possessed themselves of the sanctuary, and handed over the authors of that desperate resistance, so far as they had not fallen under the sword of the Romans, to the axes of the lictors. Thus ended the last resistance of the territories newly annexed to the Roman state. The new relations of the Romans in the East. The work begun by Lucullus had been completed by Pompeius. The hitherto formerly independent states of Bithynia, Pontus, and Syria were united with the Roman state. The exchange, which had been recognized for more than 100 years as necessary, of the feeble system of a protectorate for that of direct sovereignty over the more important dependent territories, had at length been realized, as soon as the Senate had been overthrown and the Gracchan party had come to the helm. Rome had obtained in the East new frontiers, new neighbors, new friendly and hostile relations. There were now added to the indirect territories of Rome the kingdom of Armenia and the principalities of the Caucasus, and also the kingdom on the Cimmerian Bosporus, the small remnant of the extensive conquests of Mithradates Eupator, now a client state of Rome under the government of his son and murderer Pharnaces.
The town of Phanagoria alone, whose commandant Castor had given the signal for the revolt, was on that account recognized by the Romans as free and independent.
Conflicts with the Nabateans. No like successes could be boasted of against the Nabateans. King Aretas had indeed, yielding to the desire of the Romans, evacuated Judea, but Damascus was still in his hands, and the Nabatean land had not yet been trodden by any Roman soldier.
To subdue that region, or at least to show to their new neighbors in Arabia that the Roman eagles were now dominant on the Orontes and on the Jordan, and that the time had gone by when anyone was free to levy contributions in the Syrian lands as a domain without a master, Pompeius began in 691 an expedition against Petra.
But detained by the revolt of the Jews, which broke out during this expedition, he was not reluctant to leave to his successor Marcus Scaurus the carrying out of the difficult enterprise against the Nabatean city situated far off amidst the desert. In reality, Scaurus also soon found himself compelled to return without having accomplished his object. He had to content himself with making war on the Nabateans in the deserts on the left bank of the Jordan, where he could lean for support on the Jews, but yet bore off only very trifling successes. Ultimately, the adroit Jewish minister Antipater from Idumea persuaded Aretas to purchase a guarantee for all his possessions, Damascus included, from the Roman governor for a sum of money. And this is the peace celebrated on the coins of Scaurus, where King Aretas appears, leading his camelers, a suppliant offering the olive branch to the Roman. Difficulty with the Parthians.
Far more fraught with momentous effects than these new relations of the Romans to the Armenians, Iberians, Bosporans, and Nabateans was the proximity into which, through the occupation of Syria, they were brought with the Parthian state. Complacent as had been the demeanor of Roman diplomacy towards Phraates, while the Pontic and Armenian states still subsisted, willingly as both Lucullus and Pompeius had then conceded to him the possession of the regions beyond the Euphrates, the new neighbour now sternly took up his position by the side of the Arsacids. And Phraates, if the royal art of forgetting his own faults allowed him, might well recall now the warning words of Mithradates that the Parthian, by his alliance with the Occidentals against the kingdoms of kindred race, paved the way first for their destruction and then for his own. Romans and Parthians in league had brought Armenia to ruin. When it was overthrown, Rome, true to her old policy, now reversed the parts and favoured the humbled foe at the expense of the powerful ally. The singular preference which the father Tigranes experienced from Pompeius as contrasted with his son, the ally and son-in-law of the Parthian king, was already part of this policy. It was a direct offence when soon afterwards, by the orders of Pompeius, the younger Tigranes and his family were arrested and were not released even on Phraates interceding with the friendly general for his daughter and his son-in-law. But Pompeius paused not here. The province of Corduena, to which both Phraates and Tigranes laid claim, was at the command of Pompeius occupied by Roman troops for the latter, and the Parthians who were found in possession were driven beyond the frontier and pursued even as far as Arbela in Adiabene, without the government of Ctesiphon having even been previously heard. Far the most suspicious circumstance, however, was that the Romans seemed not at all inclined to respect the boundary of the Euphrates fixed by treaty. On several occasions, Roman divisions destined from Armenia for Syria marched across Mesopotamia. The Arab emir Abgarus of Osrhoene was received under singularly favourable conditions into Roman protection. Nay, Oruros, situated in Upper Mesopotamia somewhere between Nisibis and the Tigris, 220 miles eastward from the Commagenian passage of the Euphrates, was designated as the eastern limit of the Roman dominion, presumably their indirect dominion, inasmuch as the larger and more fertile northern half of Mesopotamia had been assigned by the Romans in like manner with Corduene to the Armenian Empire. The boundary between Romans and Parthians thus became the great Syro-Mesopotamian desert instead of the Euphrates, and this too seemed only provisional. To the Parthian envoys who came to insist on the maintenance of the agreements, which certainly, as it would seem, were only concluded orally, respecting the Euphrates boundary, Pompeius gave the ambiguous reply that the territory of Rome extended as far as her rights.
The remarkable intercourse between the Roman commander-in-chief and the Parthian satraps of the region of Media and even of the distant province Elymaeus between Susiana, Media and Persia in the modern Luristan seemed a commentary on this speech. The viceroys of this latter mountainous, warlike and remote land had always exerted themselves to acquire a position independent of the great king. It was the more offensive and menacing to the Parthian government when Pompeius accepted the proffered homage of this dynasty. Not less significant was the fact that the title of King of Kings, which had been hitherto conceded to the Parthian king by the Romans in official intercourse, was now all at once exchanged by them for the simple title of king. This was even more a threat than a violation of etiquette. Since Rome had entered on the heritage of the Seleucids, it seemed almost as if the Romans had a mind to revert at a convenient moment to those old times, when all Iran and Turan were ruled from Antioch, and there was as yet no Parthian empire but merely a Parthian satrapy. The court of Ctesiphon would thus have had reason enough for going to war with Rome. It seemed the prelude to its doing so, when in 690 it declared war on Armenia on account of the question of the frontier. But Phraates had not the courage to come to an open rupture with the Romans at a time when the dreaded general with his strong army was on the borders of the Parthian Empire. When Pompeius sent commissioners to settle amicably the dispute between Parthia and Armenia, Phraates yielded to the Roman mediation forced upon him and acquiesced in their award, which assigned to the Armenians Corduene and northern Mesopotamia. Soon afterwards, his daughter with her son and her husband adorned the triumph of the Roman general. Even the Parthians trembled before the superior power of Rome, and if they had not, like the inhabitants of Pontus and Armenia, succumbed to the Roman arms, the reason seemed only to be that they had not ventured to stand the conflict. Organization of the provinces. There still devolved on the general the duty of regulating the internal relations of the newly acquired provinces and of removing as far as possible the traces of a 13 years desolating war. The work of organization begun in Asia Minor by Lucullus and the commission associated with him, and in Crete by Metellus, received its final conclusion from Pompeius. The former province of Asia, which embraced Mysia, Lydia, Phrygia, and Caria, was converted from a frontier province into a central one. The newly erected provinces were that of Bithynia and Pontus, which was formed out of the whole former kingdom of Nicomedes and the western half of the former Pontic state, as far as and beyond the Halys. That of Cilicia, which indeed was older, but was now for the first time enlarged and organized in a manner befitting its name, and comprehended also Pamphylia and Isauria, that of Syria, and that of Crete. Much was no doubt wanting to render that mass of countries capable of being regarded as the territorial possession of Rome in the modern sense of the term. The form and order of the government remained substantially as they were. Only the Roman community came in place of the former monarchs. Those Asiatic provinces consisted as formerly of a motley mixture of domainal possessions, urban territories de facto or de jure autonomous, lordships pertaining to princes and priests, and kingdoms, all of which were as regards internal administration more or less left to themselves, and in other respects were dependent, sometimes in milder, sometimes in stricter forms, on the Roman government and its proconsuls, very much as formerly on the great king and his satraps. Feudatory kings, Cappadocia, Commagene, Galatia. The first place, in rank at least among the dependent dynasts, was held by the king of Cappadocia, whose territory Lucullus had already enlarged by investing him with the province of Melitene, about Malatia, as far as the Euphrates, and to whom Pompeius farther granted on the western frontier some districts taken off Cilicia from Castabella as far as Derbe near Iconium, and on the eastern frontier the province of Sophene, situated on the left bank of the Euphrates opposite Melitene, and at first destined for the Armenian prince Tigranes, so that the most important passage of the Euphrates thus came wholly into the power of the Cappadocian prince. The small province of Commagene between Syria and Cappadocia with its capital Samosata, Samsat, remained a dependent kingdom in the hands of the
already named Seleucid Antiochus. To him too were assigned the important fortress of Seleucia near Birajik, commanding the more southern passage of the Euphrates and the adjoining tracts on the left bank of that river, and thus care was taken that the two chief passages of the Euphrates with a corresponding territory on the eastern bank were left in the hands of two dynasts wholly dependent on Rome. Alongside of the kings of Cappadocia and Commagene, and in real power far superior to them, the new king Deiotarus ruled in Asia Minor. One of the tetrarchs of the Celtic stock of the Tolistobogii settled round Pessinus, and summoned by Lucullus and Pompeius to render military service with the other small Roman clients,
Deiotarus had in these campaigns so brilliantly proved his trustworthiness and his energy as contrasted with all the indolent Orientals that the Roman generals conferred upon him, in addition to his Galatian heritage and his possessions in the rich country between Amasus and the mouth of the Halys, the eastern half of the former Pontic Empire, with the maritime towns of Pharnacia and Trapezus, and the Pontic Armenia as far as the frontier of Colchis and the Greater Armenia, to form the kingdom of Lesser Armenia. Soon afterwards he increased his already considerable territory by the country of the Celtic Trochmi, whose tetrarch he dispossessed. Thus the petty feudatory became one of the most powerful dynasts of Asia Minor, to whom might be entrusted the guardianship of an important part of the frontier of the empire. Princes and chiefs, vassals of lesser importance, were the other numerous Galatian tetrarchs, one of whom, Bogodiatorus, prince of the Trochmi, was on account of his tried valour in the Mithradatic war presented by Pompeius with the formerly Pontic frontier town of Mithradatium. Attalus, prince of Paphlagonia, who traced back his lineage to the old ruling house of the Pylemonids. Aristarchus and other petty lords in the Colchian territory.
Tarcondemotus, who ruled in eastern Cilicia in the mountain valleys of the Amanus. Ptolemaeus, son of Menneus, who continued to rule in Chalcis on the Libanus. Aretas, king of the Nabateans as lord of Damascus. Lastly, the Arabic emirs in the countries on either side of the Euphrates, Abgarus in Osroene, whom the Romans endeavoured in every way to draw over to their interest with the view of using him as an advanced post against the Parthians, Sampsiceramus in Hemesa, Alcaudonius the Rambaean, and another emir in Bostra, priestly princes. To these fell to be added the spiritual lords who in the east frequently ruled over land, and people like secular dynasts, and whose authority firmly established in that native home of fanaticism, the Romans prudently refrained from disturbing, as they refrained from even robbing the temples of their treasures. The high priest of the goddess mother in Pessinus, the two high priests of the goddess Ma in the Cappadocian Comana, on the upper Sarus, and in the Pontic city of the same name, Gumanek near Tokat, both lords who were in their countries inferior only to the king in power, and each of whom even at a much later period possessed extensive estates with special jurisdiction and about 6,000 temple slaves. Archelaus, son of the general of that name who passed over from Mithradates to the Romans, was invested by Pompeius with the Pontic high priesthood. The high priest of the Venasian Zeus in the Cappadocian district of Morimene, whose revenues amounted annually to £3,600, 15 talents. The archpriest and lord of that territory in Cilicia Trachea, where Teucer, the son of Ajax, had founded a temple to Zeus, over which his descendants presided by virtue of hereditary right. The archpriest and lord of the people of the Jews, to whom Pompeius, after having razed the walls of the capital and the royal treasuries and strongholds in the land, gave back the presidency of the nation with a serious admonition to keep the peace and no longer to aim at conquests, urban communities. Alongside of these secular and spiritual potentates stood the urban communities. These were partly associated into larger unions which rejoiced in a comparative independence, such as in particular the League of the 23 Lycian cities, which was well organized and constantly, for instance,
kept aloof from participation in the disorders of piracy, whereas the numerous detached communities, even if they had self-government secured by charter, were in practice wholly dependent on the Roman governors. Elevation of urban life in Asia. The Romans failed not to see that, with the task of representing Hellenism and protecting and extending the domain of Alexander in the east, there devolved on them the primary duty of elevating the urban system. For while cities are everywhere the pillars of civilization, the antagonism between Orientals and Occidentals was especially and most sharply embodied in the contrast between the Oriental military despotic feudal hierarchy and the Helleno-Italic urban commonwealth prosecuting trade and commerce. Lucullus and Pompeius, however little they in other respects aimed at the reduction of things to one level in the East, and however much the latter was disposed in questions of detail to censure and alter the arrangements of his predecessor, were yet completely agreed in the principle of promoting as far as they could an urban life in Asia Minor and Syria. Cyzicus, on whose vigorous resistance the first violence of the last war had spent itself, received from Lucullus a considerable extension of its domain. The Pontic Heraclea, energetically as it had resisted the Romans, yet recovered its territory and its harbours, and the barbarous fury of Cotta against the unhappy city met with the sharpest censure in the Senate. Lucullus had deeply and sincerely regretted that fate had refused him the happiness of rescuing Sinope and Amissus from devastation by the Pontic soldiery and his own. He did at least what he could to restore them, extended considerably their territories, peopled them afresh, partly with the old inhabitants, who at his invitation returned in troops to their beloved homes, partly with new settlers of Hellenic descent, and provided for the reconstruction of the buildings destroyed. Pompeius acted in the same spirit and on a greater scale. Already after the subjugation of the pirates he had, instead of following the example of his predecessors and crucifying his prisoners, whose number exceeded 20,000, settled them partly in the desolated cities of the plain Cilicia, such as Malus, Adana, Epiphania, and especially in Soli, which thenceforth bore the name of Pompeius's city, Pompeiupolis, partly at Dyme in Achaia, and even at Tarentum. This colonizing by means of pirates met with manifold censure, as it seemed in some measure to set a premium on crime. In reality it was politically and morally well justified, for as things then stood, piracy was something different from robbery, and the prisoners might fairly be treated according to martial law. New towns established. But Pompeius made it his business above all to promote urban life in the new Roman provinces. We have already observed how poorly provided with towns the Pontic Empire was. Most districts of Cappadocia, even a century after this, had no towns, but merely mountain fortresses as a refuge for the agricultural population in war. The whole east of Asia Minor, apart from the sparse Greek colonies on the coasts, must have been at this time in a similar plight. The number of towns newly established by Pompeius in these provinces is, including the Cilician settlements, stated at 39, several of which attained great prosperity. The most notable of these townships in the former kingdom of Pontus were Nicopolis, the city of victory, founded on the spot where Mithradates sustained the last decisive defeat, the fairest memorial of a general rich in similar trophies. Megalopolis, named from Pompeius's surname, on the frontier of Cappadocia and Lesser Armenia, the subsequent Sebastia, now Siwas. Ziela, where the Romans fought the unfortunate battle, a township which had arisen round the temple of Anaitis there, and hitherto had belonged to its high priest, and to which Pompeius now gave the form and privileges of a city. Diopolis, formerly Cabira, afterwards Neo-Caesarea, Nixar, likewise one of the battlefields of the late war. Magnopolis, or Pompeiupolis, the restored Eupatoria at the confluence of the Lycus and the Iris, originally built by Mithradates, but again destroyed by him on account of the defection of the city to the Romans. Neapolis, formerly Phasamon, between Amasia and the Halys. Most of the towns thus established were formed not by bringing colonists from a distance, but by the suppression of villages and the collection of their inhabitants within the new ring wall. Only in Nicopolis Pompeius settled the invalids and veterans of his army, who preferred to establish a home for themselves there at once, rather than afterwards in Italy. But at other places also there arose on the suggestion of the regent new centres of Hellenic civilization. In Paphlagonia, a third Pompeiupolis marked the spot where the army of Mithradates in 666 achieved the great victory over the Bithynians. In Cappadocia, which perhaps had suffered more than any other province by the war, the royal residence Mazaca, afterwards Caesarea, now Caesariae, and 7 other townships were re-established by Pompeius and received urban institutions.
In Cilicia and Sulla there were enumerated 20 towns laid out by Pompeius. In the districts ceded by the Jews, Gadara in the Decapolis rose from its ruins at the command of Pompeius, and the city of Seleucus was founded. By far the greatest portion of the domain land at his disposal on the Asiatic continent must have been applied by Pompeius for his new settlements, whereas in Crete, about which Pompeius troubled himself little or not at all, the Roman domainal possessions seem to have continued tolerably extensive. Pompeius was no less intent on regulating and elevating the existing communities than on founding new townships. The abuses and usurpations which prevailed were done away with as far as lay in his power. Detailed ordinances drawn up carefully for the different provinces regulated the particulars of the municipal system. A number of the most considerable cities had fresh privileges conferred on them. Autonomy was bestowed on Antioch on the Orontes,
the most important city of Roman Asia, and but little inferior to the Egyptian Alexandria and to the Baghdad of antiquity, the city of Seleucia in the Parthian Empire, as also on the neighbour of Antioch, the Pierian Seleucia, which was thus rewarded for its courageous resistance to Tigrans, on Gaza, and generally on all the towns liberated from the Jewish rule, on Mytilene in the west of Asia Minor, and on Phanagoria on the Black Sea. Aggregate results. Thus was completed the structure of the Roman state in Asia, which with its feudatory kings and vassals, its priests made into princes, and its series of free and half-free cities puts us vividly in mind of the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation. It was no miraculous work, either as respects the difficulties overcome or as respects the consummation attained. Nor was it made so by all the high-sounding words which the Roman world of quality lavished in favour of Lucullus and the artless multitude in praise of Pompeius. Pompeius in particular consented to be praised, and praised himself in such a fashion that people might almost have reckoned him still more weak-minded than he really was. If the Mytileneans erected a statue to him as their deliverer and founder, as the man who had as well by land as by sea terminated the wars with which the world was filled, such a homage might not seem too extravagant for the vanquisher of the pirates and of the empires of the East. But the Romans this time surpassed the Greeks. The triumphal inscriptions of Pompeius himself enumerated 12 millions of people as subjugated and 1,538 cities and strongholds as conquered. It seemed as if quantity was to make up for quality, and made the circle of his victories extend from the Maeotic Sea to the Caspian, and from the latter to the Red Sea, when his eyes had never seen any one of the three. Nay, farther, if he did not exactly say so, he at any late induced the public to suppose that the annexation of Syria, which in truth was no heroic deed, had added the whole East as far as Bactria and India to the Roman Empire. So dim was the mist of distance, amidst which, according to his statements, the boundary line of his eastern conquests was lost. The democratic civility, which has at all times rivaled that of courts, readily entered into these insipid extravagances. It was not satisfied by the pompous triumphal procession which moved through the streets of Rome on the 28th and 29th September.
693, the 46th birthday of Pompeius the Great, adorned, to say nothing of jewels of all sorts, by the crown insignia of Mithradates, and by the children of the three mightiest kings of Asia, Mithradates, Tigranes, and Phrates, it rewarded its general, who had conquered 22 kings, with regal honours, and bestowed on him the golden chaplet and the insignia of the magistracy for life. The coins struck in his honour exhibit the globe itself, placed amidst the triple laurels brought home from the three continents, and surmounted by the golden chaplet conferred by the burgesses on the man who had triumphed over Africa, Spain, and Asia. It need excite no surprise if in presence of such childish acts of homage voices were heard of an opposite import. Among the Roman world of quality, it was currently affirmed that the true merit of having subdued the East belonged to Lucullus, and that Pompeius had only gone thither to supplant Lucullus and to wreathe around his own brow the laurels which another hand had plucked. Both statements were totally erroneous. It was not Pompeius but Glabrio that was sent to Asia to relieve Lucullus, and bravely as Lucullus had fought, it was a fact that,
When Pompeius took the supreme command, the Romans had forfeited all their earlier successes and had not a foot's breadth of Pontic soil in their possession. More pointed and effective was the ridicule of the inhabitants of the capital, who failed not to nickname the mighty conqueror of the globe after the great powers which he had conquered,
and saluted him now as conqueror of Salem, now as emir, Arabarches, now as the Roman Sampsiceramus. Lucullus and Pompeius as administrators. The unprejudiced judge will not agree either with those exaggerations or with these disparagements. Lucullus and Pompeius, in subduing and regulating Asia, showed themselves to be not heroes and state creators, but sagacious and energetic army leaders and governors. As general, Lucullus displayed no common talents and a self-confidence bordering on rashness, while Pompeius displayed military judgment and a rare self-restraint. For hardly has any general with such forces and a position so wholly free ever acted so cautiously as Pompeius in the East. The most brilliant undertakings, as it were, offered themselves to him on all sides. He was free to start for the Cimmerian Bosporus and for the Red Sea. He had opportunity of declaring war against the Parthians. The revolted provinces of Egypt invited him to dethrone King Ptolemaeus, who was not recognized by the Romans, and to carry out the testament of Alexander. But Pompeius marched neither to Panticapaeum nor to Petra, neither to Ctesiphon nor to Alexandria. Throughout, he gathered only those fruits which of themselves fell to his hand. In like manner, he fought all his battles by sea and land with a crushing superiority of force. Had this moderation proceeded from the strict observance of the instructions given to him, as Pompeius was wont to profess, or even from a perception that the conquests of Rome must somewhere find a limit, and that fresh accessions of territory were not advantageous to the state, it would deserve a higher praise than history confers on the most talented officer. But constituted as Pompeius was, his self-restraint was beyond doubt solely the result of his peculiar want of decision and of initiative, defects indeed, which were in his case far more useful to the state than the opposite excellences of his predecessor.
Certainly very grave errors were perpetrated both by Lucullus and by Pompeius. Lucullus reaped their fruits himself, when his imprudent conduct wrested from him all the results of his victories. Pompeius left it to his successors to bear the consequences of his false policy towards the Parthians. He might either have made war on the Parthians, if he had had the courage to do so, or have maintained peace with them, and recognized, as he had promised, the Euphrates as boundary. He was too timid for the former course, too vain for the latter, and so he resorted to the silly perfidy of rendering the good neighborhood, which the court of Ctesiphon desired and on its part practiced, impossible through the most unbounded aggressions, and yet allowing the enemy to choose of themselves the time for rupture and retaliation. As administrator of Asia, Lucullus acquired a more than princely wealth, and Pompeius also received as reward for its organization large sums in cash, and still more considerable promissory notes from the king of Cappadocia, from the rich city of Antioch, and from other lords and communities. But such exactions had become almost a customary tax, and both generals showed themselves at any rate to be not altogether venal in questions of greater importance, and if possible got themselves paid by the party whose interests coincided with those of Rome. Looking to the state of the times, this does not prevent us from characterizing the administration of both as comparatively commendable and conducted primarily in the interest of Rome, secondarily in that of the provincials. The conversion of the clients into subjects, the better regulation of the eastern frontier, the establishment of a single and strong government were full of blessing for the rulers as well as for the ruled. The financial gain acquired by Rome was immense. The new property tax, which with the exception of some specially exempted communities all those princes, priests and cities had to pay to Rome, raised the Roman state revenues almost by a half above their former amount. Asia, indeed, suffered severely. Pompeius brought in money and jewels, an amount of £2 million, 200 million sesterces, into the state chest, and distributed £3,900,000, 16,000 talents, among his officers and soldiers.
If we add to this the considerable sums brought home by Lucullus, the non-official exactions of the Roman army, and the amount of the damage done by the war, the financial exhaustion of the land may be readily conceived. The Roman taxation of Asia was perhaps in itself not worse than that of its earlier rulers, but it formed a heavier burden on the land, insofar as the taxes thenceforth went out of the country, and only the lesser portion of the proceeds was again expended in Asia, and at any rate it was in the old as well as the newly acquired provinces, based on a systematic plundering of the provinces for the benefit of Rome.
But the responsibility for this rests far less on the generals personally than on the parties at home, whom these had to consider. Lucullus had even exerted himself energetically to set limits to the usurious dealings of the Roman capitalists in Asia, and this essentially contributed to bring about his fall. How much both men earnestly sought to revive the prosperity of the reduced provinces is shown by their action in cases where no considerations of party policy tied their hands, and especially in their care for the cities of Asia Minor. Although for centuries afterwards many an Asiatic village lying in ruins recalled the times of the Great War, Sinope might well begin a new era with the date of its re-establishment by Lucullus, and almost all the more considerable inland towns of the Pontic kingdom might gratefully honor Pompeius as their founder. The organization of Roman Asia by Lucullus and Pompeius may with all its undeniable defects be described as on the whole judicious and praiseworthy. Serious as were the evils that might still adhere to it, it could not but be welcome to the sorely tormented Asiatics for the very reason that it came attended by the inward and outward peace, the absence of which had been so long and so painfully felt. The East, after the departure of Pompeius, peace continued substantially in the East, till the idea, merely indicated by Pompeius with his characteristic timidity, of joining the regions eastward of the Euphrates to the Roman Empire was taken up again energetically but unsuccessfully by the new triumvirate of Roman regents, and soon thereafter the civil war drew the eastern provinces, as well as all the rest, into its fatal vortex. In the interval, the governors of Cilicia had to fight constantly with the mountain tribes of the Amanus, and those of Syria with the hordes of the desert, and in the latter war against the Bedouins, especially, many Roman troops were destroyed. But these movements had no farther significance. More remarkable was the obstinate resistance which the tough Jewish nation opposed to the conquerors. Alexander, son of the deposed king Aristobulus, and Aristobulus himself, who after some time succeeded in escaping from captivity, excited during the governorship of Aulus Gabinius 3 different revolts against the new rulers, to each of which the government of the high priest Hyrcanus installed by Rome impotently succumbed. It was not political conviction, but the invincible repugnance of the Oriental towards the unnatural yoke, which compelled them to kick against the pricks, as indeed the last and most dangerous of these revolts, for which the withdrawal of the Syrian army of occupation in consequence of the Egyptian crisis furnished the immediate impulse, began with the murder of the Romans settled in Palestine. It was not without difficulty that the able governor succeeded in rescuing the few Romans who had escaped this fate and found a temporary refuge on Mount Gerizim from the insurgents who kept them blockaded there, and in overpowering the revolt after several severely contested battles and tedious sieges. In consequence of this, the monarchy of the high priests was abolished, and the Jewish land was broken up, as Macedonia had formerly been, into 5 independent districts administered by governing colleges with an optimate organization. Samaria and other townships raised by the Jews were re-established to form a counterpoise to Jerusalem. And lastly, a heavier tribute was imposed on the Jews than on the other Syrian subjects of Rome. The Kingdom of Egypt. It still remains that we should glance at the Kingdom of Egypt along with the last dependency that remained to it of the extensive acquisitions of the Lagids, the fair island of Cyprus. Egypt was now the only state of the Hellenic East that was still at least nominally independent, just as formerly, when the Persians established themselves along the eastern half of the Mediterranean, Egypt was their last conquest. So now the mighty conquerors from the west long delayed the annexation of that opulent and peculiar country. The reason lay, as was already indicated, neither in any fear of the resistance of Egypt, nor in the want of a fitting occasion. Egypt was just about as powerless as Syria, and had already in 673 fallen in all due form of law to the Roman community. The control exercised over the court of Alexandria by the royal guard, which appointed and deposed ministers and occasionally kings, took for itself what it pleased, and, if it was refused a rise of pay, besieged the king in his palace, was by no means liked in the country, or rather in the capital, for the country with its population of agricultural slaves was hardly taken into account, and at least a party there wished for the annexation of Egypt by Rome, and even took steps to procure it. But the less the kings of Egypt could think of contending in arms against Rome, the more energetically Egyptian gold set itself to resist the Roman plans of union. And in consequence of the peculiar despotico-communistic centralization of the Egyptian finances, the revenues of the court of Alexandria were still nearly equal to the public income of Rome, even after its augmentation by Pompeius. The suspicious jealousy of the oligarchy, which was chary of allowing any individual either to conquer or to administer Egypt, operated in the same direction. So the de facto rulers of Egypt and Cyprus were enabled by bribing the leading men in the Senate not merely to respite their tottering crowns, but even to fortify them afresh and to purchase from the Senate the confirmation of their royal title. But with this they had not yet obtained their object. Formal state law required a decree of the Roman burgesses. Until this was issued, the Ptolemies were dependent on the caprice of every democratic holder of power, and they had thus to commence the warfare of bribery also against the other Roman party, which as the more powerful stipulated for far higher prices. Cyprus annexed. The result in the two cases was different. The annexation of Cyprus was decreed in 696 by the people, that is, by the leaders of the democracy, the support given to piracy by the Cypriots being alleged as the official reason why that course should now be adopted. Marcus Cato, entrusted by his opponents with the execution of this measure, came to the island without an army, but he had no need of one. The king took poison. The inhabitants submitted without offering resistance to their inevitable fate, and were placed under the governor of Cilicia. The ample treasure of nearly 7,000 talents, £1,700,000, which the equally covetous and miserly king could not prevail on himself to apply for the bribes requisite to save his crown, fell along with the latter to the Romans and filled after a desirable fashion the empty vaults of their treasury. Ptolemaeus in Egypt recognized but expelled by his subjects. On the other hand, the brother who reigned in Egypt succeeded in purchasing his recognition by decree of the people from the new masters of Rome in 695. The purchase money is said to have amounted to 6,000 talents, £1,460,000. The citizens indeed, long exasperated against their good flute player and bad ruler, and now reduced to extremities by the definitive loss of Cyprus and the pressure of the taxes, which were raised to an intolerable degree in consequence of the transactions with the Romans, chased him on that account out of the country. When the king thereupon applied, as if on account of his eviction from the estate which he had purchased, to those who sold it, these were reasonable enough to see that it was their duty as honest men of business to get back his kingdom for Ptolemaeus. Only the parties could not agree as to the person to whom the important charge of occupying Egypt by force, along with the perquisites thence to be expected, should be assigned. It was only when the triumvirate was confirmed anew at the conference of Lucca that this affair was also arranged, after Ptolemaeus had agreed to a further payment of 10,000 talents, £2,400,000. The governor of Syria, Aulus Gabinius, now obtained orders from those in power to take the necessary steps immediately for bringing back the king. The citizens of Alexandria had meanwhile placed the crown on the head of Berenice, the eldest daughter of the ejected king, and given to her a husband in the person of one of the spiritual princes of Roman Asia, Archelaus, the high priest of Comana, who possessed ambition enough to hazard his secure and respectable position in the hope of mounting the throne of the Legides. His attempts to gain the Roman regents to his interests remained without success, but he did not recoil before the idea of being obliged to maintain his new kingdom with arms in hand even against the Romans. And brought back by Gabinius. A Roman garrison remains in Alexandria.
Gabinius, without ostensible powers to undertake war against Egypt but directed to do so by the regents, made a pretext out of the alleged furtherance of piracy by the Egyptians and the building of a fleet by Archelaus, and started without delay for the Egyptian frontier. The march through the sandy desert between Gaza and Pelusium, in which so many invasions previously directed against Egypt had broken down, was on this occasion successfully accomplished, a result especially due to the quick and skillful leader of the cavalry, Marcus Antonius. The frontier fortress of Pelusium also was surrendered without resistance by the Jewish garrison stationed there. In front of this city, the Romans met the Egyptians, defeated them, on which occasion Antonius again distinguished himself, and arrived as the first Roman army at the Nile. Here the fleet and army of the Egyptians were drawn up for the last decisive struggle, but the Romans once more conquered, and Archelaus himself with many of his followers perished in the combat. Immediately after this battle the capital surrendered, and therewith all resistance was at an end. The unhappy land was handed over to its legitimate oppressor, the hanging and beheading with which, but for the intervention of the chivalrous Antonius, Ptolemaeus would have already in Pelusium begun to celebrate the restoration of the legitimate government, now took its course unhindered, and first of all the innocent daughter was sent by her father to the scaffold. The payment of the reward agreed upon with the regents broke down through the absolute impossibility of exacting from the exhausted land the enormous sums required, although they took from the poor people the last penny. But care was taken that the country should at least be kept quiet by the garrison of Roman infantry and Celtic and German cavalry left in the capital, which took the place of the native praetorians and otherwise emulated them not unsuccessfully. The previous hegemony of Rome over Egypt was thus converted into a direct military occupation, and the nominal continuance of the native monarchy was not so much a privilege granted to the land as a double burden imposed on it. The struggle of parties during the absence of Pompeius. The defeated aristocracy. With the passing of the Gabinian law, the parties in the capital changed positions. From the time that the elected general of the democracy held in his hand the sword, his party, or what was reckoned such, had the preponderance in the capital.
The nobility doubtless still stood in compact array, and still as before there issued from the commercial machinery none but consuls, who according to the expression of the democrats were already designated to the consulate in their cradles. To command the elections and break down the influence of the old families over them was beyond the power even of the holders of power. But unfortunately the consulate, at the very moment when they had got the length of virtually excluding the new men from it, began itself to grow pale before the newly risen star of the exceptional military power. The aristocracy felt this, though they did not exactly confess it. They gave themselves up as lost. Except Quintus Catulus, who with honourable firmness persevered at his far from pleasant post as champion of a vanquished party down to his death, no optimate could be named from the highest ranks of the nobility, who would have sustained the interests of the aristocracy with courage and steadfastness. Their very men of most talent and fame, such as Quintus Metellus Pius and Lucius Lucullus, practically abdicated and retired, so far as they could at all do so with propriety, to their villas, in order to forget as much as possible the forum and the senate house amidst their gardens and libraries, their aviaries and fish ponds. Still more, of course, was this the case with the younger generation of the aristocracy, which was either wholly absorbed in luxury and literature or turning towards the rising sun. Cato. There was among the younger men a single exception. It was Marcus Porcius Cato, born in 659, a man of the best intentions and of rare devotedness, and yet one of the most quixotic and one of the most cheerless phenomena in this age, so abounding in political caricatures. Honourable and steadfast, earnest in purpose and in action, full of attachment to his country and to its hereditary constitution, but dull in intellect and sensuously as well as morally destitute of passion, he might certainly have made a tolerable state accountant.
But unfortunately he fell early under the power of formalism, and swayed partly by the phrases of the Stoa, which in their abstract baldness and spiritless isolation were current among the genteel world of that day, partly by the example of his great-grandfather, whom he deemed it his especial task to reproduce. He began to walk about in the sinful capital as a model burgess and mirror of virtue, to scold at the times like the old Cato, to travel on foot instead of riding, to take no interest, to decline badges of distinction as a soldier, and to introduce the restoration of the good old days by going after the precedent of King Romulus without a shirt. A strange caricature of his ancestor, the grey-haired farmer whom hatred and anger made an orator, who wielded in masterly style the plough as well as the sword, who with his narrow but original and sound common sense ordinarily hit the nail on the head. Was this young, unimpassioned pedant from whose lips dropped scholastic wisdom, and who was everywhere seen sitting book in hand, this philosopher who understood neither the art of war nor any other art whatever, this cloud-walker in the realm of abstract morals?
Yet he attained to moral, and thereby even to political importance. In an utterly wretched and cowardly age, his courage and his negative virtues told powerfully on the multitude. He even formed a school, and there were individuals, it is true they were but few, who in their turn copied and caricatured afresh the living pattern of a philosopher. On the same cause depended also his political influence. As he was the only conservative of note who possessed, if not talent and insight, at any rate integrity and courage, and was always ready to throw himself into the breach whether it was necessary to do so or not, he soon became the recognized champion of the Optimata party, although neither his age nor his rank nor his intellect entitled him to be so. Where the perseverance of a single resolute man could decide, he no doubt sometimes achieved a success, and in questions of detail, more particularly of a financial character, he often judiciously interfered, as indeed he was absent from no meeting of the Senate. His quaestorship, in fact, formed an epoch, and as long as he lived he checked the details of the public budget, regarding which he maintained of course a constant warfare with the farmers of the taxes. For the rest, he lacked simply every ingredient of a statesman. He was incapable of even comprehending a political aim and of surveying political relations. His whole tactics consisted in setting his face against everyone who deviated or seemed to him to deviate from the traditionary moral and political catechism of the aristocracy, and thus of course he worked as often into the hands of his opponents as into those of his own party. The Don Quixote of the aristocracy, he proved by his character and his actions that at this time, while there was certainly still an aristocracy in existence, the aristocratic policy was nothing more than a chimera. Democratic attacks. To continue the conflict with this aristocracy brought little honor. Of course, the attacks of the democracy on the vanquished foe did not on that account cease. The pack of the populares threw themselves on the broken ranks of the nobility like the sutlers on a conquered camp, and the surface at least of politics was by this agitation ruffled into high waves of foam. The multitude entered into the matter the more readily, as Gaius Caesar especially kept them in good humour by the extravagant magnificence of his games, in which all the equipments, even the cages of the wild beasts, appeared of massive silver, and generally by a liberality which was all the more princely that it was based solely on the contraction of debt. The attacks on the nobility were of the most varied kind. The abuses of aristocratic rule afforded copious materials. Magistrates and advocates who were liberal or assumed a liberal hue, like Gaius Cornelius, Aulus Gabinius, Marcus Cicero, continued systematically to unveil the most offensive and scandalous aspects of the Optimate doings, and to propose laws against them. The Senate was directed to give access to foreign envoys on set days, with the view of preventing the usual postponement of audiences. Loans raised by foreign ambassadors in Rome were declared non-actionable, as this was the only means of seriously checking the corruptions which formed the order of the day in the Senate. The right of the Senate to give dispensation in particular cases from the laws was restricted, as was also the abuse whereby every Roman of rank, who had private business to attend to in the provinces, got himself invested by the Senate with the character of a Roman envoy thither. they heightened the penalties against the purchase of votes and electioneering intrigues, which latter were especially increased in a scandalous fashion by the attempts of the individuals ejected from the Senate to get back to it through re-election. What had hitherto been simply understood as matter of course was now expressly laid down as a law, that the praetors were bound to administer justice in conformity with the rules set forth by them, after the Roman fashion at their entering on office.
Transpadans freedmen. But above all, efforts were made to complete the democratic restoration and to realize the leading ideas of the Gracchus period in a form suitable to the times. The election of the priests by the comitia, which Gnaeus Domitius had introduced and Sulla had again done away, was established by a law of the tribune of the people, Titus Labienus, in 691.
The Democrats were fond of pointing out how much was still wanting towards the restoration of the Sempronian corn laws in their full extent, and at the same time passed over in silence the fact that under the altered circumstances, with the straitened condition of the public finances and the great increase in the number of fully privileged Roman citizens, that restoration was absolutely impracticable. In the country between the Po and the Alps, they zealously fostered the agitation for political equality with the Italians. As early as 686, Gaius Caesar travelled from place to place there for this purpose. In 689, Marcus Crassus as censor made arrangements to enroll the inhabitants directly in the burgess roll, which was only frustrated by the resistance of his colleague. In the following censorships, this attempt seems regularly to have been repeated. As formerly Gracchus and Flaccus had been the patrons of the Latins, so the present leaders of the democracy gave themselves forth as protectors of the Transpadanes, and Gaius Piso, consul in 687, had bitterly to regret that he had ventured to outrage one of these clients of Caesar and Crassus. On the other hand, the same leaders appeared by no means disposed to advocate the political equalization of the freedmen. The tribune of the people Gaius Manilius, who in a thinly attended assembly had procured the renewal, December 31st, 687, of the Sulpician law as to the suffrage of freedmen, was immediately disavowed by the leading men of the democracy, and with their consent the law was cancelled by the Senate on the very day after its passing. In the same spirit, all the strangers, who possessed neither Roman nor Latin burgess rights, were ejected from the capital by decree of the people in 689. It is obvious that the intrinsic inconsistency of the Gracchus policy, in abetting at once the effort of the excluded to obtain admission into the circle of the privileged and the effort of the privileged to maintain their distinctive rights, had passed over to their successors. While Caesar and his friends on the one hand held forth to the Transpadans the prospect of the franchise, they, on the other hand, gave their assent to the continuance of the disabilities of the freedmen, and to the barbarous setting aside of the rivalry which the industry and trading skill of the Hellenes and Orientals maintained with the Italians in Italy itself. Process against Rabirius. The mode in which the democracy dealt with the ancient criminal jurisdiction of the comitia was characteristic. It had not been properly abolished by Sulla, but practically the jury commissions on high treason and murder had superseded it, and no rational man could think of seriously re-establishing the old procedure which long before Sulla had been thoroughly unpractical. But as the idea of the sovereignty of the people appeared to require a recognition at least in principle of the penal jurisdiction of the burgesses, the tribune of the people, Titus Labienus in 691 brought the old man, who 38 years before had slain or was alleged to have slain the tribune of the people Lucius Saturninus, before the same high court of criminal jurisdiction, by virtue of which, if the annals reported truly, King Tullus had procured the acquittal of the Horatius who had killed his sister. The accused was one Gaius Rabirius, who, if he had not killed Saturninus, had at least paraded with his cut-off head at the tables of men of rank, and who moreover was notorious among the Apulian landholders for his kidnapping and his bloody deeds. The object, if not of the accuser himself, at any rate of the more sagacious men who backed him, was not at all to make this pitiful wretch die the death of the cross. They were not unwilling to acquiesce, when first the form of the impeachment was materially modified by the Senate, and then the assembly of the people called to pronounce sentence on the guilty was dissolved under some sort of pretext by the opposite party, so that the whole procedure was set aside. At all events, by this process, the two palladia of Roman freedom, the right of the citizens to appeal and the inviolability of the tribunes of the people, were once more established as practical rights, and the legal basis on which the democracy rested was adjusted afresh. Personal attacks. The democratic reaction manifested still greater vehemence in all personal questions, wherever it could and dared. Prudence indeed enjoined it not to urge the restoration of the estates confiscated by Sulla to their former owners, that it might not quarrel with its own allies, and at the same time fall into a conflict with material interests, for which a policy with a set purpose is rarely match. The recall of the emigrants was too closely connected with this question of property not to appear quite as unadvisable. On the other hand, great exertions were made to restore to the children of the proscribed the political rights withdrawn from them, and the heads of the senatorial party were incessantly subjected to personal attacks. Thus Gaius Memmius set on foot a process aimed at Marcus Lucullus in 688. Thus they allowed his more famous brother to wait for 3 years before the gates of the capital for his well-deserved triumph. Quintus Rex and the conqueror of Crete, Quintus Metellus, were similarly insulted. It produced a still greater sensation when the young leader of the democracy, Gaius Caesar, in 691, not merely presumed to compete with the two most distinguished men of the nobility, Quintus Catulus and Publius Servilius, the victor of Issaura, in the candidature for the supreme pontificate, but even carried the day among the burgesses. The heirs of Sulla, especially his son Faustus, found themselves constantly threatened with an action for the refunding of the public moneys which, it was alleged, had been embezzled by the regent. They talked even of resuming the democratic impeachments suspended in 664 on the basis of the Varian law. The individuals who had taken part in the Sullan executions were, as may readily be conceived, judicially prosecuted with the utmost zeal. When the quaestor Marcus Cato, in his pedantic integrity, himself made a beginning by demanding back from them the rewards which they had received for murder as property illegally alienated from the state, it can excite no surprise that in the following year Gaius Caesar, as president of the commission regarding murder, summarily treated the clause in the Sullan ordinance which declared that a proscribed person might be killed with impunity, as null and void, and caused the most noted of Sulla's executioners, Lucius Catilina, Lucius Bellianus, Lucius Lucius, to be brought before his jurymen and partially to be condemned. Rehabilitation of Saturninus and Marius. Lastly, they did not hesitate now to name once more in public the long prescribed names of the heroes and martyrs of the democracy, and to celebrate their memory. We have already mentioned how Saturninus was rehabilitated by the process directed against his murderer. But a different sound withal had the name of Gaius Marius, at the mention of which all hearts once had throbbed. And it happened that the man to whom Italy owed her deliverance from the northern barbarians was at the same time the uncle of the present leader of the democracy. Loudly had the multitude rejoiced when in 686 Gaius Caesar ventured, in spite of the prohibitions, publicly to show the honoured features of the hero in the forum at the interment of the widow of Marius. But when, 3 years afterwards, the emblems of victory which Marius had caused to be erected in the capital and Sulla had ordered to be thrown down, one morning unexpectedly glittered afresh in gold and marble at the old spot, the veterans from the African and Cimbrian wars crowded, with tears in their eyes, around the statue of their beloved general. And in presence of the rejoicing masses, the Senate did not venture to seize the trophies which the same bold hand had renewed in defiance of the laws. Worthlessness of the democratic successes.
But all these doings and disputes, however much noise they made, were, politically considered, of but very subordinate importance. The oligarchy was vanquished. The democracy had attained the helm. That underlings of various grades should hasten to inflict an additional kick on the prostrate foe, that the democrats also should have their basis in law and their worship of principles, that their doctrinaires should not rest till the whole privileges of the community were in all particulars restored,
and should in that respect occasionally make themselves ridiculous, as legitimists are wont to do. All this was just as much to be expected as it was matter of indifference. Taken as a whole, the agitation was aimless, and we discern in it the perplexity of its authors to find an object for their activity, for it turned almost wholly on things already essentially settled or on subordinate matters.
Impending collision between the Democrats and Pompeius. It could not be otherwise. In the struggle with the aristocracy, the Democrats had remained victors, but they had not conquered alone, and the fiery trial still awaited them, the reckoning not with their former foe, but with their too powerful ally, to whom in the struggle with the aristocracy they were substantially indebted for victory, and to whose hands they had now entrusted an unexampled military and political power, because they dared not refuse it to him. The general of the East and of the seas was still employed in appointing and deposing kings. How long time he would take for that work, or when he would declare the business of the war to be ended, no one could tell but himself, since like everything else the time of his return to Italy, or in other words the day of decision, was left in his own hands. The parties in Rome meanwhile sat and waited. The optimates indeed looked forward to the arrival of the dreaded general with comparative calmness. By the rupture between Pompeius and the democracy, which they saw to be approaching, they could not lose, but could only gain. The Democrats, on the contrary, waited with painful anxiety, and sought, during the interval still allowed to them by the absence of Pompeius, to lay a countermine against the impending explosion. Schemes for appointing a democratic military dictatorship. In this policy they again coincided with Crassus, to whom no course was left for encountering his envied and hated rival, but that of allying himself afresh, and more closely than before, with the democracy. Already in the first coalition, a special approximation had taken place between Caesar and Crassus as the two weaker parties. A common interest and a common danger tightened yet more the bond which joined the richest and the most insolvent of Romans in closest alliance. While in public the Democrats described the absent general as the head and pride of their party and seemed to direct all their arrows against the aristocracy, preparations were secretly made against Pompeius. And these attempts of the democracy to escape from the impending military dictatorship have historically a far higher significance than the noisy agitation, for the most part employed only as a mask, against the nobility. It is true that they were carried on amidst a darkness, upon which our tradition allows only some stray gleams of light to fall. For not the present alone, but the succeeding age, also had its reasons for throwing a veil over the matter. But in general, both the course and the object of these efforts are completely clear. The military power could only be effectually checkmated by another military power. The design of the Democrats was to possess themselves of the reins of government after the example of Marius and Cinna, then to entrust one of their leaders either with the conquest of Egypt or with the governorship of Spain or some similar ordinary or extraordinary office, and thus to find in him and his military force a counterpoise to Pompeius and his army. For this they required a revolution, which was directed immediately against the nominal government, but in reality against Pompeius as the designated monarch. And, to effect this revolution, there was, from the passing of the Gabinian-Manilian laws down to the return of Pompeius, perpetual conspiracy in Rome. The capital was in anxious suspense. The depressed temper of the capitalists, the suspensions of payment, the frequent bankruptcies were heralds of the fermenting revolution, which seemed as though it must at the same time produce a totally new position of parties. The project of the democracy, which pointed beyond the Senate at Pompeius, suggested an approximation between that general and the Senate. But the democracy, in attempting to oppose to the dictatorship of Pompeius that of a man more agreeable to it, recognized, strictly speaking, on its part also the military government, and in reality drove out Satan by Beelzebub. The question of principles became in its hands a question of persons, league of the Democrats and the anarchists. The first step towards the revolution projected by the leaders of the democracy was thus to be the overthrow of the existing government by means of an insurrection primarily instigated in Rome by democratic conspirators. The moral condition of the lowest, as of the highest ranks of society in the capital, presented the materials for this purpose in lamentable abundance. We need not here repeat what was the character of the free and the servile proletariat of the capital. The significant saying was already heard that only the poor man was qualified to represent the poor. The idea was thus suggested that the mass of the poor might constitute itself an independent power as well as the oligarchy of the rich, and instead of allowing itself to be tyrannized over, might perhaps in its own turn play the tyrant. But even in the circles of the young men of rank, similar ideas found an echo. The fashionable life of the capital shattered not merely the fortunes of men, but also their vigor of body and mind. That elegant world of fragrant ringlets, of fashionable mustachios and ruffles, merry as were its doings in the dance and with the harp, and early and late at the wine-cup, yet concealed in its bosom an alarming abyss of moral and economic ruin, of well or ill-concealed despair, and frantic or knavish resolves. These circles sighed without disguise for a return of the time of Cinna, with its proscriptions and confiscations and its annihilation of account books for debt. There were people enough, including not a few of no mean descent and unusual abilities, who only waited the signal to fall like a gang of robbers on civil society and to recruit by pillage the fortune which they had squandered. Where a band gathers, leaders are not wanting.
And in this case the men were soon found who were fitted to be captains of banditti. Catilina, the late praetor Lucius Catilina, and the quaestor Gnaeus Piso were distinguished among their fellows not merely by their genteel birth and their superior rank. They had broken down the bridge completely behind them, and impressed their accomplices by their dissoluteness quite as much as by their talents. Catilina especially was one of the most wicked men in that wicked age. His villainies belong to the records of crime, not to history. But his very outward appearance, the pale countenance, the wild glance, the gait by turns, sluggish and hurried, betrayed his dismal past. He possessed in a high degree the qualities which are required in the leader of such a band, the faculty of enjoying all pleasures and of bearing all privations, courage, military talent, knowledge of men, the energy of a felon, and that horrible mastery of vice which knows how to bring the weak to fall and how to train the fallen to crime. To form out of such elements a conspiracy for the overthrow of the existing order of things could not be difficult to men who possessed money and political influence. Catilina, Piso, and their fellows entered readily into any plan which gave the prospect of proscriptions and cancelling of debtor books. The former had moreover special hostility to the aristocracy, because it had opposed the candidature of that infamous and dangerous man for the consulship. As he had formerly in the character of an executioner of Sulla hunted the proscribed at the head of a band of Celts, and had killed among others his own aged father-in-law with his own hand, he now readily consented to promise similar services to the opposite party. A secret league was formed.
The number of individuals received into it is said to have exceeded 400. It included associates in all the districts and urban communities of Italy. Besides which, as a matter of course, numerous recruits would flock unbidden from the ranks of the dissolute youth to an insurrection, which inscribed on its banner the seasonable programme of wiping out debts. Failure of the first plans of conspiracy. In December 688, so we are told, the leaders of the League thought that they had found the fitting occasion for striking a blow. The two consuls chosen for 689, Publius Cornelius Sulla and Publius Autronius Paetus, had recently been judicially convicted of electoral bribery, and therefore had, according to legal rule, forfeited their expectancy of the highest office. Both thereupon joined the League. The conspirators resolved to procure the consulship for them by force, and thereby to put themselves in possession of the supreme power in the state. On the day when the new consuls should enter on their office, the 1st January 689, the Senate House was to be assailed by armed men. The new consuls and the victims otherwise designated were to be put to death, and Sulla and Paetus were to be proclaimed as consuls after the cancelling of the judicial sentence which excluded them. Crassus was then to be invested with the dictatorship, and Caesar with the mastership of the horse, doubtless with a view to raise an imposing military force, while Pompeius was employed afar off at the Caucasus. Captains and common soldiers were hired and instructed.
Catilina waited on the appointed day in the neighborhood of the Senate House for the concerted signal, which was to be given him by Caesar on a hint from Crassus. But he waited in vain. Crassus was absent from the decisive sitting of the Senate,
and for this time the projected insurrection failed. A similar, still more comprehensive plan of murder was then concerted for the 5th of February, but this too was frustrated because Catilina gave the signal too early, before the bandits who were bespoken had all arrived. Thereupon, the secret was divulged. The government did not venture openly to proceed against the conspiracy, but it assigned a guard to the consuls who were primarily threatened, and it opposed to the band of the conspirators a band paid by the government. To remove Piso, the proposal was made that he should be sent as quaestor with praetorian powers to hither Spain, to which Crassus consented, in the hope of securing through him the resources of that important province for the insurrection. Proposals going farther were prevented by the tribunes. So runs the account that has come down to us, which evidently gives the version current in the government circles, and the credibility of which in detail must, in the absence of any means of checking it, be left an open question. As to the main matter, the participation of Caesar and Crassus, the testimony of their political opponents certainly cannot be regarded as sufficient evidence of it, but their notorious action at this epoch corresponds with striking exactness to the secret action which this report ascribes to them. The attempt of Crassus, who in this year was censor, officially to enroll the Transpadanes in the Burgess list, was of itself directly a revolutionary enterprise. It is still more remarkable that Crassus on the same occasion made preparations to enroll Egypt and Cyprus in the list of Roman domains, and that Caesar about the same time, 689 or 690, got a proposal submitted by some tribunes to the burgesses to send him to Egypt in order to reinstate King Ptolemaeus, whom the Alexandrians had expelled. These machinations suspiciously coincide with the charges raised by their antagonists. Certainty cannot be attained on the point, but there is a great probability that Crassus and Caesar had projected a plan to possess themselves of the military dictatorship during the absence of Pompeius, that Egypt was selected as the basis of this democratic military power, and that, in fine, the insurrectionary attempt of 689 had been contrived to realize these projects, and Catilina and Piso had thus been tools in the hands of Crassus and Caesar. Resumption of the conspiracy. For a moment, the conspiracy came to a standstill. The elections for 690 took place without Crassus and Caesar renewing their attempt to get possession of the consulate, which may have been partly owing to the fact that a relative of the leader of the democracy, Lucius Caesar, a weak man who was not unfrequently employed by his kinsman as a tool, was on this occasion a candidate for the consulship. But the reports from Asia urged them to make haste. The affairs of Asia Minor and Armenia were already completely arranged. However, clearly democratic strategists showed that the Mithradatic war could only be regarded as terminated by the capture of the king, and that it was therefore necessary to undertake the pursuit round the Black Sea, and above all things to keep aloof from Syria. Pompeius, not concerning himself about such talk, had set out in the spring of 690 from Armenia and marched towards Syria. If Egypt was really selected as the headquarters of the democracy, there was no time to be lost. Otherwise, Pompeius might easily arrive in Egypt sooner than Caesar. The conspiracy of 688, far from being broken up by the lax and timid measures of repression, was again astir when the consular elections for 691 approached. The persons were, it may be presumed, substantially the same, and the plan was but little altered. The leaders of the movement again kept in the background. On this occasion they had set up as candidates for the consulship Catilina himself and Gaius Antonius, the younger son of the orator and a brother of the general who had an ill repute from Crete. They were sure of Catilina. Antonius, originally a Sullan like Catilina, and like the latter brought to trial on that account some years before by the Democratic Party and ejected from the Senate, otherwise an indolent, insignificant man, in no respect called to be a leader, and utterly bankrupt, willingly lent himself as a tool to the Democrats for the prize of the consulship and the advantages attached to it. Through these consuls, the heads of the conspiracy intended to seize the government, to arrest the children of Pompeius, who remained behind in the capital as hostages, and to take up arms in Italy and the provinces against Pompeius. On the first news of the blow struck in the capital, the governor Gaius Piso was to raise the banner of insurrection in hither Spain. Communication could not be held with him by way of the sea, since Pompeius commanded the seas. For this purpose they reckoned on the Transpadanes, the old clients of the democracy among whom there was great agitation, and who would of course have at once received the franchise, and further, on different Celtic tribes. The threads of this combination reached as far as Mauritania. One of the conspirators, the Roman speculator Publius Sittius from Nuceria, compelled by financial embarrassments to keep aloof from Italy, had armed a troop of desperadoes there and in Spain, and with these wandered about as a leader of freelances in Western Africa, where he had old commercial connections. Consular elections, Cicero elected instead of Catilina. The party put forth all its energies for the struggle of the election. Crassus and Caesar staked their money, whether their own or borrowed, and their connections to procure the consulship for Catilina and Antonius. The comrades of Catilina strained every nerve to bring to the helm the man who promised them the magistracies and priesthoods, the palaces and country estates of their opponents, and above all, deliverance from their debts, and who, they knew, would keep his word. The aristocracy was in great perplexity, chiefly because it was not able even to start counter-candidates. That such a candidate risked his head was obvious, and the times were past when the post of danger allured the burgess. Now even ambition was hushed in presence of fear. Accordingly, the nobility contented themselves with making a feeble attempt to check electioneering intrigues by issuing a new law respecting the purchase of votes, which, however, was thwarted by the veto of a tribune of the people, and with turning over their votes to a candidate who, although not acceptable to them, was at least inoffensive. This was Marcus Cicero, notoriously a political trimmer, accustomed to flirt at times with the Democrats, at times with Pompeius, at times from a somewhat greater distance with the aristocracy, and to lend his services as an advocate to every influential man under impeachment without distinction of person or party. He numbered even Catilina among his clients, belonging properly to no party or, which was much the same, to the party of material interests, which was dominant in the courts, and was pleased with the eloquent pleader and the courtly and witty companion. He had connections enough in the capital and the country towns to have a chance alongside of the candidates proposed by the democracy, and as the nobility, although with reluctance, and the Pompeians voted for him, he was elected by a great majority. The two candidates of the democracy obtained almost the same number of votes, but a few more fell to Antonius, whose family was of more consideration than that of his fellow candidate. This accident frustrated the election of Catilina and saved Rome from a second sinner. A little before this, Piso had, it was said at the instigation of his political and personal enemy Pompeius, been put to death in Spain by his native escort. With the consul Antonius alone, nothing could be done. Cicero broke the loose bond which attached him to the conspiracy even before they entered on their offices, inasmuch as he renounced his legal privilege of having the consular provinces determined by lot and handed over to his deeply embarrassed colleague the lucrative governorship of Macedonia. The essential preliminary conditions of this project also had therefore miscarried. New projects of the conspirators. Meanwhile, the development of Oriental affairs grew daily more perilous for the democracy. The settlement of Syria rapidly advanced. Already invitations had been addressed to Pompeius from Egypt to march thither and occupy the country for Rome. They could not but be afraid that they would next hear of Pompeius in person, having taken possession of the valley of the Nile. It was by this very apprehension probably that the attempt of Caesar to get himself sent by the people to Egypt for the purpose of aiding the king against his rebellious subjects was called forth. It failed, apparently, through the disinclination of great and small, to undertake anything whatever against the interest of Pompeius. His return home, and the probable catastrophe which it involved, were always drawing the nearer. Often, as the string of the bow had been broken, it was necessary that there should be a fresh attempt to bend it.
The city was in sullen ferment. Frequent conferences of the heads of the movement indicated that some step was again contemplated. The civilian agrarian law. What they wished became manifest when the new tribunes of the people entered on their office, December 10th, 690, and one of them, Publius Servilius Rullus, immediately proposed an agrarian law, which was designed to procure for the leaders of the Democrats a position similar to that which Pompeius occupied in consequence of the Gabinio-Manilian proposals. The nominal object was the founding of colonies in Italy. The ground for these, however, was not to be gained by dispossession. On the contrary, all existing private rights were guaranteed, and even the illegal occupations of the most recent times were converted into full property. The least Campanian domain alone was to be parcelled out and colonized. In other cases, the government was to acquire the land destined for assignation by ordinary purchase. To procure the sums necessary for this purpose, the remaining Italian, and more especially all the extra-Italian domain land, was successively to be brought to sale, which was understood to include the former royal hunting domains in Macedonia, the Thracian Chersonese, Bithynia, Pontus, Cyrene, and also the territories of the cities acquired in full property by right of war in Spain, Africa, Sicily, Hellas, and Cilicia. Everything was likewise to be sold which the state had acquired in movable and immovable property since the year 666, and of which it had not previously disposed. This was aimed chiefly at Egypt and Cyprus. For the same purpose, all subject communities, with the exception of the towns with Latin rights and the other free cities, were burdened with very high rates of taxes and tithes. Lastly, there was likewise destined for those purchases the produce of the new provincial revenues, to be reckoned from 692, and the proceeds of the whole booty not yet legally applied, which regulations had reference to the new sources of taxation opened up by Pompeius in the east, and to the public moneys that might be found in the hands of Pompeius and the heirs of Sulla. For the execution of this measure, decemvirs with a special jurisdiction and special imperium were to be nominated, who were to remain 5 years in office and to surround themselves with 200 subalterns from the equestrian order. But in the election of the decemvirs, only those candidates who should personally announce themselves were to be taken into account, and, as in the elections of priests, only 17 tribes to be fixed by lot out of the 35 were to make the election. It needed no great acuteness to discern that in this decemviral college it was intended to create a power after the model of that of Pompeius, only with somewhat less of a military and more of a democratic hue. The jurisdiction was especially needed for the sake of deciding the Egyptian question, the military power for the sake of arming against Pompeius. The clause which forbade the choice of an absent person excluded Pompeius, and the diminution of the tribes entitled to vote, as well as the manipulation of the balloting, were designed to facilitate the management of the election in accordance with the views of the democracy. But this attempt totally missed its aim. The multitude, finding it more agreeable to have their corn measured out to them under the shade of Roman porticos from the public magazines than to cultivate it for themselves in the sweat of their brow, received even the proposal in itself with complete indifference. They soon came also to feel that Pompeius would never acquiesce in such a resolution offensive to him in every respect, and that matters could not stand well with a party which in its painful alarm condescended to offers so extravagant. Under such circumstances it was not difficult for the government to frustrate the proposal. The new consul Cicero perceived the opportunity of exhibiting here too his talent for giving a finishing stroke to the beaten party. Even before the tribunes who stood ready exercised their veto, the author himself withdrew his proposal, January 1st, 691. The democracy had gained nothing but the unpleasant lesson that the great multitude out of love or fear still continued to adhere to Pompeius, and that every proposal was certain to fail which the public perceived to be directed against him. Preparations of the anarchists in Etruria. Wearied by all this vain agitation and scheming without result, Catilina determined to push the matter to a decision and make an end of it once for all.
He took his measures in the course of the summer to open the civil war. Faesulae, Fiesole, a very strong town situated in Etruria, which swarmed with the impoverished and conspirators, and 15 years before the centre of the rising of Lepidus, was again selected as the headquarters of the insurrection. Thither were dispatched the consignments of money, for which especially the ladies of quality in the capital implicated in the conspiracy furnished the means. There arms and soldiers were collected, and there an old Sullan captain, Gaius Manlius, as brave and as free from scruples of conscience as was ever any soldier of fortune, took temporarily the chief command.
Similar though less extensive warlike preparations were made at other points of Italy. The Transpadanes were so excited that they seemed only waiting for the signal to strike. In the Bruttian country, on the east coast of Italy, in Capua, wherever great bodies of slaves were accumulated, a second slave insurrection like that of Spartacus seemed on the eve of arising.
Even in the capital there was something brewing. Those who saw the haughty bearing with which the summoned debtors appeared before the urban praetor could not but remember the scenes which had preceded the murder of Asellio. The capitalists were in unutterable anxiety.
It seemed needful to enforce the prohibition of the export of gold and silver, and to set a watch over the principal ports. The plan of the conspirators was, on occasion of the consular election for 692, for which Catilina had again announced himself, summarily to put to death the consul conducting the election as well as the inconvenient rival candidates, and to carry the election of Catilina at any price, in case of necessity, even to bring armed bands from Faesulae and the other rallying points against the capital, and with their help to crush resistance. Election of Catilina as consul again frustrated. Cicero, who was always quickly and completely informed by his agents male and female of the transactions of the conspirators, on the day fixed for the election, October 20th, denounced the conspiracy in the full Senate and in presence of its principal leaders. Catilina did not condescend to deny it. He answered haughtily that if the election for consul should fall on him, the great headless party would certainly no longer want a leader against the small party led by wretched heads. But as palpable evidences of the plot were not before them, nothing farther was to be got from the timid Senate, except that it gave its previous sanction in the usual way to the exceptional measures which the magistrates might deem suitable. October 21st. Thus the election battle approached, on this occasion more a battle than an election, for Cicero too had formed for himself an armed bodyguard out of the younger men, more especially of the mercantile order, and it was his armed force that covered and dominated the Campus Martius on the 28th October, the day to which the election had been postponed by the Senate. The conspirators were not successful either in killing the consul conducting the election or in deciding the elections according to their mind. Outbreak of the insurrection in Etruria. Repressive measures of the government. But meanwhile the civil war had begun. On the 27th of October, Gaius Manlius had planted at Faesulae the eagle round which the army of the insurrection was to flock. It was one of the Marian eagles from the Cimbrian War, and he had summoned the robbers from the mountains as well as the country people to join him. His proclamations, following the old traditions of the popular party, demanded liberation from the oppressive load of debt and a modification of the procedure in insolvency, which, if the amount of the debt actually exceeded the estate, certainly still involved in law the forfeiture of the debtor's freedom. It seemed as though the rabble of the capital, in coming forward as if it were the legitimate successor of the old plebeian farmers and fighting its battles under the glorious eagles of the Cimbrian War, wished to cast a stain not only on the present but on the past of Rome. This rising, however, remained isolated. At the other places of rendezvous, the conspiracy did not go beyond the collection of arms and the institution of secret conferences, as resolute leaders were everywhere wanting. This was fortunate for the government, for although the impending civil war had been for a considerable time openly announced, its own irresolution and the clumsiness of the rusty machinery of administration had not allowed it to make any military preparations whatever. It was only now that the general levy was called out, and superior officers were ordered to the several regions of Italy that each might suppress the insurrection in his own district,
while at the same time the gladiatorial slaves were ejected from the capital and patrols were ordered on account of the apprehension of incendiarism. The conspirators in Rome. Catilina was in a painful position.
According to his design, there should have been a simultaneous rising in the capital and in Etruria on occasion of the consular elections. The failure of the former and the outbreak of the latter movement endangered his person as well as the whole success of his undertaking.
Now that his partisans at Faesulae had once risen in arms against the government, he could no longer remain in the capital. And yet, not only did everything depend on his inducing the conspirators of the capital now at least to strike quickly, but this had to be done even before he left Rome, for he knew his helpmates too well to rely on them for that matter.
The more considerable of the conspirators, Publius Lentulus Sura Consul in 683, afterwards expelled from the Senate, and now, in order to get back into the Senate, praetor for the second time, and the two former praetors Publius Autronius and Lucius Cassius were incapable men. Lentulus, an ordinary aristocrat of big words and great pretensions, but slow in conception and irresolute in action. Autronius distinguished for nothing but his powerful screaming voice, while as to Lucius Cassius no one comprehended how a man so corpulent and so simple had fallen among the conspirators.
But Catilina could not venture to place his abler partisans, such as the young senator Gaius Caesar and the equites Lucius Statilius and Publius Gabinius Capito, at the head of the movement, for even among the conspirators the traditional hierarchy of rank held its ground,
and the very anarchists thought that they should be unable to carry the day unless a consular or at least a praetorian were at their head. Therefore, however urgently the army of the insurrection might long for its general, and however perilous it was for the latter to remain longer at the seat of government after the outbreak of the revolt, Catilina nevertheless resolved still to remain for a time in Rome. Accustomed to impose on his cowardly opponents by his audacious insolence, he showed himself publicly in the Forum and in the Senate House, and replied to the threats which were there addressed to him that they should beware of pushing him to extremities, that, if they should set the house on fire, he would be compelled to extinguish the conflagration in ruins. In reality, neither private persons nor officials ventured to lay hands on the dangerous man. It was almost a matter of indifference when a young nobleman brought him to trial on account of violence, for long before the process could come to an end, the question could not but be decided elsewhere. But the projects of Catilina failed, chiefly because the agents of the government had made their way into the circle of the conspirators and kept it accurately informed of every detail of the plot. When, for instance, the conspirators appeared before the strong Praeneste, November 1st, which they had hoped to surprise by a coup de main, they found the inhabitants warned and armed, and in a similar way everything miscarried. Catilina, with all his temerity, now found it advisable to fix his departure for one of the ensuing days, but previously on his urgent exhortation, at a last conference of the conspirators in the night between the 6th and 7th November, it was resolved to assassinate the consul Cicero, who was the principal director of the countermine, before the departure of their leader, and, in order to obviate any treachery, to carry the resolve at once into execution. Early on the morning of the 7th of November, accordingly, the selected murderers knocked at the house of the consul, but they found the guard reinforced and themselves repulsed. On this occasion, too, the spies of the government had outdone the conspirators. Catilina, proceed to Etruria. On the following day, November 8th, Cicero convoked the Senate. Even now Catilina ventured to appear and to attempt a defense against the indignant attacks of the consul, who unveiled before his face the events of the last few days. But men no longer listened to him,
and in the neighborhood of the place where he sat the benches became empty. He left the sitting, and proceeded, as he would doubtless have done even apart from this incident, in accordance with the agreement, to Etruria. Here he proclaimed himself consul and assumed an attitude of waiting, in order to put his troops in motion against the capital on the first announcement of the outbreak of the insurrection there. The government declared the two leaders, Catilina and Manlius, as well as those of their comrades who should not have laid down their arms by a certain day, to be outlaws, and called out new levies. But at the head of the army destined against Catilina was placed the consul Gaius Antonius, who was notoriously implicated in the conspiracy, and with whose character it was wholly a matter of accident whether he would lead his troops against Catilina or over to his side. They seem to have directly laid their plans towards converting this Antonius into a second Lepidus. As little were steps taken against the leaders of the conspiracy who had remained behind in the capital, although everyone pointed the finger at them, and the insurrection in the capital was far from being abandoned by the conspirators. On the contrary, the plan of it had been settled by Catilina himself before his departure from Rome. A tribune was to give the signal by calling an assembly of the people. In the following night, Cethegus was to dispatch the consul Cicero. Gabinius and Statilius were to set the city simultaneously on fire at 12 places, and a communication was to be established as speedily as possible with the army of Catilina, which should have meanwhile advanced. Had the urgent representations of Cethegus borne fruit, and had Lentulus, who after Catilina's departure was placed at the head of the conspirators, resolved on rapidly striking a blow, the conspiracy might even now have been successful. But the conspirators were just as incapable and as cowardly as their opponents. Weeks elapsed, and the matter came to no decisive issue. Conviction and arrest of the conspirators in the capital. At length the countermine brought about a decision. Lentulus, in his tedious fashion, which sought to cover negligence in regard to what was immediate and necessary by the projection of large and distant plans, had entered into relations with the deputies of a Celtic canton, the Allobroges, now present in Rome, had attempted to implicate these, the representatives of a thoroughly disorganized commonwealth and themselves deeply involved in debt, in the conspiracy, and had given them on their departure messages and letters to his confidants. The Allobroges left Rome, but were arrested in the night between 2nd and 3rd December, close to the gates by the Roman authorities, and their papers were taken from them. It was obvious that the Allobrogian deputies had lent themselves as spies to the Roman government, and had carried on the negotiations only with a view to convey into the hands of the latter the desired proofs implicating the ringleaders of the conspiracy. On the following morning, orders were issued with the utmost secrecy by Cicero for the arrest of the most dangerous leaders of the plot, and executed in regard to Lentulus, Cethegus, Gabinius, and Statilius, while some others escaped from seizure by flight. The guilt of those arrested as well as of the fugitives was completely evident. Immediately after the arrest, the letters seized, the seals and handwriting of which the prisoners could not avoid acknowledging, were laid before the Senate, and the captives and witnesses were heard. Further confirmatory facts, deposits of arms in the houses of the conspirators, threatening expressions which they had employed, were presently forthcoming. The actual subsistence of the conspiracy was fully and validly established, and the most important documents were immediately on the suggestion of Cicero published as news sheets. The indignation against the anarchist conspiracy was general. Gladly would the oligarchic party have made use of the revelations to settle accounts with the democracy generally, and Caesar in particular, but it was far too thoroughly broken to be able to accomplish this, and to prepare for him the fate which it had formerly prepared for the two Gracchi and Saturninus. In this respect the matter went no farther than goodwill. The multitude of the capital was especially shocked by the incendiary schemes of the conspirators. The merchants and the whole party of material interests naturally perceived in this war of the debtors against the creditors a struggle for their very existence. In tumultuous excitement their youth crowded, with swords in their hands, round the Senate house and brandished them against the open and secret partisans of Catilina.
In fact, the conspiracy was for the moment paralyzed. Though its ultimate authors perhaps were still at liberty, the whole staff entrusted with its execution were either captured or had fled. The band assembled at Faesulae could not possibly accomplish much unless supported by an insurrection in the capital.
Discussions in the Senate as to the execution of those arrested, in a tolerably well-ordered commonwealth, the matter would now have been politically at an end, and the military and the tribunals would have undertaken the rest. But in Rome matters had come to such a pitch that the government was not even in a position to keep a couple of noblemen of note in safe custody. The slaves and freedmen of Lentulus and of the others arrested were stirring. Plans, it was alleged, were contrived to liberate them by force from the private houses in which they were detained. There was no lack, thanks to the anarchist doings of recent years, of ringleaders in Rome who contracted at a certain rate for riots and deeds of violence. Catilina, in fine, was informed of what had occurred and was near enough to attempt a coup de main with his bands. How much of these rumours was true we cannot tell, but there was ground for apprehension, because, agreeably to the constitution, neither troops nor even a respectable police force were at the command of the government in the capital, and it was in reality left at the mercy of every gang of banditti. The idea was suggested of precluding all possible attempts at liberation by the immediate execution of the prisoners. Constitutionally, this was not possible. According to the ancient and sacred right of appeal, a sentence of death could only be pronounced against the Roman burgess by the whole body of burgesses and not by any other authority, and as the courts formed by the body of burgesses had themselves become antiquated, a capital sentence was no longer pronounced at all. Cicero would gladly have rejected the hazardous suggestion. Indifferent as in itself the legal question might be to the advocate, he knew well how very useful it is to an advocate to be called liberal, and he showed little desire to separate himself forever from the Democratic party by shedding this blood. But those around him, and particularly his genteel wife, urged him to crown his services to his country by this bold step. The consul, like all cowards, anxiously endeavouring to avoid the appearance of cowardice, and yet trembling before the formidable responsibility, in his distress convoked the Senate, and left it to that body to decide as to the life or death of the 4 prisoners. This indeed had no meaning, for as the Senate was constitutionally even less entitled to act than the consul, all the responsibility still devolved rightfully on the latter. But when was cowardice ever consistent? Caesar made every exertion to save the prisoners, and his speech, full of covert threats as to the future inevitable vengeance of the democracy, made the deepest impression. Although all the consulars and the great majority of the Senate had already declared for the execution, most of them, with Cicero at their head, seemed now once more inclined to keep within the limits of the law. But when Cato, in pettifogging fashion, brought the champions of the milder view into suspicion of being accomplices of the plot and pointed to the preparations for liberating the prisoners by a street riot, he succeeded in throwing the waverers into a fresh alarm and in securing a majority for the immediate execution of the transgressors. Execution of the Catilinarians. The execution of the decree naturally devolved on the consul, who had called it forth. Late on the evening of the 5th of December, the prisoners were brought from their previous quarters and conducted across the marketplace, still densely crowded by men, to the prison in which criminals condemned to death were wont to be kept. It was a subterranean vault, 12 feet deep, at the foot of the Capitol, which formerly had served as a well-house. The consul himself conducted Lentulus, and praetors the others, all attended by strong guards, but the attempt at rescue, which had been expected, did not take place. No one knew whether the prisoners were being conveyed to a secure place of custody or to the scene of execution. At the door of the prison they were handed over to the tresviri who conducted the executions and were strangled in the subterranean vault by torchlight. The consul had waited before the door till the executions were accomplished, and then, with his loud, well-known voice, proclaimed over the forum to the multitude waiting in silence, "They are dead." Till far on in the night, the crowds moved through the streets and exultingly saluted the consul, to whom they believed that they owed the security of their houses and their property. The Senate ordered public festivals of gratitude, and the first men of the nobility, Marcus Cato and Quintus Catulus, saluted the author of the sentence of death with the name, now heard for the first time, of a father of his fatherland. But it was a dreadful deed, and all the more dreadful that it appeared to a whole people great and praiseworthy. Never perhaps has a commonwealth more lamentably declared itself bankrupt than did Rome through this resolution, adopted in cold blood by the majority of the government and approved by public opinion, to put to death in all haste a few political prisoners who were no doubt culpable according to the laws, but had not forfeited life, because, forsooth, the security of the prisons was not to be trusted, and there was no sufficient police.
It was the humorous trait seldom wanting to a historical tragedy, that this act of the most brutal tyranny had to be carried out by the most unstable and timid of all Roman statesmen, and that the first democratic consul was selected to destroy the palladium of the ancient freedom of the Roman Commonwealth.
The right of provocatio, suppression of the Etruscan insurrection. After the conspiracy had been thus stifled in the capital even before it came to an outbreak, there remained the task of putting an end to the insurrection in Etruria. The army, amounting to about 2,000 men, which Catilina found on his arrival, had increased nearly fivefold by the numerous recruits who flocked in, and already formed 2 tolerably full legions, in which, however, only about a fourth part of the men were sufficiently armed. Catilina had thrown himself with his force into the mountains and avoided a battle with the troops of Antonius, with the view of completing the organization of his bands and awaiting the outbreak of the insurrection in Rome. But the news of its failure broke up the army of the insurgents. The mass of the less compromised thereupon returned home. The remnant of resolute, or rather desperate, Men that were left made an attempt to cut their way through the Apennine passes into Gaul. But when the little band arrived at the foot of the mountains near Pistoia, it found itself here caught between 2 armies. In front of it was the corps of Quintus Metellus, which had come up from Ravenna and Ariminum to occupy the northern slope of the Apennines. Behind it was the army of Antonius, who had at length yielded to the urgency of his officers and agreed to a winter campaign. Catilina was wedged in on both sides, and his supplies came to an end. Nothing was left but to throw himself on the nearest foe, which was Antonius. In a narrow valley enclosed by rocky mountains, the conflict took place between the insurgents and the troops of Antonius, which the latter, in order not to be under the necessity of at least personally performing execution on his former allies, had under a pretext entrusted for this day to a brave officer who had grown grey under arms, Marcus Petreius. The superior strength of the government army was of little account, owing to the nature of the field of battle. Both Catilina and Petreius placed their most trusty men in the foremost ranks. Quarter was neither given nor received. The conflict lasted long, and many brave men fell on both sides. Catilina, who before the beginning of the battle had sent back his horse and those of all his officers, showed on this day that nature had destined him for no ordinary things, and that he knew at once how to command as a general and how to fight as a soldier. At length Petreius with his guard broke the centre of the enemy, and after having overthrown this, attacked the 2 wings from within. This decided the victory. The corpses of the Catilinarians, there were counted 3,000 of them, covered, as it were in rank and file, the ground where they had fought. The officers and the general himself had, when all was lost, thrown themselves headlong on the enemy, and thus sought and found death, beginning of 692. Antonius was on account of this victory stamped by the Senate with the title of Imperator, and new Thanksgiving festivals showed that the government and the governed were beginning to become accustomed to civil war.
Attitude of Crassus and Caesar toward the anarchists. The anarchist plot had thus been suppressed in the capital as in Italy with bloody violence. People were still reminded of it merely by the criminal processes which in the Etruscan country towns and in the capital thinned the ranks of those affiliated to the beaten party, and by the large accessions to the robber bands of Italy, one of which, for instance, formed out of the remains of the armies of Spartacus and Catilina, was destroyed by a military force in 694 in the territory of Purdie. But it is important to keep in view that the blow fell by no means merely on the anarchists proper, who had conspired to set the capital on fire and had fought at Pistoia, but on the whole democratic party. That this party, and in particular Crassus and Caesar, had a hand in the game on the present occasion as well as in the plot of 688, may be regarded, not in a juristic but in a historical point of view, as an ascertained fact. The circumstance indeed that Catulus and the other heads of the senatorial party accused the leader of the Democrats of complicity in the anarchist plot, and that the latter as senator spoke and voted against the brutal judicial murder contemplated by the oligarchy, could only be urged by partisan sophistry as any valid proof of his participation in the plans of Catilina. But a series of other facts is of more weight.
According to express and irrefragable testimonies, it was especially Crassus and Caesar that supported the candidature of Catilina for the consulship. When Caesar in 690 brought the executioners of Sulla before the commission for murder, he allowed the rest to be condemned, but the most guilty and infamous of all, Catilina, to be acquitted. In the revelations of the 3rd of December, it is true, Cicero did not include among the names of the conspirators of whom he had information those of the two influential men, but it is notorious that the informers denounced not merely those against whom subsequently investigation was directed, but many innocent persons besides, whom the consul Cicero thought proper to erase from the list. And in later years, when he had no reason to disguise the truth, he expressly named Caesar among the accomplices. An indirect but very intelligible inculpation is implied also in the circumstance, that of the 4 persons arrested on the 3rd of December, the 2 least dangerous, Statilius and Gabinius, were handed over to be guarded by the senators Caesar and Crassus. It was manifestly intended that these should either, if they allowed them to escape, be compromised in the view of public opinion as accessories, or, if they really detained them, be compromised in the view of their fellow conspirators as renegades.
The following scene, which occurred in the Senate, shows significantly how matters stood. Immediately after the arrest of Lentulus and his comrades, a messenger dispatched by the conspirators in the capital to Catilina was seized by the agents of the government, and, after having been assured of impunity, was induced to make a comprehensive confession in a full meeting of the Senate. But when he came to the critical portions of his confession, and in particular named Crassus as having commissioned him, he was interrupted by the senators, and on the suggestion of Cicero it was resolved to cancel the whole statement without farther inquiry, but to imprison its author notwithstanding the amnesty assured to him, until such time as he should have not merely retracted the statement, but should have also confessed who had instigated him to give such false testimony. Here it is abundantly clear not merely that that man had a very accurate knowledge of the state of matters who, when summoned to make an attack upon Crassus, replied that he had no desire to provoke the bull of the herd, but also that the majority of the Senate, with Cicero at their head, were agreed in not permitting the revelations to go beyond a certain limit. The public was not so nice. The young men who had taken up arms to ward off the incendiaries were exasperated against no one so much as against Caesar. On the 5th of December, when he left the Senate, they pointed their swords at his breast, and even now he narrowly escaped with his life on the same spot where the fatal blow fell on him 17 years afterwards. He did not again, for a considerable time, enter the Senate house. Anyone who impartially considers the course of the conspiracy will not be able to resist the suspicion that during all this time Catilina was backed by more powerful men, who, relying on the want of a legally complete chain of evidence and on the lukewarmness and cowardice of the majority of the Senate, which was but half initiated and greedily caught at any pretext for inaction, knew how to hinder any serious interference with the conspiracy on the part of the authorities to procure free departure for the chief of the insurgents, and even so to manage the declaration of war and the sending of troops against the insurrection that it was almost equivalent to the sending of an auxiliary army. While the course of the events themselves thus testifies that the threads of the Catilinarian plot reached far higher than Lentulus and Catilina, it deserves also to be noticed that at a much later period, when Caesar had got to the head of the state, he was in the closest alliance with the only Catilinarian still surviving, Publius Sittius, the leader of the Mauritanian free bands, and that he modified the law of debt quite in the sense that the proclamations of Manlius demanded. All these pieces of evidence speak clearly enough, but even were it not so, the desperate position of the democracy in presence of the military power, which, since the Gabinio-Manilian laws assumed by its side an attitude more threatening than ever, renders it almost a certainty that, as usually happens in such cases, it sought a last resource in secret plots and in alliance with anarchy. The circumstances were very similar to those of the Cinnan times. While in the east Pompeius occupied a position nearly such as Sulla then did, Crassus and Caesar sought to raise over against him a power in Italy like that which Marius and Cinna had possessed, with the view of employing it if possible better than they had done. The way to this result lay once more through terrorism and anarchy, and to pave that way Catilina was certainly the fitting man. Naturally, the more reputable leaders of the democracy kept themselves as far as possible in the background and left to their unclean associates the execution of the unclean work, the political results of which they hoped afterwards to appropriate. Still more naturally, when the enterprise had failed, the partners of higher position applied every effort to conceal their participation in it. And at a later period, when the former conspirator had himself become the target of political plots, the veil was for that very reason drawn only the more closely over those darker years in the life of the great man, and even special apologies for him were written with that very object. Total destruction of the Democratic Party. For 5 years, Pompeius stood at the head of his armies and fleets in the east. For 5 years, the democracy at home conspired to overthrow him. The result was discouraging. With unspeakable exertions, they had not merely attained nothing, but had suffered morally as well as materially enormous loss. Even the coalition of 683 could not but be for Democrats of pure water a scandal, although the democracy at that time only coalesced with 2 distinguished men of the opposite party and bound these to its program. But now the Democratic Party had made common cause with a band of murderers and bankrupts, who were almost all likewise deserters from the camp of the aristocracy, and had at least for the time being accepted their program, that is to say, the terrorism of Cinna. The party of material interests, one of the chief elements of the coalition of 683, was thereby estranged from the democracy and driven into the arms of the optimates in the first instance, or of any power at all which would and could give protection against anarchy. Even the multitude of the capital, who, although having no objection to a street riot, found it inconvenient to have their houses set on fire over their heads, became in some measure alarmed. It is remarkable that in this very year the full re-establishment of the Sempronian corn largesses took place and was effected by the Senate on the proposal of Cato. The League of the Democratic Leaders with Anarchy had obviously created a breach between the former and the burgesses of the city, and the oligarchy sought, not without at least momentary success, to enlarge this chasm and to draw over the masses to their side. Lastly, Gaius Pompeius had been partly warned, partly exasperated by all these cabals. After all that had occurred, and after the democracy had itself virtually torn asunder the ties which connected it with Pompeius, it could no longer with propriety make the request, which in 684 had had a certain amount of reason on its side, that he should not himself destroy with the sword the democratic power which he had raised, and which had raised him. Thus the democracy was disgraced and weakened. But above all it had become ridiculous through the merciless exposure of its perplexity and weakness. Where the humiliation of the overthrown government and similar matters of little moment were concerned, it was great and potent. But every one of its attempts to attain a real political success had proved a downright failure. Its relation to Pompeius was as false as pitiful. While it was loading him with panegyrics and demonstrations of homage, it was concocting against him one intrigue after another, and one after another. Like soap bubbles, they burst of themselves. The general of the East and of the seas, far from standing on his defence against them, appeared not even to observe all the busy agitation and to obtain his victories over the democracy, as Heracles gained his over the pygmies, without being himself aware of it. The attempt to kindle civil war had miserably failed. If the anarchist section had at least displayed some energy, the pure democracy, while knowing doubtless how to hire conspirators, had not known how to lead them, or to save them, or to die with them. Even the old languid oligarchy, strengthened by the masses passing over to it from the ranks of the democracy, and above all by the, in this affair, unmistakable identity of its interests and those of Pompeius, had been enabled to suppress this attempt at revolution, and thereby to achieve yet a last victory over the democracy. Meanwhile, King Mithradates was dead, Asia Minor and Syria were regulated, and the return of Pompeius to Italy might be every moment expected.
The decision was not far off, but was there in fact still room to speak of a decision between the general who returned more famous and mightier than ever, and a democracy humbled beyond parallel and utterly powerless? Crassus prepared to embark his family and his gold, and to seek an asylum somewhere in the east, and even so elastic and so energetic a nature as that of Caesar seemed on the point of giving up the game as lost. In this year occurred his candidature for the place of Pontifex Maximus. When he left his dwelling on the morning of the election, he declared that, if he should fail in this also, he would never again cross the threshold of his house.
Retirement of Pompeius and coalition of the pretenders. Pompeius in the east. When Pompeius, after having transacted the affairs committed to his charge, again turned his eyes homeward, he found for the second time the diadem at his feet. For long the development of the Roman Commonwealth had been tending towards such a catastrophe. It was evident to every unbiased observer, and had been remarked 1,000 times, that, if the rule of the aristocracy should be brought to an end, monarchy was inevitable. The Senate had now been overthrown at once by the civic liberal opposition and by the power of the soldiery. The only question remaining was to settle the persons, names and forms for the new order of things, and these were already clearly enough indicated in the partly democratic, partly military elements of the revolution. The events of the last 5 years had set, as it were, the final seal on this impending transformation of the Commonwealth. In the newly erected Asiatic provinces, which gave regal honours to their organiser as the successor of Alexander the Great, and already received his favoured freedmen like princes, Pompeius had laid the foundations of his dominion, and found at once the treasures, the army, and the halo of glory which the future prince of the Roman state required. The anarchist conspiracy, moreover, in the capital and the civil war connected with it had made it palpably clear to everyone who studied political or even merely material interests that a government without authority and without military power, such as that of the Senate, exposed the state to the equally ludicrous and formidable tyranny of political sharpers, and that a change of constitution, which should connect the military power more closely with the government, was an indispensable necessity if social order was to be maintained. So the ruler had arisen in the east. The throne had been erected in Italy. To all appearance, the year 692 was the last of the Republic, the first of monarchy. The opponents of the future monarchy. This goal, it is true, was not to be reached without a struggle. The constitution, which had endured for 500 years, and under which the insignificant town on the Tiber had risen to unprecedented greatness and glory, had sunk its roots into the soil to a depth beyond human ken, and no one could at all calculate to what extent the attempt to overthrow it would penetrate and convulse civil society. Several rivals had been outrun by Pompeius in the race towards the great goal, but had not been wholly set aside. It was not at all beyond reach of calculation that all these elements might combine to overthrow the new holder of power, and that Pompeius might find Quintus Catulus and Marcus Cato united in opposition to him with Marcus Crassus, Gaius Caesar, and Titus Labienus. But the inevitable and undoubtedly serious struggle could not well be undertaken under circumstances more favourable. It was in a high degree probable that, under the fresh impression of the Catilinarian revolt, a rule which promised order and security, although at the price of freedom, would receive the submission of the whole middle party, embracing especially the merchants who concerned themselves only about their material interests, but including also a great part of the aristocracy, which, disorganized in itself and politically hopeless, had to rest content with securing for itself riches, rank, and influence by a timely compromise with the prince. Perhaps even a portion of the democracy, so sorely smitten by the recent blows, might submit to hope for the realization of a portion of its demands from a military chief raised to power by itself. But, whatever might be the position of party relations, of what importance, in the first instance at least, were the parties in Italy at all in presence of Pompeius and his victorious army? 20 years previously, Sulla, after having concluded a temporary peace with Mithradates,
had with his 5 legions been able to carry a restoration running counter to the natural development of things in the face of the whole liberal party,
which had been arming en masse for years, from the moderate aristocrats and the liberal mercantile class down to the anarchists. The task of Pompeius was far less difficult. He returned, after having fully and conscientiously performed his different functions by sea and land. He might expect to encounter no other serious opposition save that of the various extreme parties, each of which by itself could do nothing, and which, even when leagued together, were no more than a coalition of factions still vehemently hostile to each other and inwardly at thorough variance. Completely unarmed, they were without a military force and without a head, without organization in Italy, without support in the provinces, above all, without a general. There was in their ranks hardly a soldier of note, to say nothing of an officer, who could have ventured to call forth the burgesses to a conflict with Pompeius.
The circumstance might further be taken into account that the volcano of revolution, which had been now incessantly blazing for 70 years and feeding on its own flame, was visibly burning out and verging of itself to extinction. It was very doubtful whether the attempt to arm the Italians for party interests would now succeed, as it had succeeded with Cinna and Carbo. If Pompeius exerted himself, how could he fail to effect a revolution of the state, which was chalked out by a certain necessity of nature in the organic development of the Roman Commonwealth, mission of Nepos to Rome?
Pompeius had seized the right moment. When he undertook his mission to the east, he seemed desirous to go forward. In the autumn of 691, Quintus Metellus Nepos arrived from the camp of Pompeius in the capital, and came forward as a candidate for the tribuneship, with the express design of employing that position to procure for Pompeius the consulship for the year 693, and more immediately, by special decree of the people, the conduct of the war against Catilina. The excitement in Rome was great. It was not to be doubted that Nepos was acting under the direct or indirect commission of Pompeius. The desire of Pompeius to appear in Italy as general at the head of his Asiatic legions, and to administer simultaneously the supreme military and the supreme civil power there, was conceived to be a farther step on the way to the throne, and the mission of Nepos a semi-official proclamation of the monarchy.
Pompeius, in relation to the parties. Everything turned on the attitude which the 2 great political parties should assume towards these overtures. Their future position and the future of the nation depended on this.
But the reception which Nepos met with was itself in its turn determined by the then existing relation of the parties to Pompeius, which was of a very peculiar kind. Pompeius had gone to the east as general of the democracy. He had reason enough to be discontented with Caesar and his adherents, but no open rupture had taken place.
It is probable that Pompeius, who was at a great distance and occupied with other things, and who besides was wholly destitute of the gift of calculating his political bearings, by no means saw through, at least at that time, the extent and mutual connection of the democratic intrigues contrived against him. Perhaps even in his haughty and short-sighted manner he had a certain pride in ignoring these underground proceedings. Then there came the fact, which with a character of the type of Pompeius had much weight, that the democracy never lost sight of outward respect for the great man, and even now, unsolicited, as he preferred it so, had granted to him by a special decree of the people unprecedented honours and decorations. But even if all this had not been the case, it lay in Pompeius's own well-understood interest to continue his adherence at least outwardly to the popular party. Democracy and monarchy stand so closely related that Pompeius, in aspiring to the crown, could scarcely do otherwise than call himself, as hitherto, the champion of popular rights. While personal and political reasons therefore cooperated to keep Pompeius and the leaders of the democracy, despite of all that had taken place, in their previous connection, nothing was done on the opposite side to fill up the chasm which separated him since his desertion to the camp of the democracy from his sullen partisans. His personal quarrel with Metellus and Lucullus transferred itself to their extensive and influential coteries. A paltry opposition of the Senate, but to a character of so paltry a mould, all the more exasperating by reason of its very paltriness, had attended him through his whole career as a general. He felt it keenly that the Senate had not taken the smallest step to honor the extraordinary man according to his desert, that is, by extraordinary means. Lastly, it is not to be forgotten that the aristocracy was just then intoxicated by its recent victory, and the democracy deeply humbled, and that the aristocracy was led by the pedantically stiff and half-witless Cato, and the democracy by the supple master of intrigue, Caesar. Rupture between Pompeius and the aristocracy. Such was the state of parties amidst which the emissary sent by Pompeius appeared. The aristocracy not only regarded the proposals which he announced in favor of Pompeius as a declaration of war against the existing constitution, but treated them openly as such, and took not the slightest pains to conceal their alarm and their indignation. With the express design of combating these proposals, Marcus Cato had himself elected as tribune of the people along with Nepos, and abruptly repelled the repeated attempts of Pompeius to approach him personally. Nepos naturally after this found himself under no inducement to spare the aristocracy, but attached himself the more readily to the democrats, when these, pliant as ever, submitted to what was inevitable, and chose freely to concede the office of general in Italy, as well as the consulate, rather than let the concession be wrung from them by force of arms. The cordial understanding soon showed itself. Nepos publicly accepted, December 691, the democratic view of the executions recently decreed by the majority of the Senate as unconstitutional judicial murders, and that his lord and master looked on them in no other light was shown by his significant silence respecting the voluminous vindication of them which Cicero had sent to him. On the other hand, the first act with which Caesar began his praetorship was to call Quintus Catulus to account for the moneys alleged to have been embezzled by him at the rebuilding of the Capitoline temple, and to transfer the completion of the temple to Pompeius. This was a masterstroke. Catulus had already been building at the temple for 15 years, and seemed very much disposed to die as he had lived superintendent of the Capitoline buildings. An attack on this abuse of a public commission, an abuse covered only by the reputation of the noble commissioner, was in reality entirely justified and in a high degree popular. But when the prospect was simultaneously opened up to Pompeius of being allowed to delete the name of Catulus and engrave his own on this proudest spot of the first city of the globe, there was offered to him the very thing which most of all delighted him and did no harm to the democracy, abundant but empty honor, while at the same time the aristocracy, which could not possibly allow its best man to fall, was brought into the most disagreeable collision with Pompeius. Meanwhile, Nepos had brought his proposals concerning Pompeius before the burgesses. On the day of voting, Cato and his friend and colleague Quintus Minucius interposed their veto. When Nepos did not regard this and continued the reading out, a formal conflict took place. Cato and Minucius threw themselves on their colleague and forced him to stop. An armed band liberated him and drove the aristocratic section from the forum. But Cato and Minucius returned, now supported likewise by armed bands, and ultimately maintained the field of battle for the government. Encouraged by this victory of their bands over those of their antagonist, the Senate suspended the tribune Nepos as well as the praetor Caesar, who had vigorously supported him in the bringing in of the law, from their offices. Their deposition, which was proposed in the Senate, was prevented by Cato, more, doubtless, because it was unconstitutional than because it was injudicious. Caesar did not regard the decree and continued his official functions till the Senate used violence against him. As soon as this was known, the multitude appeared before his house and placed itself at his disposal. It was to depend solely on him whether the struggle in the streets should begin, or whether at least the proposals made by Metellus should now be resumed, and the military command in Italy desired by Pompeius should be procured for him. But this was not in Caesar's interest, and so he induced the crowds to disperse, whereupon the Senate recalled the penalty decreed against him. Nepos himself had, immediately after his suspension, left the city and embarked for Asia, in order to report to Pompeius the result of his mission. Retirement of Pompeius. Pompeius had every reason to be content with the turn which things had taken. The way to the throne now lay necessarily through civil war,
and he owed it to Cato's incorrigible perversity that he could begin this war with good reason. After the illegal condemnation of the adherents of Catilina, after the unparalleled acts of violence against the tribune of the people, Metellus, Pompeius might wage war at once as defender of the two palladia of Roman public freedom, the right of appeal and the inviolability of the tribunate of the people, against the aristocracy, and as champion of the party of order against the Catilinarian band. It seemed almost impossible that Pompeius should neglect this opportunity, and with his eyes open put himself a second time into the painful position in which the dismissal of his army in 684 had placed him, and from which only the Gabinian law had released him. But near as seemed the opportunity of placing the white chaplet around his brow, and much as his own soul longed after it, when the question of action presented itself, his heart and his hand once more failed him. This man, altogether ordinary in every respect excepting only his pretensions, would doubtless gladly have placed himself beyond the law, if only he could have done so without forsaking legal ground.
His very lingering in Asia betrayed a misgiving of this sort. He might, had he wished, have very well arrived in January 692 with his fleet and army at the port of Brundisium, and have received Nepos there. His tarrying the whole winter of 691 to 692 in Asia had proximately the injurious consequence that the aristocracy, which of course accelerated the campaign against Catilina as it best could, had meanwhile got rid of his bands, and had thus set aside the most feasible pretext for keeping together the Asiatic legions in Italy. For a man of the type of Pompeius, who for want of faith in himself and in his star, timidly clung in public life to formal right, and with whom the pretext was nearly of as much importance as the motive, this circumstance was of serious weight. He probably said to himself, moreover, that even if he dismissed his army, he did not let it wholly out of his hand, and could, in case of need, still raise a force ready for battle sooner at any rate than any other party chief. That the democracy was waiting in submissive attitude for his signal, and that he could deal with the refractory Senate even without soldiers, and such further considerations as suggested themselves, in which there was exactly enough of truth to make them appear plausible to one who wished to deceive himself. Once more, the very peculiar temperament of Pompeius naturally turned the scale. He was one of those men who are capable, it may be, of a crime, but not of insubordination. In a good as in a bad sense, he was thoroughly a soldier. Men of mark respect the law as a moral necessity, ordinary men as a traditional everyday rule. For this very reason, military discipline, in which more than anywhere else law takes the form of habit, fetters every man not entirely self-reliant as with a magic spell. It has often been observed that the soldier,
even where he is determined to refuse obedience to those set over him, involuntarily, when that obedience is demanded, resumes his place in the ranks. It was this feeling that made Lafayette and Dumouriez hesitate at the last moment before the breach of faith and break down, and to this too Pompeius succumbed.
In the autumn of 692, Pompeius embarked for Italy. While in the capital all was being prepared for receiving the new monarch, news came that Pompeius, when barely landed at Brundisium, had broken up his legions and with a small escort had entered on his journey to the capital. If it is a piece of good fortune to gain a crown without trouble, fortune never did more for mortal than it did for Pompeius. But on those who lack courage, the gods lavish every favour and every gift in vain. Pompeius without influence. The parties breathed freely. For the second time Pompeius had abdicated. His already vanquished competitors might once more begin the race, in which doubtless the strangest thing was that Pompeius was again a rival runner. In January 693 he came to Rome. His position was an awkward one and vacillated with so much uncertainty between the parties that people gave him the nickname of Gaius Cicero. He had in fact lost favour with all. The anarchists saw in him an adversary, the Democrats an inconvenient friend, Marcus Crassus a rival, the wealthy class an untrustworthy protector, the aristocracy a declared foe. He was still indeed the most powerful man in the state. His military adherents scattered through all Italy, his influence in the provinces, particularly those of the east, his military fame, his enormous riches gave him a weight such as no other possessed.
But instead of the enthusiastic reception on which he had counted, the reception which he met with was more than cool, and still cooler was the treatment given to the demands which he presented. He requested for himself, as he had already caused to be announced by Nepos, a second consulship, demanding also, of course, a confirmation of the arrangements made by him in the East, and a fulfillment of the promise which he had given to his soldiers to furnish them with lands. Against these demands, a systematic opposition arose in the Senate, the chief elements of which were furnished by the personal exasperation of Lucullus and Metellus Creticus, the old resentment of Crassus, and the conscientious folly of Cato. The desired second consulship was at once and bluntly refused. The very first request which the returning general addressed to the Senate, that the election of the consuls for 693 might be put off till after his entry into the capital, had been rejected. Much less was there any likelihood of obtaining from the Senate the necessary dispensation from the law of Sulla as to re-election. As to the arrangements which he had made in the eastern provinces, Pompeius naturally asked their confirmation as a whole. Lucullus carried a proposal that every ordinance should be separately discussed and voted upon, which opened the door for endless annoyances and a multitude of defeats in detail. The promise of a grant of land to the soldiers of the Asiatic army was ratified indeed in general by the Senate, but was at the same time extended to the Cretan legions of Metellus. And, what was worse, it was not executed, because the public chest was empty and the Senate was not disposed to meddle with the domains for this purpose. Pompeius, in despair of mastering the persistent and spiteful opposition of the Senate, turned to the burgesses. But he understood still less how to conduct his movements on this field. The democratic leaders, although they did not openly oppose him, had no cause at all to make his interests their own, and so kept aloof. Pompeius' own instruments, such as the consuls elected by his influence and partly by his money, Marcus Pupius Piso for 693 and Lucius Afranius for 694, showed themselves unskilful and useless. When at length the assignation of land for the veterans of Pompeius was submitted to the burgesses by the tribune of the people Lucius Flavius in the form of a general agrarian law, the proposal, not supported by the Democrats, openly combated by the aristocrats, was left in a minority, beginning of 694. The exalted general now sued almost humbly for the favor of the masses, for it was on his instigation that the Italian tolls were abolished by a law introduced by the praetor Metellus Nepos. But he played the demagogue without skill and without success. His reputation suffered from it, and he did not obtain what he desired. He had completely run himself into a noose. One of his opponents summed up his political position at that time by saying that he had endeavored to conserve by silence his embroidered triumphal mantle. In fact, nothing was left for him but to fret. Rise of Caesar. Then a new combination offered itself. The leader of the Democratic Party had actively employed in his own interest the political calm which had immediately followed on the retirement of the previous holder of power. When Pompeius returned from Asia, Caesar had been little more than what Catilina was, the chief of a political party which had dwindled almost into a club of conspirators, and a bankrupt. But since that event he had, after administering the praetorship, been invested with the governorship of further Spain, and thereby had found means partly to rid himself of his debts, partly to lay the foundation for his military repute. His old friend and ally Crassus had been induced by the hope of finding the support against Pompeius, which he had lost in Piso, once more in Caesar, to relieve him even before his departure to the province from the most oppressive portion of his load of debt. He himself had energetically employed his brief sojourn there. Returning from Spain in the year 694 with filled chests and as imperator with well-founded claims to a triumph, he came forward for the following year as a candidate for the consulship, for the sake of which, as the Senate refused him permission to announce himself as a candidate for the consular election in absence, he, without hesitation, abandoned the honor of the triumph.
For years, the democracy had striven to raise one of its partisans to the possession of the supreme magistracy, that by way of this bridge it might attain a military power of its own. It had long been clear to discerning men of all shades that the strife of parties could not be settled by civil conflict, but only by military power. But the course of the coalition between the democracy and the powerful military chiefs, through which the rule of the Senate had been terminated, showed with inexorable clearness that every such alliance ultimately issued in a subordination of the civil under the military elements, and that the popular party, if it would really rule, must not ally itself with generals properly foreign and even hostile to it, but must make generals of its own leaders themselves. The attempts made with this view to carry the election of Catilina as consul and to gain a military support in Spain or Egypt had failed. Now a possibility presented itself of procuring for their most important man the consulship and the consular province in the usual constitutional way, and of rendering themselves independent of their dubious and dangerous ally Pompeius by the establishment, if we may so speak, of a home power in their own democratic household.
Second coalition of Pompeius, Crassus, and Caesar. But the more the democracy could not but desire to open up for itself this path, which offered not so much the most favourable as the only prospect of real successes, the more certainly it might reckon on the resolute resistance of its political opponents.
Everything depended on whom it found opposed to it in this matter. The aristocracy isolated was not formidable, but it had just been rendered evident in the Catilinarian affair that it could certainly still exert some influence, where it was more or less openly supported by the men of material interests and by the adherents of Pompeius. It had several times frustrated Catilina's candidature for the consulship, and that it would attempt the like against Caesar was sufficiently certain. But, even though Caesar should perhaps be chosen in spite of it, his election alone did not suffice. He needed at least some years of undisturbed working out of Italy in order to gain a firm military position, and the nobility assuredly would leave no means untried to thwart his plans during this time of preparation. The idea naturally occurred whether the aristocracy might not be again successfully isolated as in 683 to 684, and an alliance firmly based on mutual advantage might not be established between the Democrats with their ally Crassus on the one side and Pompeius and the great capitalists on the other. For Pompeius, such a coalition was certainly a political suicide. His weight hitherto in the state rested on the fact that he was the only party leader who at the same time disposed of legions, which, though now dissolved, were still in a certain sense at his disposal. The plan of the democracy was directed to the very object of depriving him of this preponderance and of placing by his side in their own chief a military rival. Never could he consent to this, and least of all personally help to a post of supreme command a man like Caesar, who already as a mere political agitator had given him trouble enough and had just furnished the most brilliant proofs also of military capacity in Spain. But on the other hand, in consequence of the cavilling opposition of the Senate and the indifference of the multitude to Pompeius and Pompeius's wishes, his position, particularly with reference to his old soldiers, had become so painful and so humiliating that people might well expect from his character to gain him for such a coalition at the price of releasing him from that disagreeable situation. And as to the so-called equestrian party, it was to be found on whatever side the power lay, and as a matter of course it would not let itself be long waited for if it saw Pompeius and the democracy combining anew in earnest. It happened, moreover, that on account of Cato's severity, otherwise very laudable, towards the lessees of the taxes, the great capitalists were just at this time once more at vehement variance with the Senate. Change in the position of Caesar. So the second coalition was concluded in the summer of 694. Caesar was assured of the consulship for the following year and a governorship in due course. To Pompeius was promised the ratification of his arrangements made in the east and an assignation of lands for the soldiers of the Asiatic army. To the Equites, Caesar likewise promised to procure for them by means of the burgesses what the Senate had refused. Crassus, in fine, the inevitable, was allowed at least to join the league,
although without obtaining definite promises for an accession which he could not refuse. It was exactly the same elements, and indeed the same persons, who concluded the league with one another in the autumn of 683 and in the summer of 694. But how entirely different was the position of the parties then and now. Then the democracy was nothing but a political party, while its allies were victorious generals at the head of their armies. Now the leader of the democracy was himself an imperator crowned with victory and full of magnificent military schemes, while his allies were retired generals without any army.
Then the democracy conquered in questions of principle, and in return for that victory conceded the highest offices of state to its two confederates. Now it had become more practical and grasped the supreme civil and military power for itself, while concessions were made to its allies only in subordinate points, and, significantly enough, not even the old demand of Pompeius for a second consulship was attended to. Then the democracy sacrificed itself to its allies. Now these had to entrust themselves to it. All the circumstances were completely changed, most of all, however, the character of the democracy itself. No doubt it had, ever since it existed at all, contained at its very core a monarchic element. But the ideal of a constitution, which floated in more or less clear outline before its best intellects, was always that of a civil commonwealth, a Periclean organization of the state, in which the power of the prince rested on the fact that he represented the burgesses in the noblest and most accomplished manner, and the most accomplished and noblest part of the burgesses recognized him as the man in whom they thoroughly confided. Caesar too set out with such views, but they were simply ideals, which might have some influence on realities but could not be directly realized. Neither the simple civil power, as Gaius Gracchus possessed it, nor the arming of the democratic party, such as Cinna, though in a very inadequate fashion had attempted, was able to maintain a permanent superiority in the Roman Commonwealth. The military machine fighting not for a party but for a general, the rude force of the condottieri, after having first appeared on the stage in the service of the Restoration, soon showed itself absolutely superior to all political parties. Caesar could not but acquire a conviction of this amidst the practical workings of party, and accordingly he matured the momentous resolution of making this military machine itself serviceable to his ideals, and of erecting such a commonwealth as he had in his view by the power of condottieri. With this design he concluded in 683 the league with the generals of the opposite party, which, notwithstanding that they had accepted the democratic program, yet brought the democracy and Caesar himself to the brink of destruction. With the same design he himself came forward 11 years afterwards as a condottiere. It was done in both cases with a certain naivete, with good faith in the possibility of his being able to found a free commonwealth, if not by the swords of others, at any rate by his own. We perceive without difficulty that this faith was fallacious, and that no one takes an evil spirit into his service without becoming himself enslaved to it. But the greatest men are not those who err the least. If we still after so many centuries bow in reverence before what Caesar willed and did, it is not because he desired and gained a crown, to do which is, abstractly, as little of a great thing as the crown itself, but because his mighty ideal, of a free commonwealth under one ruler, never forsook him, and preserved him even when monarch from sinking into vulgar royalty. Caesar consul. The election of Caesar as consul for 695 was carried without difficulty by the united parties. The aristocracy had to rest content with giving to him, by means of a bribery, for which the whole order of lords contributed the funds, and which excited surprise even in that period of deepest corruption, a colleague in the person of Marcus Bibulus, whose narrow-minded obstinacy was regarded in their circles as conservative energy, and whose good intentions at least were not at fault if the genteel lords did not get a fit return for their patriotic expenditure. Caesar's agrarian law. As Consul Caesar first submitted to discussion the requests of his confederates, among which the assignation of land to the veterans of the Asiatic army was by far the most important. The agrarian law projected for this purpose by Caesar adhered in general to the principles set forth in the project of law,
which was introduced in the previous year at the suggestion of Pompeius, but not carried. There was destined for distribution only the Italian domain land, that is to say, substantially the territory of Capua, and, if this should not suffice, other Italian estates were to be purchased out of the revenue of the new eastern provinces at the taxable value recorded in the censorial rolls. All existing rights of property and heritable possession thus remained unaffected. The individual allotments were small. The receivers of land were to be poor burgesses, fathers of at least 3 children. The dangerous principle that the rendering of military service gave a claim to landed estate was not laid down, but, as was reasonable and had been done at all times, the old soldiers as well as the temporary lessees to be ejected were simply recommended to the special consideration of the land distributors. The execution of the measure was entrusted to a commission of 20 men, into which Caesar distinctly declared that he did not wish to be himself elected.
Opposition of the aristocracy. The opposition had a difficult task in resisting this proposal. It could not rationally be denied that the state finances ought, after the erection of the provinces of Pontus and Syria, to be in a position to dispense with the moneys from the Campanian leases, that it was unwarrantable to withhold one of the finest districts of Italy and one peculiarly fitted for small holdings from private enterprise, and lastly, that it was as unjust as it was ridiculous, after the extension of the franchise to all Italy, still to withhold municipal rights from the township of Capua.
The whole proposal bore the stamp of moderation, honesty, and solidity, with which a democratic party character was very dexterously combined, for in substance it amounted to the re-establishment of the Capuan colony founded in the time of Marius and again done away by Sulla. In form, too, Caesar observed all possible consideration.
He laid the project of the agrarian law, as well as the proposal to ratify collectively the ordinances issued by Pompeius in the East, and the petition of the farmers of the taxes for remission of 1/3 of the sums payable by them, in the first instance before the Senate for approval, and declared himself ready to entertain and discuss proposals for alterations. The corporation had now opportunity of convincing itself how foolishly it had acted in driving Pompeius and the equities into the arms of the adversary by refusing these requests. Perhaps it was the secret sense of this that drove the high-born lords to the most vehement opposition, which contrasted ill with the calm demeanour of Caesar. The agrarian law was rejected by them nakedly, and even without discussion. The decree as to the arrangements of Pompeius in Asia found quite as little favour in their eyes. Cato attempted, in accordance with the disreputable custom of Roman parliamentary debate, to kill the proposal regarding the farmers of the taxes, by speaking, that is, to prolong his speech up to the legal hour for closing the sitting. When Caesar threatened to have the stubborn man arrested, this proposal too was at length rejected. Proposals before the burgesses. Of course, all the proposals were now brought before the burgesses. Without deviating far from the truth, Caesar could tell the multitude that the Senate had scornfully rejected most rational and most necessary proposals submitted to it in the most respectful form, simply because they came from the democratic consul. When he added that the aristocrats had contrived a plot to procure the rejection of the proposals, and summoned the burgesses, and more especially Pompeius himself and his old soldiers, to stand by him against fraud and force, this too was by no means a mere invention. The aristocracy, with the obstinate weak creature Bibulus and the unbending dogmatical fool Cato at their head, in reality intended to push the matter to open violence. Pompeius, instigated by Caesar to proclaim his position with reference to the pending question, declared bluntly, as was not his wont on other occasions, that if anyone should venture to draw the sword, he too would grasp his, and in that case would not leave the shield at home. Crassus expressed himself to the same effect. The old soldiers of Pompeius were directed to appear on the day of the vote, which in fact primarily concerned them, in great numbers and with arms under their dress, at the place of voting. The nobility, however, left no means untried to frustrate the proposals of Caesar. On each day when Caesar appeared before the people, his colleague Bibulus instituted the well-known political observations of the weather which interrupted all public business. Caesar did not trouble himself about the skies, but continued to prosecute his terrestrial occupation. The tribunician veto was interposed. Caesar contented himself with disregarding it. Bibulus and Cato sprang to the rostra, harangued the multitude, and instigated the usual riot. Caesar ordered that they should be led away by lictors from the forum, and took care that otherwise no harm should befall them. It was for his interest that the political comedy should remain such as it was. The agrarian law carried passive resistance of the aristocracy, notwithstanding all the chicanery and all the blustering of the nobility. The agrarian law, the confirmation of the Asiatic arrangements, and the remission to the lessees of taxes were adopted by the burgesses, and the Commission of 20 was elected with Pompeius and Crassus at its head and installed in office. With all their exertions, the aristocracy had gained nothing, save that their blind and spiteful antagonism had drawn the bonds of the coalition still tighter, and their energy, which they were soon to need for matters more important, had exhausted itself on these affairs that were at bottom indifferent. They congratulated each other on the heroic courage which they had displayed. The declaration of Bibulus that he would rather die than yield, the peroration which Cato still continued to deliver when in the hands of the lictors, were great patriotic feats. Otherwise they resigned themselves to their fate. The consul Bibulus shut himself up for the remainder of the year in his house, while he at the same time intimated by public placard that he had the pious intention of watching the signs of the sky on all the days appropriate for public assemblies during that year. His colleagues once more admired the great man who, as Ennius had said of the old Fabius, saved the state by wise delay, and they followed his example. Most of them, Cato included, no longer appeared in the Senate, but within their four walls helped their consul to free over the fact that the history of the world went on in spite of political astronomy. To the public, this passive attitude of the consul, as well as of the aristocracy in general, appeared, as it fairly might, a political abdication, and the coalition were naturally very well content that they were left to take their farther steps almost undisturbed. Caesar governor of the two Gauls. The most important of these steps was the regulating of the future position of Caesar. Constitutionally, it devolved on the Senate to fix the functions of the second consular year of office before the election of the consuls took place. Accordingly, it had, in prospect of the election of Caesar, selected with that view for 696 two provinces, in which the governor should find no other employment than the construction of roads and other such works of utility. Of course, the matter could not so remain. It was determined among the confederates that Caesar should obtain by decree of the people an extraordinary command formed on the model of the Gabinio-Manilian laws. Caesar, however, had publicly declared that he would introduce no proposal in his own favor. The tribune of the people, Publius Vatinius, therefore undertook to submit the proposal to the burgesses, who naturally gave their unconditional assent. By this means, Caesar obtained the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and the supreme command of the 3 legions which were stationed there and were already experienced in border warfare under Lucius Afranius, along with the same rank of propraetor for his adjutants which those of Pompeius had enjoyed. This office was secured to him for 5 years, a longer period than had ever before been assigned to any general whose appointment was limited to a definite time at all. The Transpadanaes, who for years had in hope of the franchise been the clients of the Democratic Party in Rome, and of Caesar in particular, formed the main portion of his province. His jurisdiction extended south as far as the Arnus and the Rubico, and included Lucca and Ravenna. Subsequently, there was added to Caesar's official district the province of Narbo, with the 1 legion stationed there, a resolution adopted by the Senate on the proposal of Pompeius that it might at least not see this command also passed to Caesar by extraordinary decree of the burgesses. What was wished was thus attained. As no troops could constitutionally be stationed in Italy proper, the commander of the legions of northern Italy and Gaul dominated at the same time Italy and Rome for the next 5 years, and he who was master for 5 years was master for life. The consulship of Caesar had attained its object. As a matter of course, the new holders of power did not neglect withal to keep the multitude in good humour by games and amusements of all sorts, and they embraced every opportunity of filling their exchequer. In the case of the king of Egypt, for instance, the decree of the people,
which recognized him as legitimate ruler, was sold to him by the coalition at a high price, and in like manner other dynasts and communities acquired charters and privileges on this occasion, measures adopted by the allies for their security. The permanence of the arrangements made seemed also sufficiently secured. The consulship was, at least for the next year, entrusted to safe hands. The public believed at first that it was destined for Pompeius and Crassus themselves. The holders of power, however, preferred to procure the election of two subordinate but trustworthy men of their party, Aulus Gabinius, the best among Pompeius's adjutants, and Lucius Piso, who was less important but was Caesar's father-in-law, as consuls for 696. Pompeius personally undertook to watch over Italy, where at the head of the Commission of 20, he prosecuted the execution of the agrarian law and furnished nearly 20,000 burgesses, in great part old soldiers from his army, with land in the territory of Capua. Caesar's North Italian legions served to back him against the opposition in the capital. There existed no prospect, immediately at least, of a rupture among the holders of power themselves. The laws issued by Caesar as consul,
in the maintenance of which Pompeius was at least as much interested as Caesar, formed a guarantee for the continuance of the breach between Pompeius and the aristocracy, whose heads, and Cato in particular, continued to treat these laws as null, and thereby a guarantee for the subsistence of the coalition. Moreover, the personal bonds of connection between its chiefs were drawn closer. Caesar had honestly and faithfully kept his word to his confederates without curtailing or cheating them of what he had promised, and in particular had fought to secure the agrarian law proposed in the interest of Pompeius, just as if the case had been his own, with dexterity and energy. Pompeius was not insensible to upright dealing and good faith, and was kindly disposed towards the man who had helped him to get quit at a blow of the sorry part of a suppliant which he had been playing for 3 years. Frequent and familiar intercourse with a man of the irresistible amiableness of Caesar did what was farther requisite to convert the alliance of interests into an alliance of friendship. The result and the pledge of this friendship, at the same time doubtless a public announcement which could hardly be misunderstood of the newly established conjoint rule, was the marriage of Pompeius with Caesar's only daughter, 23 years of age. Julia, who had inherited the charm of her father, lived in the happiest domestic relations with her husband, who was nearly twice as old. And the burgesses, longing for rest and order after so many troubles and crises, saw in this nuptial alliance the guarantee of a peaceful and prosperous future. Situation of the aristocracy. The more firmly and closely the alliance was thus cemented between Pompeius and Caesar, the more hopeless grew the cause of the aristocracy. They felt the sword suspended over their head and knew Caesar sufficiently to have no doubt that he would, if necessary, use it without hesitation. "On all sides," wrote one of them, "we are checkmated. We have already, through fear of death or of banishment, despaired of freedom. Everyone sighs, no one ventures to speak." More the confederates could not desire. But though the majority of the aristocracy was in this desirable frame of mind, there was, of course, no lack of hotspurs among this party. Hardly had Caesar laid down the consulship, when some of the most violent aristocrats, Lucius Domitius and Gaius Memmius, proposed in a full Senate the annulling of the Julian laws. This indeed was simply a piece of folly, which redounded only to the benefit of the coalition. For when Caesar now himself insisted that the Senate should investigate the validity of the laws assailed, the latter could not but formally recognize their legality. But as may readily be conceived, the holders of power found in this a new call to make an example of some of the most notable and noisiest of their opponents, and thereby to assure themselves that the remainder would adhere to that fitting policy of sighing and silence. At first there had been a hope that the clause of the agrarian law, which as usual required all the senators to take an oath to the new law on pain of forfeiting their political rights, would induce its most vehement opponents to banish themselves, after the example of Metellus Numidicus, by refusing the oath. But these did not show themselves so complacent. Even the rigid Cato submitted to the oath, and his Sanchos followed him. A second, far from honourable, attempt to threaten the heads of the aristocracy with criminal impeachments on account of an alleged plot for the murder of Pompeius, and so to drive them into exile, was frustrated by the incapacity of the instruments. The informer, one Vettius,
exaggerated and contradicted himself so grossly, and the tribune Vatinius, who directed the foul scheme, showed his complicity with that Vettius so clearly that it was found advisable to strangle the latter in prison and to let the whole matter drop. On this occasion, however, they had obtained sufficient evidence of the total disorganization of the aristocracy and the boundless alarm of the genteel lords. Even a man like Lucius Lucullus had thrown himself in person at Caesar's feet and publicly declared that he found himself compelled by reason of his great age to withdraw from public life. Cato and Cicero removed. Ultimately, therefore, they were content with a few isolated victims. It was of primary importance to remove Cato, who made no secret of his conviction as to the nullity of all the Julian laws and who was a man to act as he thought. Such a man Marcus Cicero was certainly not, and they did not give themselves the trouble to fear him. But the Democratic Party, which played the leading part in the coalition, could not possibly after its victory leave unpunished the judicial murder of the 5th of December 691, which it had so loudly and so justly censured. Had they wished to bring to account the real authors of the fatal decree, they ought to have seized not on the pusillanimous consul, but on the section of the strict aristocracy which had urged the timorous man to that execution. But in formal law, it was certainly not the advisers of the consul, but the consul himself that was responsible for it, and it was above all the gentler course to call the consul alone to account, and to leave the senatorial college wholly out of the case. For which reason, in the grounds of the proposal directed against Cicero, the decree of the Senate, in virtue of which he ordered the execution, was directly described as supposititious. Even against Cicero, the holders of power would gladly have avoided steps that attracted attention. But he could not prevail on himself either to give to those in power the guarantees which they required, or to banish himself from Rome under one of the feasible pretexts on several occasions offered to him, or even to keep silence. With the utmost desire to avoid any offence and the most sincere alarm, he yet had not self-control enough to be prudent. The word had to come out when a petulant witticism stung him, or when his self-conceit, almost rendered crazy by the praise of so many noble lords, gave vent to the well-cadenced periods of the plebeian advocate.
Clodius. The execution of the measures resolved on against Cato and Cicero was committed to the loose and dissolute, but clever and preeminently audacious Publius Clodius, who had lived for years in the bitterest enmity with Cicero, and, with the view of satisfying that enmity and playing a part as demagogue, had got himself converted under the consulship of Caesar by a hasty adoption from a patrician into a plebeian, and then chosen as tribune of the people for the year 696. To support Clodius, the proconsul Caesar remained in the immediate vicinity of the capital till the blow was struck against the two victims. Agreeably to the instructions which he had received, Clodius proposed to the burgesses to entrust Cato with the regulation of the complicated municipal affairs of the Byzantines, and with the annexation of the kingdom of Cyprus, which as well as Egypt had fallen to the Romans by the testament of Alexander II, but had not, like Egypt, bought off the Roman annexation, and the king of which, moreover, had formerly given personal offence to Clodius. As to Cicero, Clodius brought in a project of law which characterized the execution of a burgess without trial and sentence as a crime to be punished with banishment. Cato was thus removed by an honourable mission, while Cicero was visited at least with the gentlest possible punishment, and besides was not designated by name in the proposal. But they did not refuse themselves the pleasure, on the one hand, of punishing a man notoriously timid and belonging to the class of political weathercocks for the conservative energy which he displayed, and, on the other hand, of investing the bitter opponent of all interferences of the burgesses in administration, and of all extraordinary commands, with such a command conferred by decree of the burgesses themselves. And with similar humour the proposal respecting Cato was based on the ground of the abnormal virtue of the man, which made him appear preeminently qualified to execute so delicate a commission as was the confiscation of the considerable crown treasure of Cyprus without embezzlement. Both proposals bear generally the same character of respectful deference and cool irony, which marks throughout the bearing of Caesar in reference to the Senate. They met with no resistance.
It was naturally of no avail that the majority of the Senate, with the view of protesting in some way against the mockery and censure of their decree in the matter of Catilina, publicly put on mourning, and that Cicero himself, now when it was too late, fell on his knees and besought mercy from Pompeius. He had to banish himself even before the passing of the law which debarred him from his native land. April 696. Cato likewise did not venture to provoke sharper measures by declining the commission which he had received, but accepted it and embarked for the east. What was most immediately necessary was done.
Caesar, too, might leave Italy to devote